What's on your mind? Can I read it from your eyes? Can we lay here and make the time stand still? I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else.
Game changers.
We're making history.
It means so much to us.
The beauty of gaming is it doesn't matter who you are, but as long as I'm good enough, I can go as far as I want.
全世界都会知道我们的厉害。
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไป แม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัว บอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือ ไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลอง มีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่น ความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะ แต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้ แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรค บาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้ แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้ เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยัน แต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็น ว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
Ready? Action.
What's up, Barbie? What's up, bro? Exciting to see you here. You've been around and you've played Masters, you've played Champions, you've played in China, and now you're at Ascension Bangkok. How does that feel?
2023년까지는 제가 마스터즈 챔피언스 여러 번 돌아다니기도 했고, 그 다음에 이제 24년도에 VCT CN 지역도 돌아다녀보면서 여러 가지 지역을 좀 많이 돌아다녀봤는데, 이번 연도에는 좀 새롭게 맞아주는 VCT 퍼시픽 어센션을 어쩌다 하게 됐더라고요. 그래서 뭐 일단은 이런 경험을 할 수 있는 거에 좀 감사함을 느끼기도 하고 좀 재밌게 즐기고 가려고요.
So, being at Ascension, Nongshim comes in as one of the favorites to win the tournament. How do you feel about that?
다른 선수들은 전 모르겠는데 일단은 저는 부담감 가질 필요 없이 그냥 저희 하던 거 잘하던 거 그냥 보여주기만 하면 그냥 뭐 쉽게 올라갈 수도 있겠다 그렇게 생각하면서 하고 있기 때문에 그런 부담감은 전혀 없는 것 같아요.
Okay, I like the confidence. I want to ask also, I've heard that you guys are making a little bit more change with, how do I pronounce it, Cross?
X-Ross.
X-Ross?
Yes.
So X-Ross will be playing. And you guys will be working as like a 6-man roster? Or
It's now main roster.
do you mind to say who is the playing 5?
Persia is out and
Okay.
5 player all time.
Okay, I see. How does that affect your chances of qualifying?
I watch he play. I think this guy very smart and very good shooter and like just play like sense.
So
Yeah,
like the
that's it.
game sense in terms of understanding is good.
Yeah, it's good.
How old is he?
Yeah, very young. X-Ross is 07.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay, so there's 12 Thai players at Ascension and there's 12 Korean players. Do you think because there's so much Korean talent coming through, Pacific deserves another Korean team?
어센션에서는 이제 그 누구도 가릴 거 없이 그냥 아무나 그냥 올라올 수 있는 그 자리다 그렇게 생각하고 있습니다.
Yes, this Ascension is so exciting because so many teams can win, right? Like how you said.
Yep.
And then I'm curious about your group. How do you feel about your group? And if you can, rate 1 to 5.
I think we top with 1 top and Riddle is 2
Riddles
top.
2?
Yeah.
Okay, Riddles 2 and then 3?
3 is, I think, NAOS.
NAOS, okay.
Yep. Velocity 4.
4, okay.
Yeah, percent 5.
Full sense 5.
Yeah.
I like the confidence. It's been a really interesting year that you guys had in Pacific. So everyone's really excited to see you guys play. I'm for sure very excited, and thank you very much for sitting with me, talking. So I really appreciate it. Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Action.
Loud.
Hi, what's up, brother?
Hello, Coach Iwan.
Glad you can be here. To start, I would kind of just like to hear how your journey's been to get here.
I guess journey has been very long. We've been competing since Split 1. And actually, yeah, this is now his 3rd time to go Ascension, but it's actually my 1st time to go Ascension.
Yeah.
Now it's my chance to prove it to myself. I do deserve the Tier 1. It's probably the last Ascension, so I just want to do everything I can do to play in Tier 1.
Why do you think NAOS is going to be in the top 2?
I believe that we have the potential to do it now. Like, especially with our international roster, we're all good individually. I think it's just in Vietnam, we weren't able to show our true potential, and that was like a lesson for everyone.
Has there been some of the specific things that you guys have worked on?
We want to make everyone comfortable in the game.
Mm.
That's one. So on the roles, we changed a lot of roles.
Yeah.
Like the roles will be very surprising in what we will
Okay.
show, and mostly mental.
How's your feeling about the group?
The group?
How would you where would you put yourself and about the other teams if you had to rank them like 1 to 5?
I think I'd say like Full Sense, us and Nongshim are probably like equal,
Yeah.
and everyone else is just gonna be below.
If you had to choose between the 3 of you, 1, 2, 3.
I'll be humble and say 2.
Okay, okay. You would be Philippines' 2nd representative
Yeah.
with Team Secret. How's your thoughts on that?
I want to show them who's the better Filipino team.
Yeah?
Yeah. I feel like every C country is rising. Indonesia already won. Thailand, Talon's doing good also.
Yeah.
It's like PaperX, like Singapore, Malaysia. I think it's really just the Philippine scene that hasn't, risen like the rest.
Yeah.
So we're a little delayed, and hopefully NAOS can show them that the Philippine scene is still alive.
But that's really exciting. I'm sure a lot of the Filipino fans will be really behind you guys and want to see you guys do really well. Thank you so much for
Thank you, guys.
having a chat with me
Fun chat.
and sharing from your side. Thank you so much, bro.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Welcome to day 2 of VCT Ascension Pacific. You are here on desk with myself, Mika Fabs, and with Big Time all the way from I want to say the UK. Is that right?
Yeah.
Where are you calling to us from? I sound like
I'm in
Game
the
Shovels. Where are you
UK.
calling to us from?
In the UK, waking up early. I can't miss these kind of games, I'm on a different sleep schedule for this, but everybody should be, because it's a banger tournament. Let's go.
It should be worth it, right? Especially
Oh,
for
yeah.
example, the games yesterday from Group A were amazing. We saw some of the, potential heavy hitters already rise up. You got Boom with their 2-0, and then we saw a lot of very promising players from Motive. So that should give you an idea of what is at stake here for Attention and the kind of plays that we are expecting to see here.
Yeah, great teams playing yesterday. E-King showing up a strong performance as well, taking a map off of Motive, something that some people might not have necessarily expected. A lot of room for all of these teams to keep growing. That was only day 1 of the tournament as well, so plenty more great Valorant left to go.
Lots more. We are just getting started here. Of course, you do have the prize pool up on your screens right now, but what is, of course, at stake is also going up to Tier 1. As you heard from, for example, our intro videos, you saw that there are a lot of players just waiting for that chance, especially since this is looking to be the final Ascension. So this is that final chance for them to really make that impact here and to ascend in this way. We saw, for example, in the trailer, we saw Scary really climbing up on top, and that's really how it feels like. I do have to say props to Scary. That is the most impressive transition from pro player to potential VCT actor that I have seen. He was crying there big time. There were tears.
He did great. He was a professional. But I mean, ultimately, this is exactly why I love Ascension. These players work their whole lives, their whole career for this shot to make it to Tier 1, to make it to the big league, and now is the culmination of all of their hard work and effort. As we take a look at the groups here, we can see not too much has changed because it's only been day 1, but we can see Boom and Motive sat at the top there of Group Alpha.
Yeah, and it would be hard to forget the performances that we had yesterday, especially since they kind of set the tone for what is to come in this Ascension. We have today's matches, and we have 3 big ones for you guys. We're starting off very, very strong with Nongshim and NAOS, and then we have Full Sense and Velocity, and then over to SLT and NKT. So it's looking like we're in for a lot of interesting debuts here, a lot of interesting performances as well. And with this best of 3, and as you mentioned, Morgan, this is Ascension is also like one of my favorite tournaments because everybody is really fighting tooth and nail for that spot. So there's a different kind of motivation there, and there's a different kind of, I guess, drive for each and every one of these players that you don't see in other tournaments.
Yeah, oh, very much so. I mean, I was competing myself in Ascension last year, and you see firsthand just what it does to these players. It means so much. Every win is heightened. Every loss dips you deeper into that worry and that sadness. So there's a lot at stake for these players. Past the prize pool, past that Ascension, this is the biggest time in their lives where they want to play their very, very best Valorant for all of us to watch.
That's right. But it's not about you, you know? It is about all of our teams here. I joke. It is really, really fun, I bet, to see your co-coaches, some of your former teammates, to be back here on the Ascension stage. And now you as a talent, as a mainstay here on the Pacific Talent stage. Going into our 3 best of 3s today, though, we were talking earlier about how this could potentially be a very fast day, but I'm also expecting a lot of teams, you know, this is their debut and this is their chance. We could either have a very short day or a very long one.
Yeah, I think all 3 of these games kind of have clear favorites, but if there's one thing we've learned from watching Pacific Valorant is that you cannot take that at face value. Everybody has the ability to upset and overcome, and let's be real, everyone in the tournament is looking to upset these guys, coming in as the #1 favorites, Nongshim RedForce.
Absolutely. Let's talk about the elephant in the room here. Not so secret elephant in the room, right? Nongshim RedForce, probably the team that we're looking at to win it all. This is basically them just confirming what they already have earned throughout the entire VCT Pacific year. The question is, can they make that run again, especially since, as you're seeing on your screens, there are a bit of changes here for Nongshim.
Yeah, this is a massive change. Bringing in Exros, whose last official was in 2024, by the way, and now Persia is out. Exros is 10 years younger than Persia, by the way. They're just doubling down on this such young, fresh talent that they were known for, but they've been here before. The rest of this roster won it all last year, so they certainly know their way around this kind of tournament. They're for sure coming in as the favorites. We take a look at their map history. This is over in Pacific. We can see Bind has been a historically fantastic map for them, but strong win rates on Ascent and Corrode as well. This is a team that made it into playoffs in Pacific, so they are no pushovers, and it's clear to see why a lot of people have these guys rated at #1.
For sure. It's been some time since their last match over on the Pacific stage. So this is, of course, a lot of changes are coming into the game itself. We did have, for example, we did see Nongshim as one of those teams that did like to experiment with Waylay, but there wasn't a good meta yet, or people are still working around their ways in the age. And of course, we have Corrode up as well. There is a meta that is forming around it. So I'm eager to see Nongshim, now that there is more of a foundation on these new changes, to perform in this. But I can also imagine how this must be a bit of an ego hit for them as well. They did not want to be in this position where they had to do Ascension again. I mean, nobody does, right? So going through what they had to go through this whole year in Pacific and then come back here and say, oh, we have to win this again. I mean, what do you think that feels like for this roster?
I mean, it's got to be a little bit deflating. It's been a very long year for them. I mean, they were close, you know, they made it to the playoffs, but ultimately did end up coming back here, adds more time on. But I do think they'll be feeling comfortable in a sense because they've played against the top level of opponents all year. You know, we see them be able to beat teams like Gen G, who are world champions. So we know that they have that potential. And as we take a look at Danby, especially if we take our minds back to Ascension last year, he was the guy. He was so scary, known for that neon. So I think that's something we have to watch out for today.
For sure. But I think that, you know, despite Nongshim being like the heavy favorites, I do think they have to come in here not underestimating anybody at all.
yeah.
NAOS, of course, their first opponents here are also made up of very promising players from all over Southeast Asia. And as we've seen throughout the entire year, players from Southeast Asia, they can be very surprising indeed. And you have names here that have been mainstays for quite a long while, like PTC.
Yeah, absolutely. PTC getting to play in front of a Thai crowd, so big day for him. But this is a team coming in with that little bit more of an underdog mentality. You know, we've seen them over in Challengers C, where the competition is so fierce. But we saw Xavier K in those interviews be quite confident, rating themselves, said, yeah, you know what, we're equally as good as Nongshim. There's no reason we can't take that win. So I think they're positioning themselves in a good place mentally, and they're ready for this upset to happen today. And that's what's got me excited.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Even Nongshim themselves said it, right? Any team can take this. So I think for the side of NAOS as well, you have players who are like so hungry for this kind of opportunity. Savvy, nonetheless, I know he's been playing in the PHC for quite a long while and being the IGL for this team. He is so hungry for his time to shine, and this is it. He's one of those players that's not going to let a chance like this go that easily. And I think that NAOS this is a good way to start the tournament, especially up against Nongshim. Like, let's go in with, you know, everything swinging. Let's go in with one of the toughest opponents that we can actually get and test ourselves right off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of mentality that the teams will bring into this is if we want to win this tournament, we're going to have to beat everybody anyway. So why not start against the very, very best, you know? And I think when the pressure's off like this, I mean, I think Nongshim, if there's ever a time for them to let their guard down, it would be in match 1. So now is a real big chance for them as we highlight Nakia here. Known for that Yoru, very, very strong there, but also got to highlight his chamber. One of the few teams that we still see work this in fairly regularly. So something to look out for here today.
Yeah, Nakia has been very exciting. I mean, you look at the stats that he puts up every single time in all of the previous matches of NAOS. It's incredibly impressive. You look at the way like his first kills pop off every single time. He's going to be very, very exciting. And I can just imagine that matchup between him and Dambi. That's going to be something that's going to be very, very exciting to watch here. And I think between, you know, NAOS and Nongshim, this is also a way to, you know, we came up with Boom earlier, yesterday rather, to come up with Nongshim next. It's like, these are like the teams that are expected to win it all, but let's test if they are still at that stage. But of course, Ascension wouldn't be possible without all of our sponsors. We have Predator, we have Intel, we have Zowie, we have Imperial World, we have TT Racing, and we have Simdom. Thank you so much, because today we are seeing 6 teams take the stage right now. And of course, with Nongshim and with NAOS, these are 2 teams that are very well known across Pacific. We have because of the roster changes as well coming into Nongshim, I want to see if they are still adjusting, if they had enough time to actually get things together for this match, or could this be the weakest that Nongshim has been in quite a while?
I mean, I think with Extros coming in, it changes quite a lot for this Nongshim team. I'm definitely curious about the roles because Extros has most of his officials on Yoru. He's kind of been a Yoru one-trick a little bit in the past. So I think if there's ever a meta to bring in a Yoru specialist, it's this one. So I'm curious if that's the way they're going to go. You know, like we saw them use Downbeat last year at Ascension when he was that Neon specialist. So we could be seeing double duelist, but I truly don't know what to expect. And it's a great way to throw off the opponents who will have so much tape to watch on this Nongshim team. All of a sudden that all goes out the window and they can be the unpredictable ones. So I think that's a real nice bonus for them coming into this.
Yeah, we're coming into map veto too, and I think for Nongshim, like as you mentioned, there's so much tape on them, but because of the recent roster changes, there's a chance for them to change things around, which is what we're looking for actually throughout the whole of Pacific. We're seeing now Sardin Haven, which is not really surprising. They do love this map. They do have a lot of success in this map, and we have Nongshim on Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is definitely quite an interesting veto. I think Haven is a little bit of a weakness for Nongshim. We've barely seen them play this all year, all the way through Pacific. I think they've played it maybe 4 times. I'm very curious as to see them banning Bind. That's a map they've been very historically good on, and they take it out in the very first phase. So I think NAOS, you know, they get Haven, Ascent, and then Lotus map 3. Lotus is also a map where they're very strong and comfortable. I think they'll be feeling great about this map veto.
Yeah, I mean, we keep talking about in Pacific, right? Nongshim on Lotus. I'm pretty sure they have like they have stake in there. They have some real estate on that map, having been
Very
one of
true.
those maps that they've played so many, and I mean so many rounds on. So I'm a little nervous for NAOS coming into this. I know that I was actually like chatting just a little bit with Coach Amix earlier. They did say that they are feeling good about this map, Vito. They did say that there were certain lessons that they learned over in Vietnam, especially on Ascent, that they're hoping that all of the mistakes that they made are not going to be repeated. They've learned heavy lessons from that. So they're okay with this. They say that we wanna show what we've learned on Ascent so far. So but yeah, Nongshim's still Nongshim here big time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always going to be hard to bet against a team like Nongshim, right? I mean, I just think they have so much experience. They've literally won this tournament before, so it's easy to see why people are putting them ahead in this match. But I think, yeah, when we break down this veto, I'm not surprised at all that NAOS are going to be very happy. Haven is a great pick against Nongshim. And Ascent, I mean, I think in the past when we've seen Nongshim play Ascent, they run this Viper comp. So I do think that could be kind of readable for the coaching staff there at NAOS. I'm curious if they're going to be changes to that. And a Lotus decider, as you said, Mika, I mean, Nongshim are good there. We've seen them play a lot of rounds on it, but ultimately it's pretty good for NAOS as well.
Yeah, this is going to be very exciting. I'm also very excited with this map, Vito. I'm excited with this first match. So let's not delay any further. We've got 3 best of 3 series for you all today. VCT Ascension Pacific starts right now.
Winning always feels good, but we never forget what we are really after. And here, we found what we've been looking for.
過去にとらわれずに、今この瞬間に集中する。戦いで負った痛みも傷も。だから俺たちは強くなれた。
아무도 우리를 막을 수 없습니다. 수많은 시험들이 있었지만 우린 늘 앞으로 나아갔습니다. 이제 우리의 시간이 왔기 때문입니다.
อาจจะไม่มีใครพูดถึงเราพวกเราไม่ได้มาเพื่อเป็นแค่ตัวประกอบพวกเราจะทำให้ทุกคนเห็นว่าเราไม่เป็นรองใคร
ปีที่แล้วเราได้เรียนรู้อะไรมากมายทุกแมตช์คือบทเรียนและทุกบทเรียนทำให้เราแข็งแกร่งขึ้นตอนนี้เราจะแสดงให้เห็นว่าประเทศไทยคือบ้านของเรา
Quite far forward. Paranoia going to be sent berserk. Going to try to keep his team in this one. Swinging right into it, berserk.
A team like ours isn't built on luck, only on sweat and belief. We have trained together, driven by the same goal, and will win with what we have built with our own hands.
ผมมาที่นี่เพื่อไล่ตามเป้าหมายที่ผมไม่มีทางทำสำเร็จได้คนเดียวนี่คือบ้านของผมและเราจะร่วมมือกันเพื่อสร้างประวัติศาสตร์
We're not the favorites, but we're not afraid of anyone. Underdogs like us don't wait for chances. We create them ourselves.
Our team is ready to climb back to the top. This is the path we've chosen, and we'll take it all the way.
우린 이 대회를 이미 제패해봤습니다. 그러니까 이번에도 못할 이유가 없죠.
NAOS Esports.
Count that big bang.
Nongshim RedForce.
First series of the day, and you already have some small little waves, some little eyes exchange over in Nongshim and with NAOS Esports. And I think for these two, for Nongshim, of course, they've already walked this path before, as they mentioned in that intro video. And for NAOS, they too have been on the stage before, but you have players that are just so hungry to prove that they deserve this win.
Yeah, absolutely. NAOS looking for that big upset today to take down the Goliaths, the favourites in Nongshim RedForce. As you said, they've been here before, they've done that, they're feeling very experienced, but we're not seeing changes from them, you know? They're not keeping things exactly the same, bringing in X-Ross, they're trying to reignite that unpredictability that they're so well known for. And this being the very start of the tournament, I mean, it's absolutely all to play for. As I said before, if there's ever a chance to upset a favourites like this, it's the very opening, a very first game, so a lot of potential for both of these teams here.
Yeah, NAOS, or rather Nongshim within themselves, they were already unpredictable enough, right? And now they have this roster shuffle that could potentially lean into the, you know, this whole double duelist meta that everybody is parading right now. And for the side of NAOS, they were that team that just steadily kept getting better all throughout the splits this year, but they're always that team also that is nearly there, but not quite. They're always the team that misses out within the top three. They're always that team that misses out on the grand finals. Could this be their time? Is now finally the time for NAOS?
I mean, it's been so close, but so far for this NAOS team. We saw them say as well about how disappointed they were with their run in Vietnam. That was another chance on stage, and they didn't quite live up to their own expectations. So they're looking to make a rebound in this tournament. I do think it's a tough opening game for them to be able to do that, but they're full of optimism, full of expectation, and hope that they can challenge the very best. You know, they rank themselves just as good, if not better. We do have the Agent Select coming in, and NAOS running this double duelist. We saw them run Yoru Neon in the past, but now they're running that Waylay on Zan as well. Over on the side of Nongshim, got to look at X-Ross playing that Viper, Francis on the Yoru, and Dambi on the Omen. So wild role changes here for Nongshim.
Yeah, I never thought I would see the day having Dambi on Omen. I'm a little stunned with this, just because I thought that okay, maybe a Waylay, maybe another duelist, but an Omen. That is pretty crazy. I'm eager to see more crazy as we step into Haven, so we're gonna toss it over to Quack and to Pilsky.
Thank you very much, Mika, Morgan. Yeah, this is kind of weird. I'm not expecting those agent comps for sure, but it is definitely still going to be the Goliath Nongshim, which everyone knows, versus NAOS the Challengers. It's not going to be an easy fight for sure.
Bro, he hasn't even played a game of controller in an official before, let alone an Omen. He hasn't played a bloody controller. He's completely changed his role. What is going on with Nongshim? What have they cooked coming into this tournament? I mean, they are the reigning champions of this tournament. They won Ascension last time playing that patented style with the Neon. Now they're just slowly removing more of these players that play these slower roles. They completely changed things up. I remember in an off-season game during, I think between Stage 1 and Stage 2 this year, they had one game where Dambi, just for fun, it seemed like, was playing a Breach and then Francis was playing a Neon. So I feel they completely swapped their roles there. So I'm wondering if this is something that's been brewing for quite a while for Nongshim. Over on the side of NAOS, though, an interesting storyline in and of itself. This is their third time as an org at Ascension. Moja's been there every single time. Coach AMX has been there every single time, and they haven't been able to get the dub here. They haven't been able to advance into Pacific. So maybe for NAOS, third time will be the charm.
Perhaps. I mean, Coach Amix was even tweeting that out, saying that he hopes that this is it. Whether or not this actually would be that result, it all comes down to how they will continue playing throughout this group stage, and it begins right here. On their defense, Zen also kind of swapping over to this Waylay as well, which would be pretty interesting. Currently, a 3-stack on the C site.
Yeah, quick push into Garage there from Francis. You're definitely going to get some contact down here in short, but Francis is just getting it done himself over on the C side of the map. PTC now choosing to take a duel in towards short. This round is just messy as all hell.
Still though, PTC, he's actually jumping all the way up, trying to give them a bit of a chase while Nongshim goes for the quick push into the V site, get the spike down.
Yeah, quick pivot. Do you have some Gary control? NAOS are taking control of defense spawn here and looking to take some duels on the flank already. Xros just caught completely with his pants down there.
And PTC's just continuing to rip those clothes off of Nongshim. Ivy, unfortunately, not quite able to keep his pants up. And now it's RB who gets hit by the stun as well. That's just how, you know, NAOS are able to come back in with this slight retake from the back window.
Yeah, very, very messy stuff. You had to, look at all the X's on the map, guys. Where was this round won and lost? I couldn't even tell you myself, and I just finished watching it. Now, though, they'll be happy with that pistol. Good start on the defense, especially because Francis just self-sufficiently runs straight up Garage on the Yoru, gets 2 kills, and surely that's going to put you in a losing position in the 3-on-5. But Zan, nice 3K early on here to start things off well on the Waylay. This guy's been coming up in the MYSG scene for quite a while, and now stepping into this new international look NAOS. Things are looking like they're going well. Unfortunately, I'm seeing a pause timer, so maybe we're going to take a little bit more time to have a chat about expectations going into this game, because Nongshim's already thrown them completely out the window. For NAOS, interestingly enough, you know, I want to pick up on something that you said. They need a good start in this group stage. They're hoping that this will be, as you said, the coach was tweeting over there on the Twitterverse or whatever you want to call it, that this will be their tournament where they can finally find the success that they've been seeking for multiple years in a row, right? But at least for me, to be brutally honest with you, Quack, having watched a fair bit of Challenges SEA and casted some of it this year, as I know you've done as well, Morgan as well, mentioning it over on the desk that the NAOS didn't have the best of runs in the LAN over in Vietnam before this tournament, right? I personally don't think I've seen the level that NAOS will need to win this tournament yet, but maybe they can hit the perfect run of form. I mean, that's all you need, right? That is the Ascension format, the Ascension system in a nutshell. If you get to the end of the year, you rock up at Ascension and you just play like the absolute best team in the tournament despite everything else that's happened this year, then you can get yourself a spot in Pacific.
Now then, my question to you, Pilsky, would be this. I mean, you're talking about how they need that right form. Do you think this would be the right iteration of NAOS as well? Past 2 years, they've been playing with a full Thai squad, but here we go. Zan, Guardian spam shots in, and, you know, you already mentioned he's the young upstart from Malaysia.
Yeah, absolutely. Posted up on the line with the Guardian as well. Seems to be having a pretty easy time of this, and the saturate to zone Nongshim away as well. Dark cover to follow up. There's just no entry into this B site. They're going to have to pivot back to Garage instead. But now it's feeling very comfortable. And look, I think if the full Filipino roster hasn't worked 2 years in a row, then maybe it is time to try something different.
Which is exactly why they've brought in, you know, Nakia alongside PTC. PTC with the trips, allowing for Moser to gain information that there is that push coming out of Garage. So already you kind of see the effects of all these pieces on NAOS' side coming in together. Big Collat and just IV left.
Yeah, it's seen a lot of outlawing Yorus already in the first couple of days of this tournament.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
going to continue today. Ivy, spike in hand, and a Sheriff has been quite clutch. He's been given a lot of space here. Gate Crash is over on this side of the map as well, so it will be Nakia as well as Moja to defend. Once a little bit of sound is made, I dare say that the Yoru TP will come out. Plant will be going down for ammo.
Yeah, there it goes. Oh, and this is just a tough angle now. You got players TPing across as well, so Ivy feels the need to push up, but Nokia from the back, and again, it's NAOS. It's a relatively clean round.
Yeah, I mean, you'll take it for Nongshim. You did get a spike plant. You got a couple of kills. You got yourself closer to a lockdown, so 4 more on that for Ivy to get it across the line. Extra alt orb point handed over to the Waylay there, who's already got a little bit of a multi-frag on in the pistol, as well as the defuse. Nice little spam to start this round off from Zam. So he's getting very close to a conversion pass heading into the bonus round here, and there is a fair bit of decent weaponry for NAOS to try to make this one a little bit more expensive for Nongshim as they head into their first gun round.
They're gonna have to see how they actually want to play with this composition. With the role swaps coming in here, Pilski, X-Ross is definitely gonna be a bit of a question mark. You know, a lot of eyes onto him as to how he's gonna be able to fill those shoes that Persia left. But otherwise, starting things off a little bit slow with the same spams.
Could see NAOS wanting to get aggressive, looking for a pick in the early round as they walk down mid. Nongshim almost playing like, you know, a DRX or a Gen G right now. This is very not Nongshim. Does seem like they're going to peek window together.
Wow. With quick pop flash too, and it's RB able to kind of spam out all through B with the squad, which calls for NAOS to kind of bring the attention once again back over to B. 2 players trying to hold both sides of Link.
Yeah, it's a very slow round from Nongshim. Very much not their patented style, but it was a big discussion point in Pacific that they're almost playing more like old DRX with RB coming into the roster. I mean, that's what it feels like right now watching this round from Nongshim. It's a 1-4. They're taking things very slowly, working the map, breaking utility, punishing aggression. But nonetheless, they will walk into a 3-stack on A.
Ooh. Which could be deadly. Just to get rid of the initial gate crash towards the back. Mosher also hitting the clone, so fully blinded now. Sends out the fake out to possibly aid Zan, but so many players, Nongshim, and they're already on top of short as well. Forced to use the light speed to get out. Find more favorable angles. Ooh, RB getting a good chunk of damage. Gone! But Zan still gunned down. Another kill as RB bursts away with this Phantom. Tough retake now, especially with the weaponry at hand for NAOS.
Yeah,
and you also have Ivy up around the corner. Actually, not too bad. Mojo takes a shot.
Yeah. I mean, he got a nice little look. I can't believe they're actually going for this retake here, Quack.
They got the guns, I guess, so just trying to make it out, but it's the crossfire. It's tried and true on the A site, and there we have it. More rounds to go for Nongshim.
Yeah, now things looked a little tentative down there in Sewer. Like, I thought that, you know, you were going to get the Waylay taking some duels in combination with the Soba that Nongshim weren't even aware was down there. That was a beautiful start to the round, though. It's simple stuff, you know. Nongshim, they just choose the path that is do nothing for the first 20 seconds, see what happens, see if the other team's going to do something crazy on the bonus and has some kind of set play early on. But after nothing happens, it's just a pretty simple blindside peek straight into window, and despite the fact that there was a big stack posted up on window on the bonus from NAOS, they dismantle that quite nicely. Now another slower round from Nongshim. Does seem like this is the style that they're going to be going for. Shock to the top side of C doesn't actually clear any of the trips, so still a pretty safe setup there for PTC if that is the site that where Nongshim will end here.
So strange to look at as well, though. Still thinking about it. But otherwise, with a slow approach, NAOS are kind of invited to peek on up. It's Mojer who does get an op kill, but also Danby to be able to silence one as they try to gain more information outside of C.
Drone through lobby. We'll spot out that Xavi is still hanging around, is still holding onto this controller. Fake TP in there from Francis as pressure's being applied from RB, but the rest of Nongshim are looking to try to kick off some kind of C-split at some point in the round here. And NAOS are reading that very well. A 3-man rotation over to C right now.
Oh, not to mention PTC! Able to block off Garage completely, and the site still cordoned off with his trips available.
Spike's just dropped in Garage, guys. 25 seconds. I guess the mission is Danby, get the spike and hope that RB can get boots on the ground in the A side. But outside of that, I really don't see how the pieces are going to come together here, Quack. It might just be a save for Nongshim, unfortunately.
10 seconds left.
It's just no time. You can't really do anything else.
Quack. when was the last time you saw Nongshim run out of time? Like, what dimension are we living in? Like,
that's the whole thing.
I feel like I have to pinch myself right now. Like, what am I watching, bro?
Where is my beloved Nongshim, my beloved SPG, and what have you done with them? I thought they would always just, you know, attempt, retake, die
Like,
somewhere in the round, or
bro,
win.
It doesn't make sense. We've taken out the Boomer squad. I mean, RB maybe a little older than the rest of the boys, but even he is pretty young.
Okay.
Despite how much experience he has, we've added in a 17-year-old who plays mostly a duelist, and we're playing Gen G DRX like, you know, wait for paint to dry, basically.
It's strange, but we're just going to have to keep on going with it. Meanwhile, NAOS are going to be the ones to take things on the offensive. Zan with an opening pick outside of A.
And they're going to speed up into B. Full setup for PTC. Posted in the back at the site here. That's going to be quite hard for Nongshim to navigate. Drone will go in first, though.
Just to scout out the back of the site. They will be able to spot PTC up at the top of his shoulder. But it is PTC after all, a legend in the Thai scene, already calling for the rest of the team to get within range. The convergent paths sent out, but not connecting.
Third place at Ascension last year for PTC. They were definitely one of the favorites at that tournament, just never really eventuated. Nongshim now picking things up into this A side, but it's still a man advantage for NAOS. Like, what is the direction here? It's an A fake into a creep into garage.
Where Mosier is once again still holding the angle. Well, op shot whiffed. Okay, crashed towards the back, so a slight opening for Nongshim, but once again, that pace, man. We mentioned it before, but it's still, you're still feeling the effects of it.
Open plant. RB does have a Hunter's Fury to use in the after plant if this clock really does run down. NAOS have been a little bit out of position. Hard for them to really rotate accordingly, but it seems like Nongshim wants to continue to fight on site here.
Right on top of the site. Hunter's Fury to kick things off from RB, just to continue to block them off. Forces them into some awkward gunfights where the rest of Nongshim continue to watch these angles. A little op kill coming up from Mosier, initiates the pickoff outside of Link, but still the smoke's up. Actually, swapped over to a Phantom, down to a 1v2 where RB has to clutch it out. Mosier sticking it all the way through, but RB manages to come in swinging for the Zowie clutch.
He is just such a phenomenal player in these pressure situations. He was the standout for Nongshim in that last stage of Pacific coming in. We didn't really know what to think. He was playing on some of these Chinese teams. You know, we hadn't seen him in Pacific for a little while or playing in a Korean team. And he really did deliver, especially that last game from Nongshim where they did get knocked out of Pacific. He had an amazing pop-off game, and you can see that form is continuing to present day. What a bloody clutch. Perfect movement, perfect spamming with the Phantom, and a beautiful little bouncer dart. Aggression from Zan paying off yet again. That's his second opening kill in as many rounds.
Always ever. Previously a Neon player, now onto the Waylay as well, and a PTC coming back in to retake that space as well. Nongshim just gonna push all the way up front into C to get the spike down.
Yeah, NAOS once again organizing themselves for the retake. A two-man advantage. They just need to make sure the spacing is good.
Well, I think the spacing's going to be somewhat awkward for Nongshim at the very least. Dimensional Drift to clear out backside, as well as C-Long. Plus, you still have Paranoia up. Everyone's just sending it through from Link, which once again leaves a sole survivor on the side of Nongshim, quickly picked apart by Zan.
And very nicely done for NAOS. Feels like slowly but surely they're starting to get more and more control of this map, despite the fact that you've had a couple of decent rounds here or there for Nongshim. For the most part, I felt more convinced by NAOS, and the majority of that comes from Zan. It was a 3K in the pistol. 2 rounds in a row, he's able to find man advantages and a lot of impact on the Waylay, and he really is spearheading this map so far for NAOS.
Really, no kidding. The fact that he's even able to, you know, get the refreshed as well. Now 10 kills on top of 3 deaths. Close to another convergent paths. Nongshim are having a rough go.
Yeah, they're broke. Got a couple of ults to work with, but that's about where the good news is going to end. Moja on the Neon having a pretty good game for himself as well. Did mention before, he's been here with NAOS 2 years in a row at Ascension. Been unable to win. Felt the pain of those losses 2 years in a row with Coach Amix. Now a little bit of a different look with some international flavor mixed into this NAOS roster, but he's still putting up numbers.
Pretty interesting with his roles as well. I mean, having played Duelist in 2024 over onto Smokes, now back onto Duelist as the Yoru. Still having that aim, but now down to the toxic screen creep play. As soon as the curtain drops, this could be mayhem, especially when you have more players on the other side for NAOS, but sharp shots from Francis, guns able to be picked up.
Yeah, Nongshim still have some presence on the map as well. Couple of rifles picked up despite the fact that they didn't start the round with them. Rotations coming through to this A side, but I'm just looking at Dampy. Just hanging around at C long, he can potentially from the shadows to pick up the spike at some point if he wants. Creeping up into that C side, PTC looking to try to keep him in check. It's a jump spot and a paranoia that connects, but unfortunately, beautiful pre-fire from PTC.
It's amazing, but you know what that reminds me of? When you jump paranoia like that, it looks like a relay bolt. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not neon, but well, it is what it is. And Nongshim are just going to continue fighting for this, but Savvy 8K with a sudden peek out from Link, able to trade those kills right back. Now it's with another round in.
Yeah, it gets a little dicey here and there. Up against the half buy. I think those might have been Zabby's first 2 kills. He really hasn't got involved in the round very much at all. But good time to come alive. Oh yeah, 100%. He's still trying to move like he's playing Neon. I don't know. I can't understand what the theory crafting is for the coaching staff either. I mean, it kind of reminds me of like when we put Jing on Omen and we were like, yeah, that's an agent that has movement. So he should be good at it, right? And he wasn't great when it started, but I mean, obviously became very good at Omen over time. You know, and Paper X juggling that roll around a little bit, at least for Nongshim. I mean, we're seeing some you know, interesting Omen play from Danby thus far, and gotta you know, kind of point out the obvious. It's not working right now, and look, the slower style is having some pretty mixed success for the most part. It feels like NAOS are playing a little bit more standard. You know, we're seeing this Neon as well as, Waylay Yoru popularized by DRX and a lot of other teams playing that comp at Champs. And right now, it feels like NAOS are just playing the meta comp pretty well on Haven here. And Nongshim are playing a weird style, even for them, that's not really working right now.
Right? Because even X-Ross is on the Viper, so it's well, we're 7 rounds in. It's a bit of a head scratcher, but we'll keep an eye on how things turn out because, I mean, this is just the opening match. Nongshim could have a couple more goes, but, you know.
We talked about on the desk that, you know, X-Ross has played a million games of Yoru, and Francis is playing Yoru. It's just like, I don't know. And Francis even did play Viper in Pacific for Nongshim, so I'm just questioning the roles a little bit. Look, we'll bench that discussion for now. NAOS have walked all the way down C long. Nongshim jamming down the lockdown straight in the middle of the map and looking to try to get themselves into a B-side after plant here.
At least you have that KJ utility to watch the flank, if anything. Spike going down pretty soon as well, but at the same time, all of NAOS, they've actually managed to rendezvous towards, you know, the link spots around B, and with that, maybe able to launch the retake from there.
Yeah, convergent paths could be huge on this retake, but Nongshim are already pretty spread, looking to play this after plan on the spike.
Interesting. Oh, wow. NAOS actually makes a go for taking control out mid instead. Might have heard some footsteps or not, but convergent paths not quite successful for the time being. Smoked off as well around window, but the rest of the team able to come in and take a couple more names. Moser alongside Nakia, a lot of control now. And with Smokes refreshing as well, they could very well just stick onto the spike. Ivy gonna pop up the nanoswarms, takes down the first one. And with that, PTC has to turn tail and run away. Nongshim take a round right back in with Ivy on the Zowie clutch.
Nicely done. That's the second kind of post-plant situation that Nongshim have been able to convert. RB, nice clutch down the bottom of C long. This time it's Ivy. You know, I've seen him on various different Sentinels for quite a while. Usually more of a deadlock specialist, but have to point out that we've gotten rid of Margaret quite a while ago, so that's another role that's kind of been juggled around a little bit more on Nongshim. This slower style, though, really boiling things down to these late round post plants this time works out very well for Nongshim.
And we have a pause timer.
Yeah, another little cheeky tech pause. You know what? I feel like this might be day one instead, Quack, because day one went very smoothly. Usually day one of these kind of events is like, yo, we got some tech issues, you know, this PC's on the fritz, this, that. At least today, couple of tech pauses in this opening game. Last one was resolved relatively quickly, though. So I'd imagine we're not going to be sticking around here too long. But at least for now, you know, I think NAOS playing a style that they have played for quite a little while this year, have had some decent success. Like we talk about NAOS maybe underwhelming a little bit in Vietnam, but for the most part, they still have been one of these top couple of teams in Challengers SEA pretty consistently through the majority of this year. Yes, they might not have been able to win. They did make a final, I believe, and went down to Motive. I remember casting that, where, you know, they were able to be competitive, at least able to show some nice stuff and some flickers of the success that you're seeing here. But I don't think that they've really showed a level of form, as I mentioned earlier, where I'm completely blown away. Like, this is one of the best teams in Asia, but they are a very good team in Asia, and deservedly so with the point system that we do have qualifying these teams into Ascension. They are here. They have, you know, placed well enough throughout the year. They have been consistent well enough throughout the year to be able to earn themselves a spot here at Ascension. And now it's just a question of whether they can take advantage of that opportunity that they've worked so hard for.
That's exactly the whole thing. It's just always the story about Ascension, right? Come and take it. Come and take that spot, because those two are right there for you. And there's two this time as well. But the thing is, for now, is, you know, you're basically saying they've always had those podium finishes. We're still not seeing them basically at top form. I mean, even that last round was a pretty good idea. They had good util, convergent paths in towards middle, but the kills weren't quite there.
Yeah, I mean, org-wise at least, like, a pretty decent finish in 23's Ascension. They were a top 4 there, and they were pretty competitive there. Yeah, last year 7 to 8. But to be fair, I remember that game against Riddle Order where they went out. Like, let's not mix words. Let's not mince words. They got rocked by Boom in the upper bracket. I remember watching that game and thinking, who is it? SB is like the greatest player I've ever seen in my life. He was absolutely booking them that series, and Boom really did completely destroy them. That was a bit of a disappointment, because I remember going into that game and being like, man, it's going to be a banger. It's going to be Boom versus NAOS. It's going to be like this Indo team going up against you know, the Filipinos. It's that classic SCA, you know, matchup, but it really didn't deliver. But Riddle were definitely one of the better teams in last year's Ascension. They were one of the teams to really push this SPG that, you know, is now the core of Nongshim. And, you know, NAOS did play them very close, to be fair. So, look, we'll see what they're going to be able to put together in this tournament, Quack. I have my hopes, and, you know, they have drawn one of the tougher opponents in this opening matchup.
For sure. That's always one of the things. It is just day 2 after all. Maybe actually day 1, given the slight issues that we have. I think the camera just kind of revealed it. So what's going to happen is actually the fact that we're going to toss it over to a little break, because they got to sort out some of these tech issues. Hang in there, because we'll be right back in with this very first map between NAOS and Nongshim. Oh, and okay, we're right back in. That was a quick little break.
Yeah, they said it. They said they'd be fixing it very soon. But that was lightning speed. I guess they're built diff over there in Bangkok. They are really hustling. Nongshim does seem like they've got to get their hustle on straight towards C here. PTC with the decam will spot out a couple of players and be pushed away by the shock for now. Quick rotations from NAOS, but the dimensional drift sees all.
Yeah, marking out to PTC. Oh, a pretty good dink through the boxes as well into Francis, pulling out the shorty. Poison Cloud up, and Francis is able to play inside it for the time being, but also pick down into Spike Plant. Zavy, though, being able to push all the way outside of A, catches Ivy into a weapon picked up.
Yeah, now it's repositioning over to Gary's side. There's another rifle picked up here now, so started to make this one look a little bit more competitive, but they've still got to try to dislodge this pit established on site,
which would be the main point of contention. Ooh, RB, though, jiggling outside a garage for info. Unfortunately gets domed with that Bulldog. It's going to be Paranoia into Francis trying to contend with it, but gunned down at the end. Smokes up, and X-Ross, well, trying to play around it all. Spams over the spike, but not catching the diffuser just yet. Right around the edge, but Mojer able to come up with the goods.
He was trying to spam Mojo. He hit bloody everybody but Mojo in that 1-on-3. Chance for X-Ross to step up there for Nongshim in the pit. To be fair, Quack, I felt like he shouldn't have even been needed to. Like, you've got RB that dies for free outside of the pit. Francis is fighting in front of the pit as well and dies for free. X-Ross is just left in this untenable situation. Felt like they could have really just played the spike much more there and turtled in the pit, but NAOS is going to take full advantage of that.
Oh, definitely. I'm at a loss for words. This is not like the same Nongshim that we've been watching all year round, but nonetheless, it's another roundup. Right? I don't know. Like it's a nightmare. We're trying to wake up from it. I'm pinching myself. Nongshim are on another eco.
They're on another eco. I'm going to take things slowly. They did just kind of get ecoed by NAOS. That was a fair few pistols brought into that round, and with players dying here, there, and everywhere all over the map, NAOS pick up enough rifles to make it work. Drone into garage. This has been a point of contest time and time again for Zan, and he will be, once again, the one to take first contact for NAOS.
Wow. Bravely stepping down, but unfortunately the refract spot way too clear. Ivy will get the wallbang shot. PTC though, dodging Hunter's Furies, but still spotted out by the top. Ivy and Danby kicking down the doors on C site.
That's a little bit more Danby movement for you. Bro's up on top of platform, right-clicking you in midair. Nongshim going to win themselves an eco right after NAOS just got themselves their own. Nongshim, a team that, at least in last year's Ascension run, they were specialists at winning ecos. They're not going to be able to do it in the fashion that they used to, because when I remember a Nongshim eco, it was 4 blokes with a sheriff and Danby running around with a bucky on Neon. That's not something you can do anymore. So, look, you can see they've still retained some of those eco specializations here in Ascension 25. And this game, as kind of expected from a tournament like this, getting pretty bloody messy.
You love the mess, though. Just the fact that I think RB kind of said it best in an interview, right? Ascension is a stage where basically anyone can win, and what happens is anyone can show up with Thrifties back-to-back.
That's right. Perfect play is boring to watch. We don't want to watch you make all of the right decisions. You know, I trade this util, I do this. I want to watch an absolute fist fight in the mud. Everyone just making mistakes right and left. Big plays being made. That's the entertainment factor that I signed up for when I was looking at doing this tournament. Now it's going to take a timeout. Going to undoubtedly be a little bit disappointed. You know, you had that big boon, and this is the kind of thing when you're on that Ascension stage. Let's, you know, try to be a bit, you know, empathize with NAOS a little bit. You're playing a team like Nongshim. You get the big thrill of, we just won a big eco. We picked up a couple of rifles. We are really in the swing of things. And you're immediately hit with that lull of getting ecoed yourself and now being in a bit of a cooked position. It really is going to be a little bit of an emotional roller coaster from these players. So I think it's a good time to take a timeout and just reset things. Let's refocus. Let's forget about whatever happened the last couple of rounds and just focus on these last 2 rounds and a half, because for the most part, this defense has been looking pretty good for NAOS, especially when the rounds go in the way that you would expect them to. The Waylay takes first contact, or the Goru takes first contact. More often than not, both Mojo and Zan are finding success, finding opening duels, and when they're playing the rounds in those fashion, they're usually coming away with the dub.
True. I mean, I can't imagine, you know, what the prep was going into this match as well. I mean,
it doesn't bloody matter now, that's for sure.
Like, the comps, you prep for Nongshim
around.
So,
every coach in this tournament has just lit their Nongshim prep on fire after seeing the opening part of this game. There's no point anymore. It's done.
Toss the ashes into a bin. I mean, look at this as well. Okay, push us out across mid from NAOS, but Ivy lurking backside, able to take them down. Mojer with the trade, so possible weapon upgrades now, but with that, seeing there that many players, it's going to be Nongshim just quickly into a site. Paranoia out from NAOS as well, not wanting to give up the site so easily. Pop flash possible soon with Mojer around the corners, and here comes Nakia trying to swing left and right. Francis able to trade right back to normalcy as he picks up a quick double. But lo and behold, Pilski, PTC. The Thai legend swings up from behind, not landing the shots. Francis gets off just in time to find the headshot.
Able to barely put the pieces together there. Nicely done. Ivy sticking around in the middle for a little bit too long here. Kind of caught out, and then you get an absolute brawl over here on this A site. Francis finally showing up a little bit more here on this Yoru. Able to get off the spike in time. You are able to drop that spike. Definitely could have gotten a little bit of a multi-frag on there, and then there was potential for NAOS to pick up the round. But post timeout, Nongshim, it's more success for them. Up out now for Moja. 4 players on this A site for NAOS.
Quickly forced to get out as well. Recons and everything. Nongshim are right here ready to fight, but Savvy quickly gunning them down as well. Hunter's Fury catches on to a couple more players too. I can't believe that's how they won the contest.
I have the spike. Danby to pick up the spike. Ivy was kind of pottering around down bottom of C long. Hasn't really found anything over in that direction. Trips are keeping things in check for now. You got a cam across all of C, Trip and Gary window, Trip across front B. So the whole other part of the map being kept at least in check by PTC's util. A lobby control will be taken here. This is where PTC will undoubtedly drop the neural theft to try to figure out what's going on, as if the Trip broken front B wasn't good enough already. Spike will be being planted here on top of B, as well as some nanos being put down.
But it won't matter if they can take down Ivy, those nanos placed or not. Thanks to that neural theft as well as dimensional drift into sight. Both players from Nongshim simultaneously gunned down. NAOS will find the lead at the end of this first half.
And nicely done. Able to recover in the last round and a half when they did finally get some money together. Good stuff from Zavi, fighting together with the team and pulling the Hunter's Fury to win that A contest. And from there, NAOS a pretty easy run of things. Nice defensive half from them, but it's far from over, Quack.
Yeah, not quite. There's still a good chance for either side to really come in swinging on the second half. So a little halftime break, a bit of a breather before we come back in with more action.
Look at me bro ไหวเปล่าโอ้ยมาดิเฮ้ยทำไรไหวเปล่าเฮ้ยไหวเปล่าไหวเปล่าเฮ้ยOP heaven Odin behind you nice Odin giving bro what do we do let's go bro they like Bella good job nice he was nice go boys good fucking shit what the hello man nice boys give me that shit boys give me that shit tap come on nice let's go come on nice good job good shit guys
Nobody
Well, that was a little bit of an awkward pause, but we should be back into the second half pretty soon. And I'm still just wrapping my head around this new comp swap that we've got going for Nongshim Pilski.
They've taken everything that they did in the past, they've lit it on fire and started again. If you're just tuning in, guys, and we go live into game here, no, the HUD is not broken. Yes, those roles are correct. No, I don't know what Nongshim is doing coming into this tournament, but I am enthralled and I can't wait to find out. NAOS, though, this is their map pick here on Haven, and things are, they're going quite well for them, I have to say. A couple little slip-ups here and there, some nice clutches from Nongshim to get them a couple of rounds, but I think for the most part, NAOS has been looking like the better team thus far on this map. It's still anyone's game, though.
That's right. I'm just really curious to find out, you know, when we have like the post-game interview to, you know, just pick their brains a little bit. But otherwise, you're right. Zan Motor, they've been good with the opening kills in this first half, and now your double duelist onto attack, quickly into an A hit.
Yeah, straight down short for the Waylay at least, and in the meantime, Nongshim have taken all of this mid control and dropped off Francis bottom middle.
My god. And he's just watching for window. Oh, able to get the first kill, and still, nonetheless, a trade coming through from NAOS. They will push past B, but then gunned down. So being able to pivot back and forth all around the map, this time into C site, where now Nongshim should be prepared for it. X-Ross thinking about the garage push, and Zan takes the fight instead. And where are NAOS going this time? All the way through lane, towards the back of C. Dabby caught unawares. It's RB left, and he has to take down 3. Good on the first, so Spike not planted yet, but he's hit by the stun. Zan, he's hunting him down. The recon. RB has no idea where to look.
Oh my god, did you see the bouncer from Zabby there? Recon bolt, it was like a, you know, a little underarm flash or something like that. You just peg at the ground. What a messy round. Multiple players on Nongshim, just pretty huge whiffs, I have to say. X-Ross could have mopped up there, Dabby could have mopped up there, and neither of them are able to do it. Now it's taking full advantage of that and winning themselves a pistol.
And young Zan is just popping off a little bit of taunting towards Korean side, but we'll see if this does carry forward into bigger momentum for NAOS. 8-5 now, possibly 9 with the buys up. It's Moja once again with the outlaw, but a sudden squad push coming up from A side on Nongshim. Moja has to back off, and he's incredibly low now, but also push into C.
Barely able to get out of there with the gate crashes. Deep bump into the backside of the C site now for Zan. Moja mopping up on the back line. Zan has cleaned out Spawn, which is going to allow them to flip the map and plant for defense. Spawn here.
Wow.
Zan just continuing to deliver with the Guardian. Farming himself up another convergent pass. It's like the anti-eco from the last half all over again.
Gonna have to take things down a little bit lower just because they're both low. So Nakia hanging around back. Final kill. Still again, a pretty nice anti-eco coming out from NAOS.
Yeah, another great start to a half. Was a little messy at times, a little bit scary. Here all there for Moja. But they put the pieces back together. Some nice mid-rounding as well, being able to plant the defense. Spawn there. They're really feeling themselves. Able to bring the energy back up after a little bit of a lull and a tech pause. And they will now go into a bonus round that looks pretty good. There's a lot of rifles in play here for NAOS.
For real. 1 light shields on the side for Nongshim with Dabby as well. So that outlaw could still be lethal. NAOS, A hit?
Yeah, just creeping up straight behind the progression smoke. Francis hanging around in short here. RB playing that pivot position. The Yoru is kind of like the sneaky extra guy on this A site here. Usually just expecting the Sova solo, and it will be the Sova solo as Francis gets pushed away.
Incredibly low as well. It's going to be a lot of heavy lifting for RB on this spot. Hopefully Dabby comes in time with some smokes to help, but otherwise it might be a big fight nonetheless. Oh, straight in towards the back from Mojer. And he's able to take down Francis, who was already low. Dabby swinging on out by his lonesome, also gunned down. Just RB up around Graffiti, able to get a collat, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be an attempt from X-Ross, able to find more numbers into Ivy to finish off the deal. Nongshim able to take a round back.
They're just flooding that site very nicely before NAOS could even really get comfortable, but that was still a pretty expensive first gun round for Nongshim. They dropped 4 guns there. All of these tools being taken across the backside of the site before the spike even goes down. But now is NAOS's time to reinvest and potentially try to break that money of Nongshim, continue off on a good streak on this half, because you can see Nongshim just got really not much to work with here. They're essentially just taking a save around the singular rifle.
And that round was a couple of lucky multi-kills as well. Now it's back into it with Mojer, but PTC caught.
Yeah, now it's going to pivot straight towards C. Just X-Ross over here. He's only really got a classic to work with, so he's probably just going to buy time behind the wall. Ivy already on a flank with a Phantom is someone to keep an eye on.
It's a pretty fast flank as well. If this goes unchecked, there could be hell to pay. Nongshim already all around the side, but Nakia able to spin around on a pivot. And here comes Ivy, only able to take down a double before getting shot down himself.
Yeah, that was potential there for Nongshim. I think they just needed to get more done on the site before Ivy came into the situation. You know, if it's only a couple of players to deal with, there was definitely potential there, but with 4 players to try to take down from the flank there, as the wall drops, both X-Ross, Francis, and Davy all go down together. And Ivy just doesn't have the timing that he needed to be able to get involved there. Did a bit of damage done, though. That was essentially a save for Nongshim, so we'll go into another gun round now. Dimensional Drift online from Moja. Could help them just get a set play going. Seems like some early moves towards grass for NAOS here.
All around the map. So Nongshim forced to really stay on their toes.
Francis on this up line, straight down C long. It's going to be a quick one. Straight towards the B site. Ivy as well as X-Ross to defend.
What? Well, no full commitment. You're able to refract out. Francis, though, down C Cubby punishes Nakia. As that from the shadows kind of falls off of the wayside. Zen as well outside of garage. No entry for NAOS in this round.
Yeah, completely swatted away by Nongshim. A beautiful start to this round. Now NAOS kind of left in no man's land. They got a little bit of space towards the top side of B. PTC still kind of hanging around like a bad smell at the bottom of C long. Hasn't been spotted by Francis yet.
A sneaky kill here or there could give them an edge up in the round.
Ooh, he's got a timing.
You already have a lot of... Ooh. Yeah,
Oh!
sneaking cross still punished. Francis,
the perfect
on with
bait.
this op.
Yeah, it's the perfect bait there. Like, he makes the footsteps to fall away and just baits PTC straight in. Plant will go down on B, but it's a pretty hard 2-on-5 to convert here for NAOS.
Just trying to toss in whatever utility they have to try and hold off on the links. Forced to take the fights, though, but not able to come up with the goods. And that's just Nongshim back into it.
Yeah, very, very convincing round win there for Nongshim. Op found value over on C long. Zan goes down. I mean, I felt like the pacing was just completely all off there for NAOS. Like the Omen's in the backside of C, dies for free. Where's the Waylay dead? Top side of Gary. The rest of the team was still in grass, Quack. PTC was still bottom grass. Like, you know, 2 of your players are hard committed to trying to do something over towards the C site, and the spacing between them and the rest of the team is just non-existent.
Must have thought they were doing something with the light speed from Zan, but unfortunately Nongshim already had C Cubby as well. So unfortunate, but next round, go on up. It's a slight eco for NAOS.
Indeed. See what they're able to get done with it.
Cover going out.
Contact taken on grass here. Does seem like they might speed up into B.
Oh, fully hit by the paranoia, though. And X-Ross now has a strong opportunity. Strikes back. Quick pivot over onto garage. And Ivy's already prepared. RB gunned down. Some close-range shots. NAOS able to take the fight to Nongshim. And now the pressure is on. Savvy outside of B as well. Guns down Francis. Francis, unfortunately caught, makes this a really tough retake for Ivy.
Does seem like Ivy going to see what he can do in this 1-on-3 here. Gonna get smoked off. The rest of NAOS just setting up around the spike. There's just no opportunity being given to him.
maybe to, I don't know, go for a quick starter step peek outside of the smoke, but that recon, yeah, it's definitely just going to push you away.
Just going to save onto that rifle. Nicely worked there from NAOS. Going to pick up their 11th round here. Thrifty won by them. There's been a majority, quite a few Thrifties won in this map thus far. From both teams, a little bit messy.
I mean, this ain't your first time casting SCA, Billy. It's SCA. We love the mess.
My ult is ready.
Absolutely. Looks like it might be a timeout here for Nongshim. This game has not been going the way that they would have been wanting to so far.
It's a little awkward with the back and forth as well. I mean, I'm still not fully comprehending how some of these rounds are played out, because at times you would think it's NAOS with a pretty set plan into B site, you know, trying to bait some rotations and stuff over, but it doesn't quite work out because Nongshim has their own, and then you just come back into it with a slight thrifty, and somehow Nongshim are also caught with their pants down again. So hopefully this timeout is able to kind of bring things back to normalcy for them, because again, it definitely is going to be a slight adjustment for this team with the comp swaps and such. We're seeing some of the effects of it too. I mean, it's definitely a different approach. The first half was pretty close, 7-5, but down to it at the end, with NAOS able to start things off this hot. I think that pistol round into the subsequent ones definitely did make a bit of a difference. So, I guess time can only tell.
Absolutely. NAOS refocusing as they go into this next round. See if they can get this game across the line and win their map pick here against Nongshim. It would be an early upset here in Ascension. Nongshim,
especially if they take it clean.
Yeah, for sure. Nongshim looking to refocus here. Do have a lockdown as well as a dimensional drift to work with. Going to be a contact straight down grass here. NAOS will take some A lobby control in the meanwhile. We'll have to react to this initial aggression straight down into window. Dimensional drift will reveal that the whole A site is open for business, so NAOS need to react to this flank sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not seeing anyone on A site, you're thinking either Heaven or Link, potentially the flank as well, hence Savvy already kind of eyeing down the angle alongside Nakia. Calls for additional support. The lockdown, though, a little bit awkward. You're gonna have to fight your way out of it. And there are a couple players hoping to trap you in, but Savvy able to take all three of them down onto the site and possibly up for map point. Paranoia tossed in, everyone's just dancing around on the floor, but you're not able to survive, especially when NAOS are dumping everything on top of you.
Exactly right, just continuing, despite the fact that there was a pause and an adjustment attempted there from Nongshim, swatted away very quickly by NAOS.
One enemy remains.
Nice Hunter's Fury from Zavi. Big 4K from him. He had a bit of a quieter start to this game, but able to step up where it's needed. See if NAOS can get this game across the line. Starting to make some moves towards this C side of the map. Early on, spotted by the turret here from Ivy, and he's the only one who can really try to defend this push for now.
The rotations do come over somewhat in time, but we'll see if the weaponry does provide support as well, though, because down beyond the Stinger, he does get one, but the rest of NAOS are just able to go right back on top of it all. RB and X-Ross a little bit stranded from apart each other, so straggled kills in towards RB being the last one left, and Zavi will just quickly dispatch that final member. NAOS always had the lead on this map, and it will end at this juncture. They take their own map pick.
Nicely done. This is the statement that NAOS wanted to make early on in this tournament. Get themselves a dub on the board despite, you know, not necessarily getting the wins that they would have wanted over there in Challengers SCA, but at least early on here in Ascension, they are already stamping their mark against arguably the tournament favorites of Nongshim. You know, it's a very different looking Nongshim. It's a Nongshim completely shuffling around their roles, changing a player coming into this tournament. And early on, you're seeing some potentially worrying signs from them. They are not looking like themselves.
Looking very... I don't know. They're doing like... Well, it's not even really cosplay of anything else. It's a whole different look, and it's really odd to picture, but either way, I mean, you still see some moments, especially with the individual players, like RB picking up a lot of the frags throughout every single round, but the cohesion is just not fully there.
Yeah, you can see that. They're looking a little bit disjointed. They're looking a little bit uncomfortable. Not sure how much time they've had kind of prepping this new style, practicing these new roles, but it's definitely not looking like the cohesive Nongshim that we're expected to be seeing. It's not looking like a team that has had this practice in Pacific this whole year long. This team that is the reigning champions of Ascension here in Pacific. Now it's definitely looking like the better of the two teams, at least here on Haven. We'll have to see what the next map will hold for us and what the rest of the map pool is looking like for Nongshim, but at least early on here, now it's a team that, you know, we know is decent within Southeast Asia, is a decent team here in Asia and has a pretty good run in challenges thus far. Really making Nongshim look a little bit second rate on this initial map.
Yeah, I mean, it has been the 2 full months since Nongshim played, but now, you know, they've always been at it, especially out from that Vietnam playoffs, and into it, you know, consistent podium finishes here and there. Ultimately on this map as well, though, a lot of credit to Zan as well as Mojer, right? You saw and you talked about the opening kills, the way that they're able to operate with, I guess, this style that is somewhat DRX-esque, as well as other teams out from Champions, but it's just so darn good when they're able to not only peek out and refract back safely, they're able to do it and get opening picks on that first half as well. Definitely some damage there. But we're going to toss it back over onto our desk. You know, I'm really wondering how they're feeling as well as some other watch parties out there.
Oh, you want to know how we're feeling here, as well as some of the other watch parties who are clearly in dismay because, Morgan, we saw, you know, NAOS, that was a very encouraging win, 13-7 versus, I want to say, Nongshim RedForce. However, this did not look like the Nongshim RedForce that everybody, us included, were preparing for.
I'm losing my mind. I don't know what's happening anymore. This tournament is already insane. Now, I think there's a lot to talk about with Nongshim, right? We look at these roles, it's confusing. Francis is on the Yoru when you've just brought in a Yoru specialist. Andy's IGLing. I mean, there's a lot of confusion there. We see RB topping the scoreboards, but we have to give the flowers to NAOS. I feel like this game was not handed to them. I felt like they understood their own composition. They understood how to play against this Viper, and big shout out to Xavier for the calling. The macro was so spot on in the way they were running this double duelist. They look like the better drilled, better planned team to me. I'm really, really blown away by both how good NAOS looked that map and also how shaky Nongshim looked with these role changes. I mean, I don't know about you, Mika, but I've never been more confused.
I am definitely... Look at Dambi! Look at Dambi! We've never seen stats like that coming out of Dambi before! And on the Omen, you know, Pilsky mentioned it earlier, so usually when we see these swaps over to controller, we're like, oh, okay, this is gonna be exciting because we've seen this happen before for a lot of big duelists who shift over to controllers, but this was not it here, Morgan. But we, as you mentioned, we do have to give flowers over to NAOS, especially Mojer here on the Yoru. That was 21 kills in this first series alone. He definitely had a huge hand in this win for NAOS, and I do have to also praise PTC. I'm such a big fan of PTC, by the way, ever since, because just the way he was using his traps and all over, just the way it was coming together for NAOS was just something that was very, very impressive.
Yeah, I was impressed across the board by everybody. Big shout out Mojo, though. He is the MVP there on that Yoru. But I feel like everybody put in a good performance. We look at Zan on that Waylay. I felt like he was getting so much value out of his utility. Not afraid to go in and die. You know, refract out if he can. And like you say, PTC really locking down those sides. I feel like if I was this game, I would have been shocked to tell you that Nongshim were the ones with the Pacific experience.
Yeah, that's a big thing to say. This is just the first map, however. There is still a lot more to go. Maybe we see Nongshim back in their old form as we head on over to map 2. We're gonna find out right after this quick break, because that first map has still left us scratching our heads here. Welcome back to VCT Ascension Pacific. We just finished map number 1. We finished on Haven, and we saw a Nongshim that was very, very different from what we know them from Ascension Pass, from Pacific Pass. The big question is whether we're going to be seeing that Nongshim once again as we enter map number 2, which is going to be Ascent, a map that we haven't seen them on in quite a long while here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious. When we saw Nongshim in the past play Ascent, they were running stylistically something very similar that we saw them just play on Haven. They had that Viper. The only difference was the Duelist, where, of course, they had Danby on that Neon. So, very, very interested, I think is the best way I can put it, to see if they're going to play that same style. Are we going to keep seeing Francis on this Duelist? Is Extros going to keep playing that Viper? I have a gazillion questions for everything around Nongshim, but this is going to be their map pick, so I think we can hope that they have things a little bit more prepped, to be a little bit more organized, and just a bit more cohesive than we saw on that first map. What worries me the most isn't the role changes necessarily, it's the difference in the macro. It's the lack of discipline. It's the lack of almost aggressiveness that we've seen characteristically from Nongshim. I felt like they got outplayed on every level by NAOS there. So they need big sweeping changes if they're going to recover from map 2.
No, the usually the thing that you talk about with Nongshim, right, is like, you know, oh, Danby going in and sending it on the Neon. And then I look back at Haven, and I can't remember Danby because he was in the Omen, and unfortunately he really wasn't putting up the numbers on that switch. To recap, by the way, you did have RB in a familiar side, you know, he was there on the Sova, you did have Ivy on the Killjoy, but then you had Francis on the Yoru. He is IGL, by the way. You had X-Ross, the Yoru one trick on the Viper, and then you have Dambi, your Neon one trick on the Omen. So yes, as you mentioned, there are gazillion questions coming out here. One of them being, is Chopra okay? He, we shout out to him. I feel for him right now because I'm scratching my head. He must be like, sinking in his chair or something must be happening there. It's really, really confusing to see this coming out from Nongshim, especially since it's not yielding the results that everybody is expecting from them. And on the side of NAOS, you're seeing a lot more cohesion. You're seeing a lot more teamwork coming out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's also worth pointing out that NAOS have the reps recently, right? We've just seen them play in Split 3 of Challengers SEA, as well as having that stage time in Vietnam. So I think they're coming into this tournament definitely a little bit hotter. So we know Nongshim have had time to make these changes, and in theory, they should be well prepped. But I also think they got caught there. They got caught map 1 by surprise. They weren't shooting like they normally would. And like I say, I am most worried about their macro with the IGL keeping swapping like this. It doesn't really seem to have clicked for them yet. I felt like the rounds that they won oftentimes were because of an individual pop-off, which is a scary place to be because in this Ascension, everyone can shoot. It's not a reliable way to consistently win these rounds. So I think there are, like we say, so many questions as we move through this series, but huge credit to NAOS. I mean, they came in as the underdogs, clearly confident. We saw them giving it, shouting at the end of map 1, and I mean, they are fired up right now.
Yeah, that's a big discussion point as well because especially in Pacific, we were talking a lot about how some teams going into the tournament cold, it can actually affect especially the first map, and then you come into map number 2, you're hoping that okay, you've dusted off a little bit of all of the nerves that come in, you've managed to get the reps in, and now you can actually perform the way you want to. I'm hoping that that's the case for Nongshim coming in here. Maybe they were just testing something and they're like, you know what, never mind, that doesn't work, let's just go to what we actually planned for this. And on the side of NAOS, as we keep saying, there was a lot here working for the team, and because of that momentum that they have coming into the first map, now that they have they're upstanding, they're shouting, they're feeling it, I feel like the ball is in their court at this point, and it's a big question mark for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I love it. I feel like they were disrespecting Nongshim in that game, very much so, in how they were playing. They were not afraid of these players, they were not afraid of the aggression. And on the flip side, I felt like Nongshim didn't respect NAOS, but in a bad way. I feel like they didn't give them enough credit for how well they were going to be able to macro. It looked to me like they were just expecting them to just death ball into these sites, but they played a lot more nuance than that. They worked the map. They were very organized. Haven is a map that they've been very, very good on. It's no surprise that they picked it, so you can't get away with underestimating your opponents like that. Now, I do feel like there's a chance they just get snapped back to reality here, Nongshim, and they realize, oh my goodness, what were we doing? We can't afford to play like that because we know their level is so high. So it's just about them finding a little bit more form, settling into the tournament, and then ultimately playing that very good Valorant that they're known for. But there's no two ways about it. This is a worrying start if you're a Nongshim fan.
Yeah, especially since this is take 2 for Nongshim in Ascension.
Yeah.
They don't want to be back here. They've already run the gauntlet of VCT Pacific. Now they have to do this again. And I worry that if they don't come in looking like that Pacific team that has taken down a lot of big names on the Pacific stage, that a lot of teams are gonna smell that weakness. They're gonna sense, oh, this team is adjusting. And of course, Nongshim doesn't want to get that spot out of their grasp. They want to hold on to it as tightly as they can, especially with Boom there also. We expected these two teams it was going to be a take 2 of the grand finals of last year, right? Potentially with Nongshim and Boom. But right now, if Nongshim is coming in and looking like this and adjusting, you can't let your guard down like that against teams that want this spot so badly. They are so hungry for this. And now all of these players here, they are among those that have been waiting for this very moment. So that's why it's like, you see Savvy really standing up, and he knows that this is his moment. He knows that this is his chance, and that he had that shot, he took it, and he was able to perform. That's very, very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's tier 2, but Zavi is an incredibly experienced player, and I think that very much showed in the way he was calling. I feel like they feel like they have just as much experience, if not more, than these Nongshim guys, despite their chances in Pacific. So they don't look afraid. I feel like they're playing like a very accomplished team. You know, they said that they wanted to rebound back after their fails in Vietnam, and that is a fantastic way to start doing it. But yeah, we'll be moving forward into Nongshim's pick of Ascent, where things are a little bit different. So I do think the question marks still have to be on Nongshim. What composition are we going to see? Do we see the Cypher again? Do we see Francis be this main duelist? And also, obviously, the big one is Danby on the smoke square. I think in theory that change can be fine, right? You can be aggressive on that Omen. We've seen Jing play it, you know. I think logically there's a lot of reasons why that would make sense, but for me, he didn't look comfortable in that map 1, right? So it's about him settling into the game a little bit more as well. But yeah, just who knows what to expect at this point? It's Pacific Valorant. Nobody has any clue.
I know, and it's day 2 of Ascension too. It's like, we always say like, this Pacific, it's chaotic. But I mean, we're really coming into this first match of day 2 here in Ascension, expecting something like this. And you know, you look at the last time that Nongshim played Ascent, and it was way back in the Pacific stage, and they were, you know, playing things that were a bit more comfortable. This was still with Persia in the roster as well. So if they are going with this new look to Nongshim, they really have to make sure that they pull in everything together very, very quickly, because as we mentioned, right, there are a lot of teams that really want this spot, and if Nongshim doesn't pull it together, they might just open the floodgates here for a lot of teams to actually push them over and bully them, and we don't want that for a team that's already been there on the Pacific stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And when we talk about this Nongshim team, we look at this roster change in particular, we have to look at the intangibles. Persia was that older brother, right? So maybe that's why they're not as calm and settled in. But we have the compositions coming in for Ascent now. Nongshim running that double duelist. I like this a lot more. Danby on the Whaley, back on that duelist. And Exros playing the Omen. So a role change there. On the side of NAOS, we're seeing this Fnatic style comp, right? They're bringing that Sage out there with the Yoru. I feel like Moja's Yoru was so good in map 1. We have to look out for that moving forward. So definitely changes stylistically for Nongshim here, and I like this a little bit more.
Yeah, a few changes here and there for both teams. For Nongshim, it's looking a little bit more comfortable, but just how much more comfortable is this for this team that is bound to make changes? We're going to find out as we toss it on over to Quack and to Pilski to take us into Ascent.
Thank you very much, Mika and Morgan. Yeah, we're definitely going back to some old roots here. Of course, Waylay Danby is still something the jury is out on as well. Morgan had the word interesting tossed in about, you know, Nongshim's compositions throughout today, but I have some extra words as well, Pilski. Peculiar?
Peculiar,
abnormal,
okay. Abnormal.
Anomalous. Incongruous.
Bro, we all know you've got the thesaurus open right now. You're not impressing anyone, okay? You're a fraud!
Oh, man. I tried.
Look, we'll see how it goes for him. Look, Waylay for Danby has been a mixed bag of success and not success. You know, I'm not so great on the synonyms myself. Chubby, nonetheless, will be pushed away inside of A main. Barrier does get dropped. Moja pushing out bottom middle. Caught by Nongshim, creeping up. Cat PTC will trade nicely as the paranoia comes through.
Oh, and down to the push outside of Catwalk as well. Oh, wait. Nongshim, they actually just tucked in up around Sabrosa's spot and managing to find the kills at the end.
Yeah, nicely done. Able to kind of weather the storm. You got the aggression in towards A main. The reply from NAOS there was just to drop the Sage Wall and to slow that one down while they aggressed into middle. And Nongshim, who were just creeping up for that contact play up Cat, are able to reply very, very nicely. They, as you mentioned, just kind of tuck themselves in, let the A players get involved in the action. I can only assume that that would have been a light speed over the top of the wall straight into Cat that kind of caught them off guard. You had the refract active there from Danby. But whatever you got there from Nongshim, it worked very nicely. Now on their peak here of Ascent, which is a map they've been really mixing into their pool for quite a while. They had the Viper comp they were running in Pacific with some decent success as well. They're off to the races here.
Definitely able to kind of pull things back, especially on their own map pick as well. Which would be a nice little statement, but also for NAOS to take control over both mains. Pistol train at the ready, and it's Ivy down, just a ghost though.
Yep,
onto this top though.
Yeah, just hold around the map. able to deal with a lot of this aggression pretty nicely here, Quack, and they're going to take that A site pretty much for free here. Now, so a little bit behind the 8 ball. You still have a couple of upgraded pistols on the boys coming up catwalk here, so you still could get a couple more kills if you're NAOS.
Which would be really nice, but behind the 8 ball, that's really tough to catch up on. I mean, look at the positions that Nongshim are now going to hold. You also have RB watching towards the back of mid.
I mean, not much NAOS can do here. They're stuck behind the door. As you mentioned, RB kind of keeping things in check over in this part of the map. I'd imagine Nongshim are just going to exit out A main. You've got the gate crash active there for Francis. It's a good start. It's a good start to kind of steady things after how Haven went. Nongshim are really starting to put the pieces together nicely. For NAOS, look, it's their defense on Ascent here. Have seen them play some variation of this comp a couple of times already. They're quite comfortable with playing it. Well, it's kind of their go-to on Ascent. This is a comp that mostly we saw popularized in Europe by, you know, BBL, by Fnatic, but some Pacific teams definitely adopting that as well. You saw T1 running it in the regular season of Pacific with the Chamber, but at least in this case, you do have Xavi mixing in the Sage instead for a little bit of a different flavor.
Still definitely going to have to keep an eye on that as well. You know, the macro is a critical point for Nongshim on the other hand, so more things to keep track of while the timer goes back into a pause.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see how the Sage goes. I assume we're on the patch where you can wall from a greater distance. I mean, back in the day, we're talking early days, Valorant, Sage was something that was mixed in a little bit on this map, was experimented with. You could have, you know, I remember a lot of Haven retake scenarios where you'll be coming in on the defensive side. Look, we'll cast our minds back. Some people might not even remember this, but you had 3 Flash Breach and things like that. You were trying to retake the A site of Haven, and you were running into a Sage wall across Heaven and spam slow orbs and things like that. It's something that it does have some merit. It can work. You could do some little TikTok walls as well to jump up into tiles.
There we go.
I'm sure you guys have all been seeing that on, you know, Grim's stream and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure that Xavi will have been studying Grim's VODs very, very closely, as many pro players do. If you want to come up with ideas, of course, you're going to watch content creators, right?
Surely a little bit. I mean, there are a lot of cool little ideas and strats that could come out, but in fact, actually, another team that you would think of when you think about strats or you know, TikTok walls like that would be Paper X, and that's another point as well. I mean, Patman came from NAOS, didn't he? And the comp that they're running right now in Ascent is also one that Paper X has played before with a Sage in and stuff.
Yeah, that's true. Look, there's definitely some Sage ideas that they've kind of been popularizing. Ascent also a map that, to be fair, you did see Paper X kind of struggle with, and they were going through a million different comps, kind of having some identity issues, mostly constricted by what agents certain players could play, right? And throwing Jing on a Sage is a way to solve that, but it's a comp that you've seen them running recently with the Sage on this map that they have actually found some pretty good success on. Especially if you're not the team to pick the map, right? Like, if another team is picking Ascent into you and you get to start out Ascent defensive side, you've got a Sage as well as a Vice, it's really bloody annoying to attack into, you know, especially if you don't have any tape on it, right? You're trying to figure these things out on the fly. You don't know what the reactions are based on what you've seen in the VODs, so you're trying to run your protocols, your defaults, or whatever executes you're trying to run regularly, and you're running into slow orbs, you're running into walls, things like that. Yeah, you've got, of course, the shear and things that can be very disruptive and very annoying to play around if you don't know where they're happening. Of course, if you've seen the VOD or you start to adapt to it later, then as you've seen with the split meta in the past, the Sage is, you know, sometimes just not good, because when you put a wall down in the same place over and over again and the other team just comes and breaks it and then works through the rest of the round, then the agent is not that good. But when it has that surprise factor a little bit more, it has the factor of the other team doesn't know exactly what you're going to do with it or how you're going to use it on the fly, then it's actually a lot harder to play into. And it's something that, you know, sitting in the coaching booth in the past, having attacked into Sage comps and things like that other teams have swapped on the fly, it can be quite hard to figure out on the fly. It really can.
then that's the thing, you know, it comes down to whether or not NAOS actually have a couple of these cheeky surprises in store for us. But for now, the jury's still out on that as well, as we just kick things off straight into the A main area with Dambi Lightspeed across the site. Now it's Savvy to fire back, especially around the walls, trying to slow down this push, while Francis also gets caught outside of B.
He's on the aggressive lurk on the Yoru. Savvy trying to play around the little gaps in his wall, just waiting for someone on Nongshim to make a mistake. Moja as well as Nakia both ready to swing off of his contact, but no one on Nongshim budging an inch just yet.
So 3 for 3 on this A site. Oh, it's just going to be a pop flash play. Ivy trying to initialize something, but Moja on the off angle alongside Savvy. Everyone's able to kind of slow it all down. So a nice little round back for NAOS.
Yeah, good recovery. You can see that, you know, the light speed over the wall did potentially cause Zan some problems there, but as things started to slow down, you know, NAOS were already rotated in, ready to deal with any kind of A contact that came in after that, and you lost all of the entering presence when you lost both your Waylay as well as the Yoru on the aggressive lurk over on that B side of the map. That's great energy from NAOS, though. These guys are really feeling it. They want this 2-0 here in this opening game of Ascension.
It's pretty impressive that Savvy's able to pull it off as well, but now we go Nongshim into a different approach.
Quick approach from Dambi. He's flying over middle early on here. Savvy changing up the positioning of his wall on short. TC pushed away by the Prowler. They will respect that B control taken by Nongshim, but Savvy going 1 for 1 in the middle of the map.
Walls down as well. Some more options opened up for Nongshim. PTC though, kind of dancing with death as he continues to push out. Takes down Ivy actually.
Hyper aggressive, just continue to push the issue over on that B side of the map.
Well, with that information, Nongshim decides to commit towards this A site. Zan and the rest of the gang able to stall as much as possible, but into the corners, RB will find an advantageous angle. Now X-Ross, utility back online, afforded to smoke off heaven to get the spike down safely, but you gotta worry about Tree. Dambi, unfortunately caught as well. So numbers slightly weaker for Nongshim now.
And there's no util to hold this off for Nongshim though. Do have a blind side to work with and a man advantage for NAOS. Looking good for them.
Should be able to get it going soon enough. 3 players waterfalling down into hell at the same time. No shot for RB, just for X-Ross to maybe try to eke out the 1v1s. Shrouded steps into the left, but Nakia quickly onto the trigger. And NAOS will tie up the score.
Nicely done. Gonna kind of put some pressure on Nongshim's economy now. Only about $800 or a K on each of these players. Savvy is really feeling himself. Like, you can tell these players, they really want to be aggressive and take the fight to Nongshim. Take these duels nice and early on, which I think, just in general, is a good approach up against this Waylay Yoru kind of comps. You want to force out these gate crashes early, force out things like the refract, and slow down the 8-ball before you can get this big burst potential on Nongshim.
Really got those stripes in and prevent Nongshim from being able to use their utility, but well, Nongshim are back to that quick-paced action. Light speed over onto B this time, Prowlers and everything to send across. But you also have Thorns from PTC to kind of slow things down. Shot through the smoke and shot through the heart as well. X-Ross just pushing on alongside, trying to find any cheeky kill he could possibly find, but now gunned down. And it's down to a Stinger and a Frenzy on the side of Nongshim.
There's just nothing. They're getting shut down at every twist and turn. I'm loving how confidently NAOS are rotating as well. 2 players just push straight down the middle of the map as soon as that B contact is made. Rez on Moja, just to secure control of the economy at 100% this round. Savvy gonna dump the wall in front of them. Like, Nongshim are getting nowhere fast, guys.
Yeah, you hear those guns as well, so you know both of them are still in the same spot. Moja has flashes as well, of course, but now we're just gonna walk on up. We're gonna look for kills, and Savvy will be the one to refresh 2 points up for his ult.
Yeah, you knew that he was gonna go hunt those ecos as soon as he got that res down.
My goodness.
He's like, oh, I gotta use this res now, and I can continue farming up my next res straight away. And look at this kill in the middle of the map. That's exactly what I was talking about. the confidence to take the middle of the map as soon as that B contact is made. Especially if you know that you're playing against things like the 1-4. You want to just move together as those A site players and try to either find the lurker or get a quick flank on. I love the confidence from NAOS.
Who's next? And speaking of confidence, they're gonna go in contact outside of B. 2 kills for Mojer before Ivy trades right back.
Yeah, gonna secure control of that B side, try to get into an after plant, and this is what I was talking about. Xavi's already in B main. He doesn't have the wall up, so he can't boost himself up over the site, but Nakia has cleared out most of this boat shed area with the drone.
And you got Steel Garden as well, keeps Nongshim completely trapped into sight. Guns dropped away now, and you got Arc Roast going off. Also a counter Steel Garden from Ivy too, so slight stalemate until the guns come back online. Speaking of though, positions from Nongshim, anchoring all the way to the far end of Boathouse. Down to the picks coming out from Xavi, and he's on for the hunt!
He's just looking so sharp. He's in flow state right now. Able to predict the movement so well there. Already snapped onto the head. 4 in a row there from NAOS. They're really starting to vibe on this defense. Nongshim just don't have many of the answers. And at what point do you really start to get a little bit concerned about Nongshim here, Quack? Like, for a lot of people, Nongshim RedForce being the better performing team in Pacific consistently over the year are the team that you would be expecting to not only be the favorite for the tournament, but probably good enough to shoot a recon or two. They've probably seen a few of those in VCT Pacific. Yeah. But it's just not coming together here today, mate. I don't know what's going on.
It's been that way for a couple of rounds now at least. So, Eco for Nongshim into the recon! It's a collat as well! Well, Dubby's just chasing him down!
Just sending it. Light speeding up top middle, trying to make something happen. Xavi's chilling on top of his wall yet again here on short. And Nongshim going to be relegated back towards B main. A lot of these NAOS players already in position to be able to deal with this. PTC spotting out across. Punished nicely by Moja, who could be on for the ace here with the Outlaw.
Oh, you called it. We're looking for it. PTC's not going to let it come online, but nonetheless, it still will be NAOS reading the map rather efficiently.
Yeah, very, very clean anti-eco there. 5 and 2 for NAOS, really putting up a wall on this defense. This is insane from Moja. He is definitely feeling himself here. The 3rd or the 4th player at this tournament so far. We're seeing just farm anti-ecos on the Yoru and get himself a dimensional drift going. Up out for him now. And he'll be the one to take first contact on this B site.
Cutting through. Especially with an op this time. Some additional support with PTC around the corner, but the flashes falling off by the wayside this time. Whoa! PTC just comes back in though, multi-flicks, and he's got 3 so far. Online for an ace. The Hunter Fury at the end. What a quad!
Oh my god, that is some sweet revenge from PTC. It has to be said. Let's not forget last year's Ascension, where his full Scent squad got absolutely demolished in the upper bracket by Nongshim RedForce's core here. To see him just swing straight into B main with full confidence, a beautiful Hunter's Fury through from spawn side from Nakia, and from Nongshim, you really got to question it. How many of these rounds are they just trying to force A main or B main into either the Sage Wall on A or a really, really nice setup on B to be able to be shut down? Like, we need to see some different gears here from Nongshim. This is almost kind of feeling like ranked mindset at this point. Let's 5-man A, 5-man B. It's not working. We need to find something else.
Yeah, well, let me pull out my thesaurus again. I got one more. It's aberrant, that the place that they're...
It's aberrant. You're not wrong, man. You're not wrong.
Yeah, I mean, that push, but also at the same time, credit for NAOS. That was after Mojer died. PTC makes the call to just re-peek again and again. I'm stunned.
Yeah, just peeked off his own Arc Rose. Hunter's Fury coming in from that rotating Sova as well. They just wanted to shut down the play before it even got rolling, before it even got out of beat main. And very clearly, as I mentioned before, that has been NAOS's game plan here on Ascent. They recognize what they're playing against. They're playing this Yoru Waylay. They don't want to let them get out of these choke points. They don't even want to let them get through the mains. They're just shutting them down before that even happens.
And now it could be the same thing again. PTC this time quickly dealing with the Arc Rose. Mosier Outlaw. Gate crashes after seeing that there's nothing mid.
It's Nongshim in B. Just another day that ends in Y. PTC to hold the site hit. Beautiful opener there. And he could have potentially converted onto Dambi, but refract away.
And the whole team now here for the party. Straight through the smokes. They just spam across. PTC to anchor down backside, but a couple off the ground now. And he's listening for the hops. Able to burst down the first, but still pistols quite deadly. Here comes the Waldo. Xavi able to take down the spike planter, which buys a bit of time. Zen now to do it all. He TPs onto the top of the wall, looking for some picks. But Francis this time wags his finger and says, nah, this round is ours.
What year is it? God, there's so bloody guys on top of walls in B main, bro. I even forgot about it when I was talking about the Sage back in the day. And that was the play. The bloody TikTok wall inside of B main. I mean, it doesn't work out this time. Really, really good reactions from Francis, just being aware of that. Especially for the Omen to be the second player to be up on top of the wall. I mean, RB looks like he's like, what are you guys all doing up there? A little bit confused about that one. 4K. Oh, another TikTok wall.
Oh.
Ops out. See if we'll catch Dambi on top middle. There's no way you're ready for this angle.
Slightly cautious, though. They must have hurt the wall.
What a shot from the Obs, by the way. Bloody beautiful. Just biding their time. Mojis is going to continue walking up Cat here.
Oh, no. Idiots. Must have hurt the hops as well. Was it quite silent enough? Maybe. It's hard to say, but nonetheless, a trade out from RB now.
A continual disruption.
Still split across the map.
From NAOS. And you're right, Nongshim very split up at this point. They've got space in B main, they've got space in A main. They've thrown a haunt into middle that's cleared out a lot of that, but outside of that, I mean, I'm not seeing the pieces coming together just yet. They're going to group up towards B. Xross does have the From the Shadows, so he can link up with the rest of the boys at any point he really wants to. All picked up by Francis will get him the Dimensional Drift, and that will definitely kick this play off.
Yeah, probably don't mind this slower approach coming out from Nongshim. More tactical. Allows for them to find that macro into the site with the alt orbs picked up. But you're also spotting so many players. Blind out through the Dimensional Drift? And now it's just simple pickings for Zen as he swings out, picks out another. A shot from Xavi with the op as well. NAOS have secured a lead through this first half.
Oh, man. Like, Nongshim cannot execute anything just right now. Get the Dimensional Drift into the back of the site. Please show us the paranoia that doesn't catch the Sova here. You can see full blind is the Omen. Nakia does not catch any of that paranoia and just kills the Yoru for free. This is not the tier 1 play that Nongshim was expected to bring into this tournament. They are looking lost right now, Quack.
I know 2 months was, quite the downtime, but come on. Now you go back into it. Fight for fight. Mosier this time gets taken down.
Just another lick taken by Nongshim before they can even get anything happening. RB to pick up the Nightfall off the back of that orb in A main. Ivy seeking to get something going. He might try to activate in middle, but he'll be kept in check by PTC's Sheer nonetheless. And Nongshim, it's just another round where I'm wondering how they're going to put the pieces together here. NAOS are not really giving them anything. That's a really nice clone to clear the Sheer all the way from top middle. Really, really well done.
Now it's not biting, though. Just the wall.
Got a Sage up on Heaven and then an off angle from Zan top box. I don't know if you're even going to be able to check that.
Okay. Prowler's going to reveal now. When it comes down to the op shots from Xavi, if anything, Zen good for 1. Slow orbs tossed into the site 2, but Xross will quickly disperse. Down into the spike plant, PTC on for the chase. Nakias are trade right back. Down to the final kill, but not quite landing the tracking shot. RB will once again step up for Nongshim.
Yeah, and despite the fact that, you know, it hasn't been a clean game of Ascent, this is definitely not Nongshim's top form, Nongshim's final form. Slowly but surely, they're putting together rounds on this attacking side of Ascent. Like, I know I'm making it sound like it's very doom and gloom, but against Sage Vice on Ascent, having already 4 rounds on attack, that's not too bad, to be honest, Quack. And then you're going to flip the script over to their defense, and they're going to be playing this Waylay Yoru. That can be a very difficult comp to attack into as well.
You know, especially when Danby's feeling himself too, but now Sand able to slow them down. Oh, Xavi, he's doing it. He's doing the Grim. He's just right on top of the wall, and X-Ross walks into the crosshairs. Full blind out from Francis, though, but a complete stop. The slow, it's still there.
You can't get out of the choke. The bloody gate crash can't even make it to hell in a reasonable amount of time through the slow orb. Now, 2-man advantage, and they've just once again shut down this play in the choke.
Full spray as well. Steel Garden, a desperate one from Ivy. With a gate crash towards the back. But look at the jumping sorties coming in. Zen on for the hat trick. And it's hook right. Good night coming up from NAOS.
Beautiful defense here from NAOS. They are looking very switched on. They were not dissuaded by the fact that Nongshim RedForce was their opening opponent here at Ascension. They have definitely come to play. The game planning has been beautiful. They are not afraid of Nongshim just taking fight after fight on this defense. It is bloody great to watch.
Yeah, 9-3 would have been better, but 8-4 is a pretty nice lead for NAOS to secure into the second half. We'll see what happens once they swap sides back into it for the second half after this break. .4 is the score, and now it's NAOS on the attack.
Yeah, looking very, very good right now. But as I mentioned in the last half, this comp from Nongshim can be difficult to attack into.
Slow control of B main. No refract yet, though, so just to check, Haunt kind of calls it clear. NAOS have cut noise.
Yeah, they're waiting out that initial aggression, and now they're going to speed up into B, which will be given to them by Nongshim, who are right now just re-clearing middle and all stuck in market.
Ooh, look at that Sage Wall. With the slows as well. Oh no! Dabby comes back in! And he's picked up a quick double. Not gonna answer back. But you still have the 3 players from Nongshim's side just right around the corner. Thankfully, door gets shut. Safe spike plant, maybe?
Yeah, it's gonna have to be. Recon is there from Nakia, so that could be very helpful, especially because PTC is playing in B main right now. Nongshim just waiting for some aggression. The Haunt will clear out front side.
PTC's timing is gonna have to be immaculate. He just goes out for the swings! 2 kills quickly collected upon, down to the 3rd! NAOS with a pistol answers right back!
And PTC just continues hammering home the point. You absolutely love to see this, man, coming back to Ascension and getting some sweet revenge against the team that won last year.
One enemy remaining.
knocked them down from the lower bracket. Absolutely gorgeous. You're just seeing how confident he's playing. He just wants to continue to swing and take more and more duels. He's chilling right now in Bangkok. This is home soil for him. Not playing for one of the Thai teams, but he's looking bloody comfy, mate.
Sheer confidence in those peaks. Next round up, and now he's purchased up a Guardian with those kills. Zan to be the money man. Some slight spots coming through from Nongshim, but to no real eventuation. I say that. The classic spam from middle, still decent.
Both smokes invested from Zan there. They really don't want to have to take those fights with the pistols. Could tell Nongshim was getting ready for a mid-crunch. PTC slicing the pie, looking for those off angles, but gets beat by the classic of Ivy, who's able to get away to boot.
Now it's the Thorns. Quite the big losses. There's the smokes coming up as well. What timing?
An eco win could be huge for Nongshim's momentum. Hasn't really felt like they've had much to write home about thus far, but this round is starting to get a bit complicated for NAOS.
The only flashes you have would be Mojers if you are to secure yourself safe passage into B site. Which means he's got to make this one count. Straight into market.
30 seconds left.
And now the recon towards back site. Oh, and he just locks down the angle with the outlaw as well. Nails the shot. Spike in. And has to watch out for angles. Provide additional coverage for the rest of his teammates. Nongshim, though, of course, is trying to bide the time, scrounge up whatever weaponry they can find on the floor. It's going to be a bulldog for Ivy.
I think they're just going to go for exits here for the most part. It really feels like they're just camping outside the site right now. They want to take all of NAOS's guns away.
Oh, that's a good point, too. The spike goes off. You might just die to it, but they begin to peek out! And it's Nakia once again with the 2K. And now it's moving on up.
Yeah, I'm really surprised they tried to complete that retake. I thought that they were just trying to make it expensive for NAOS. Nonetheless, they did at least take a couple of guns away, break some of these sets of armor. Had some upset potential in that eco round, but couldn't quite grasp it. So now it's going to have to be the hard road here for Nongshim. Does feel like they're kind of floating out there in space right now. They really have not been themselves. It's going to be a long, long road to get back into this game here.
A lot of rounds. Guns up at least, and now some slight information with fake TPs, but also for now it's just silently approaching to B.
Yeah, a little bit of mid pressure. You have Zan keeping an eye on that A side of the map, but now it's looking to break this shear, break some of the Vice utility over on this B side of the map. In the meantime, Nongshim are clearing out all of middle as the drone goes into B.
Rip and tear. Thorns down.
Extra info. Okay. That was quick.
That's what they were looking for. Establishing their own shear in case that B main retake comes in from the defense. 50 seconds now on the clock as now start to make some looks in towards middle. Smoke towards bottom mid. Obscures the vision of Francis for the time being. Does seem like PTC is going to hang around in B main. It looks like they're going to shove towards Cat and then end towards B. So they're just trying to pull rotations from Nongshim across to that A site. And look at that. A 4-stack from the defense on A.
No.
Nongshim have got a bit of a misread right now.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, Pilly, this is so confusing for the side of Nongshim with how much presence has been made all across the map, especially with that shove down A. A short especially. They're backed into the bottom of market, and through that, Mojo actually finds one with an outlaw. Thorns up and ready to continue to stall them off. 10 seconds to go. Can Ivy find the frags necessary? No! It's down to the kills, and Nongshim do not have it. RB left, and he's managed to creep up from behind of ramp, but not enough. PTC has got it down lock.
The calling from Zavi is impeccable right now. Nongshim have got no bloody idea what's going on. It's just like they're getting caught by the fakes. The commitment of the Sage Wall. Straight up Pat pulls a 4-man rotation towards the A site. Ivy is tasked with having to go huge in the back of the B site, and he can only go 1 for 1. Now they're able to win that bonus round with ease. They're playing like an A-grade team right now. This is beautiful to watch.
Just pulled around on a string. Unfortunate for Nongshim. Even though they came pretty close with RB towards the back, but Dude, that is now 11-4. I don't think Nongshim is able to buy back up safely enough for the next round.
No, I mean, like, at some point you have to question, like, is this the culmination of an ongoing identity crisis that Nongshim has been suffering from since last year's Ascension? Like, this is just, you've had a roster change, you've changed all of the roles, you've changed your entire style, and it's really just not working for them right now. Whereas you got NAOS, they're just playing like they did in Challengers SEA. I don't think you've seen Nongshim look this lost, look like they didn't know what they were supposed to be doing at a certain point in time for quite a while, and NAOS are playing fantastic.
A clean 2-0 start would mean so much for NAOS. And at the same time, for the other side of Nongshim, I mean, that is... Saying that this would be the opposite of last year's start would be an understatement. They had a clean 16 win streak.
Yeah.
With the whole qualification journey towards Ascension 24, where they won.
They were unbeatable. It's just the complete opposite right now. I mean, forget about these teams. It would blow this tournament wide open. You've had the absolute favorite getting dumpstered in the opening round. I just wouldn't know what to expect from that.
Now, potentially facing threat of going up to series point because of their current weaponry. They're just jiggling around, trying to play as safe as possible, retrieving information outside of B, but down in towards A short. You got this Outlaw, and it's still pinpoint accurate.
Smoke the tree. Now it's just continuing to work this map. Does seem like that clone will break the shear as well and cause further pressure over onto this A side of the map. But now they're just taking things slowly. They are not in a rush, just working things together against this eco.
And it's going to be tough for Ivy to hold. Hit by the paranoia. Thorns all out, but still now it's on the site. Danby with some sharp share of shots, though, but the doors are still blown wide open. Savvy Nakia. There are some new outlaws in town, and they're looking to commit some crime. RB looking to possibly thieve a weapon away. Hops on top of Generator, but that's a simple shot for Nakia to take down.
Oh, now they're on the verge of stealing this opening game away from Nongshim. This is really exciting stuff. Really makes you question just how good some of these teams that have been grinding in the challenger scene are compared to, you know, the teams that are already established within Pacific. Unbelievable. Just a fantastic series all around from NAOS thus far. Last chance for Nongshim to make anything happen here. Op is out for Francis yet again. Posted out towards top middle. Full A main control. Here for Danby early on. Gate crash towards bottom middle is something Francis will have to consider now. It's just a fake.
And that pulls enough attention that he turns away. They use that to creep up catwalk. Kills in, and now more pressure into A short. Can Danby slow it all down? He does have convergent paths, but thinking twice to use it. And a sudden pivot over onto B side, Pilly.
Dimensional drift coming out. Hunter's Fury from the attacking side. It's an absolute mess, and Nongshim are scrambling.
A complete massacre of a site now. Ivy is one away from his steel garden, if anything, hanging all the way towards the back of Boathouse, but initial contact has been made. Zavi in with the res. Numbers back in hand for NAOS and Danby to try to shave it off. A couple of kills and convergent paths now set up. Goes in light speed towards the back of site to provide support for Ivy, if any.
Yo, they're just gonna dip. They said, hey man,
Yo.
Great that you're on the B site, but that's not where we're going at all. We're just gonna slip away back towards A. PTC, lying in wait, just waiting for a mistake. He's not gonna catch Danby on the cross. What a reaction.
Well-placed shot can make the difference. Being quick to catch onto the ruse as well. 10 seconds to go. Spike safely planted. Not too much in terms of walls, just a smoke.
Disgusting off angle here from Zan on top of the box. They're gonna play a high-low.
Oh my goodness, to at least drop away 1 or 2 would be fantastic, but Ivy comes back in to bring the law back through for Nongshim. It's just gonna be 1 round, but nonetheless, not too bad.
I mean, you can see the economy built up from NAOS with how good of a run they've had in this game thus far. There's gonna be plenty more gun rounds following that one. Op has been recycled. Gonna find its way back into the hands of Francis, I should say. I mean, it's an interesting prospect for Nongshim. They've just been a team for the longest time that hasn't really had a player that favors the Op. They've often been a rifle-centric team. Danby has sometimes picked it up with mixed success. Hell of a shot from him. I mean, that's just vintage. Great spray control from Ivy as well. That's not an easy duel to be converting. The upwards flick, like mechanically, is just something that does not feel comfortable for most players.
Yeah.
He's made that look very easy.
Well, you mentioned the rifle-centric plays, but they are going back in with the Op as well. Once again, with the TPs, Francis taking a different angle to kind of offset it.
Well aware that the gate crash is in place. Regroup back towards that B side of the map as the gate crash is once again faked. It's going to be RB and Ivy to try to hold down this B site. Steel Garden is in place. Savvy going to boost himself back up over the window.
Well, if they can take down Ivy, that would be a big pick. Angle's not quite yet found, though. Prowler quickly sent across, and they are aware of the positions, and Ivy goes down. Zen in with a TP, able to take a couple kills, but here comes Francis. Point-blank range with this Op. Smoked off for now, NAOS.
You fought well.
Put into a slight standoff, and Savvy able to catch Francis. The Ops and the guns slowly being trickled away, but X-Ross just holding all of it down, turning the site into a firing range.
It's a really, really good multi-frag from X-Ross. Some of these players that have been a little bit quiet thus far for Nongshim starting to step up. Just concerned that it's a little bit too little too late. Like, they have to convert so many defensive rounds in a row to be able to even scrape this into OT and try to reverse sweep this series. Half bar going to be coming out from now as he finally cracked through some of that economy. Still something that you do have to respect, though. I mean, look, it's stingers and a rifle.
Still able to buy back up for the next round, too, so... I mean, if they're able to get into close range, that could be fatal. Of course, Ivy's still ready with a Steel Garden, though.
It's a slower round for NAOS.
Take flight.
Had that instant set play towards A main early on there from Nongshim. Drone going to go through middle. Francis doesn't avoid it. Still sticking around inside of this mid smoke. He's just going to play for information. Blindside gate crash confirms that all of NAOS are in middle.
Which means they are able to catch them as they try to rotate and force this A-short push. Saturate completely stuns them up, but Nakia just able to come back in and to trade right back off. Oh, Francis just hops right in with a shorty. Almost a self-sacrificial play, but not enough. 3 players online and ready to shoot for NAOS, and it's just gonna be the doom of Ivy. NAOS says to Nongshim that you're welcomed back to Ascension.
This is unbelievable. This upset just blows this tournament wide open. You've heard it from every single player in the interviews thus far, in the pre-game discussion, that this is a tournament that any team can win, but to see the tournament favorites Nongshim upset in their opening game here against NAOS, and it wasn't a game that NAOS had to scrape across the line or had to work particularly hard for. It was NAOS showing that they looked like the much better team in this opening game. The calling was magnificent. The individuals made fantastic plays. And Nongshim just really did not show up to this game. It's been nothing but role swaps. There's been a new player coming into the roster, and they are not looking like their former selves here in Ascension. It's extremely worrying at their prospects to be able to re-qualify into Pacific.
Certainly. I mean, Morgan kind of talked about it on the desk, saying that the macro was a little bit missing for them. You know, you start to see some of the hero plays and the hero rounds where you find multi-kills on individual players, but you can't always count on those time and time again. Meanwhile, for NAOS, you saw that 4-round win streak. You saw how they were able to pull Nongshim across the map through the fake TPs and the slight pushes all across. Fakes being sold intently, and it just works out so well on this map of Ascent. Map pick that was meant to be Nongshim's.
Yeah, I mean, NAOS were just better in every regard. Their prep was fantastic. I love the way they approached playing against this comp. Against Nongshim's attacking side. They had the better individuals, they had the better calling and mid-rounding and macro. They were the better team by every regard against Nongshim in this opening game here. And for Nongshim, I don't know what to expect really going through the rest of these games in Ascension. They're going to have to make some changes very, very quickly, or we'll definitely be seeing a different team going into Pacific next year.
Oh my god. I hadn't even thought about that yet, because this was just a group stage, but the fact that that's a possibility now is definitely worrisome. You guys are going to want to stick around towards the end of the desk, because there's going to be that winning interview in there. We might be able to pick the brains of some of these players, because, Pilly, I might even dare say, Ascent looked a little bit better for NAOS as compared to Haven, which was their pick.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had a great game plan, as I mentioned. I loved what they did with the stage. It seemed like it was impossible to attack into this Sage Vice. Like, that's what I'm saying about the game planning of NAOS. Like, they looked phenomenal in this game thus far. It was great to watch. And for Nongshim, I mean, just looking a little bit lost, unfortunately. Where they have plenty more opportunities as they head through the rest of this group stage. Maybe this was just a hot day for NAOS, and Nongshim will be able to pick themselves back up, because it's far from done. In this Swiss format, anything can happen. You know, we're going to get to this stage where, you know, two teams will advance. One team will be going through on round diff or map diff, head-to-head, things like that. So there's still plenty more chances for Nongshim to advance into the playoffs and play their way into form. But this will definitely be a bit of a bitter start to a tournament that, you know, they viewed last year as a stepping stone.
Yeah, it's definitely an asterisk for sure on this series for me, at least. But apart from that, you know, nonetheless, it's a fantastic start from NAOS. I mean, talk about savvy on the hunt, feeling confident. PTC as well, out for revenge. We're going to toss it back over onto Mika and Morgan to break this entire series down.
That is a 2-0, and you know what, Morgan? We did predict a 2-0. We were confident with a 2-0. It's just that we didn't expect that it would be a 2-0 favoring NAOS here. And Nongshim, this was just, this was shocking. This was appalling. I was not prepared for this, Nongshim.
Pickham's in shambles. Everybody's losing their
Oh,
mind.
no.
Because a lot of people would have said 2-0, but of course, in the other direction heading into today, absolutely blown away. But I'm so impressed by NAOS after this game. I feel like they handled this game so beautifully, called such a great game, had such fantastic preparation. This is a very, very well-deserved win for them. We can't take anything away from that. But on the side of Nongshim, I mean, we're seeing these big sweeping role changes, roster changes, but in my mind, it's no surprise that the two players who were able to be close to consistent this series were Ivy and RB, who are the ones who were on the roles that they're already familiar with. So I think, you know, we spoke about this before, the coaches are making changes, roster changes and composition changes for a reason, but I think they need a bit more time to settle in. They clearly got surprised today and upset. They do have a chance to turn it around as the group stage continues, but they have to do it very soon.
No, very, very soon indeed. Time is running out, and as you mentioned earlier, it's like once the other teams, they smell a little weakness, they're gonna start pressing that W on Nongshim, which is not a small feat indeed. Of course, we do have NAOS pulling out that W, so we do have, I think it's PTC on standby, and we can ask them about that win. I have a lot of questions myself, so let's pull him up onto your screens. PTC, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can.
Hi, PTC! Yes, congratulations on that win. Now, I think the big question on everybody's mind here is, was this the Nongshim that you were prepared for? Because the composition changes took, I believe, everybody off guard. Did it take you guys off guard as well?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะฮะขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับที่ชนะหน่องชิมมาอย่างค่อนข้างดีเลยนะครับใน performance ในวันนี้เนี่ยอยากรู้ว่าก่อนที่เราจะมาเจอหน่องชิมเนี่ยฮะเราเตรียมตัวยังไงมาบ้างครับ
ก็โฟกัสที่ตัวเองนั่นแหละครับเพราะว่าตอนแข่งที่เวียดนามพวกเราโฟกัสคู่แข่งเยอะเกินไปจนเราเล่นเป็นตัวเองไม่ได้ครับก็เลยโฟกัสที่ตัวเองมากขึ้น
So like we have changing our player habit like so during in Vietnam we focusing on like our overall like performance and everything else but for this tournament we focusing more on ourselves on individual performance so it's like that's how we made it through to this tournament like we beat Nongshim 2-0.
I think that's definitely showing, especially on Ascent. As you mentioned, you guys didn't let what happened in Vietnam get to you. And Coach Amix said that you guys made a lot of adjustments. You didn't take the loss in Vietnam lightly. So what did you guys really drill down on for Ascent in particular?
ก็ก็ใช่ฮะก็เราแพ้ที่เวียดนามก็จริงแต่ว่าเราไม่ได้แพ้แบบว่าขาดลอยขนาดนั้นถือว่าเป็นการที่สู้ได้ดีเลยฮะอยากถามว่ามีการปรับเปลี่ยนอะไรบ้างครับในสำหรับ Ascension ปีนี้
ก็ทีมก็มีการเพิ่ม aim code ขึ้นมาแบบว่าฝึกวิธีการยิงเพิ่มแล้วก็มีการดูแข่งด้วยกันเพิ่มอะไรเงี้ยครับ
So what we adjust for Ascension Pacific Bangkok 2025 is that we have the aim coach coming into our team now and like we focusing on like looking at all the gameplay of the opponent team and analyze it together.
Nice. One thing I really want to ask you is, last year at Ascension, you were part of Full Sense. You played against SPG, and of course, there was that infamous 13-0. Was that in your mind today? Did that revenge give you that extra motivator to close this out today?
ก็ปีที่แล้วนะฮะที่ VCT ASCENSION Pacific จาการ์ตานะครับเราก็ได้เจอกับนองชิมเหมือนกันนะครับแต่ว่าในฐานะทีม Full Sense ครับซึ่งปีที่แล้วเนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างเป็นที่โจทย์จันแล้วก็ดังไปทั่วเลยว่าเราแพ้เขาด้วยสกอร์ 13-0 ไปด้วยกันนะฮะการที่เราชนะในวันนี้เนี่ยมันปลดล็อกอะไรบ้างหรือว่าเราทำให้เรามีความมั่นใจอะไรบ้างขึ้นมากขึ้นไหมฮะ
ก่อนมาแข่งกับหนองชิมก็ไม่ได้คิดอะไรแล้วเพราะว่าหลังจากแพ้ 13-0 ตอนนั้นก็คือลบออกจากหัวหมดแล้วไม่ได้มี feeling แบบ hard feeling หรือฝังใจอะไรขนาดนั้นครับ
So it's like, to be honest, after that 13-0 incident in VCT Pacific, Jakarta last year, like he didn't like keep it in his mind at all. After the game end, like he just deleted all of those memory, and we just reset everything up. So this year is quite a redemption for us.
Redemption indeed. Final question for you, PTC. You have, I believe it's going to be Riddle Order coming up next. Last year, this was the match that took NAOS out of the tournament. Again, a story of redemption. Is it a different story this time around for you guys?
ก็เดี๋ยวเราจะต้องเจอ Riddle ใช่ไหมฮะซึ่ง Riddle เนี่ยในปีที่แล้วเนี่ยเป็นทีมที่เขี่ย NAOS ตกรอบไปนะฮะในปีนี้เนี่ยคิดว่ามันจะมีอะไรเปลี่ยนแปลงไปมากขึ้นไปกว่าเดิมไหมฮะ
คิดว่าเปลี่ยนอยู่แล้วเพราะว่าเรากังวลหนองชิมที่สุดครับแล้วเราก็ชนะเขามาได้อย่างว่าไม่ยากมากก็คิดว่าลีดเดอร์ก็น่าจะไม่ยากเกินไปครับ
Well, of course there's going to be redemption and a revenge map for the NAOS and Riddles, but to be honest, the most warriors team, the scariest team for us is Nongshim, and we already beat them 2-0. So we think that we're not going to be like Riddle not going to be our problem.
Wow, okay, so it looks as though NAOS it's going to be smooth sailing from here on out, and I hope that's certainly the case. Congratulations to you, PTC, and the rest of NAOS for this win. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
PTC, one of the mainstays, I would say, here in the Southeast Asia region for VALORANT. He's had such a long career, even since before VALORANT, right? So he's one of those names that definitely stand out when it comes to the FPS scene here in Southeast Asia. And I'm just so happy that, you know, he's getting this much success early on in the tournament. As you heard, Morgan, it seems as though they're happy that Nongshim was first.
Yeah, I mean, blown away. They're not scared of anyone. They're going to try and carry this momentum forward as much as they can. And who's to say, I mean, they look scary this game.
Yeah, they definitely do. We'll see who else looks scary as we move forward with our series for today. But before that, we're going to jump into a very quick break. Don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back.
Action.
What's up, brother?
What's up?
Excited to have a chat with you. You guys did finish second.
Yep.
Right? Lost in the final. You guys are #1 seed for Thailand.
Yep.
So how do you feel like the last part of it went to qualification?
I thought we're gonna win the split 3, but in the last we lose to more motive. So after that we have talk with the team, right? Say the thing that we did mistake on the Vietnam. After that we fixed it already.
Okay.
So I think we are ready for Ascension.
For Ascension, you've seen how the bracket works, right? How do you feel about the format?
I think it's good.
How do you feel about your group?
I think I only fear about Nongshim.
Is there a specific reason why Nongshim?
Because they have better experience before. They play on land like the last year. They play on Pacific. Yeah. I think they have better experience.
Would you also say that you think they're going to be one of the two teams?
In my opinion, yeah.
You being the other team?
Yeah.
Second?
Yeah.
Not
Maybe-
first?
Maybe first.
Maybe first.
Yeah.
And then for the other teams that are in your group, how would you say they are strength-wise?
I think Riddle 3.
Riddle 3?
Yeah,
NAOS
NAOS 4 and Velocity 5.
Velocity 5?
Yep.
Okay, interesting. Do you have anything to say for NKT that's in the other group?
I hope they're doing well in this tournament.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope they come to playoff and against us again. So when we play on the stage, we always trash talk to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Those are friends?
Yeah, we are friends with them. So I think it's gonna be fun.
People always talk about Korean talent that's coming through, but the fact that there's 12 Thai players as well means there's a lot of talent coming through from Thailand. How do you feel about the talent that's coming up, and why do you think Thailand deserves another slot in Pacific?
I think, because our split 3, we have a lot of Thai team to qualify to, So I think maybe we need more slots for Thai,
More slots for Thai?
Yeah.
Is there anyone on your team that you would specifically say is someone to watch?
I think Leviathan.
Leviathan?
Yep. Got aim.
Yeah?
Yeah, he's Demon aim, bro.
Yeah.
He's so
you
good.
think he has one of the best aim here?
I think he's one of the best, for sure.
You have a message for the Thai fans that are going to be supporting you guys?
This is my second time for my team, and it is my first time also. So please support us, and we're doing well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For having a chat. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everyone is excited to watch you guys, and we'll watch your boy Leviathan's aim.
Okay.
Thank you, bro.
Thank you.
What's over there?
That's it.
That's it. Thank you for joining me, Russ. For those that don't necessarily get to follow all of your games before Ascension, could you give us a quick rundown of yourself, maybe, your team?
Yeah, our team was formed at the start of the year.
Yeah.
We picked up Madeline and Damara from BTR, and we just started as a 5, and straight away we hit it. The most important thing was when we were picking them up, it's like we wanted someone from the same country, same countrymen. So we got these two guys as the import. And yeah, we just set it off, and then we went through, some bumps in here and there, but I think it made us who we are right now, and I think it's perfect that we were able to use all that and qualify for Ascension at the end. So
at the end of it, there's 2 spots, which is something that's really juicy and kind of new, right?
Yeah.
How does that affect the mindset, or how do you guys feel about your chances just because there's 2 spots?
Obviously, a lot of pressure gets put off from that as well, even for the organization, the players. Honestly, I feel like maybe one team will get lucky and the other team will be the one that's favorite, That's the way I would see it going forward. So the strongest team will make it for sure.
Yeah.
And the second team that makes it will be, I won't say the lucky one, but
you need to get lucky in esports,
you need to get So maybe that's the word. Maybe lucky is the word.
Yeah. And I love to get lucky all the time. Right? I wish we could all just get lucky all the time, right?
True.
So how would you say, or how would you rank your group?
So obviously, I'm gonna put us as 1 for sure. I'm very confident, with our team. The thing is, I like the NKT boys a lot, actually. In terms of the Thai teams,
Yeah.
But the Full Sense always beat NKT, so it's like, I'm not really sure what's going on here, you know what I mean? I want to put them as 3rd for now.
Yeah.
For now, from the first game. And then our second game's against Riddle, I think? Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, Riddle.
Riddle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Second game is Riddle. I want to beat them the most, actually.
Yeah.
So I'll put them number 5 for now.
Okay.
I'll put Nongshim 2nd, which is our final game.
Okay.
Obviously, they come from Pacific. They had a dominant Pacific last year as well.
Yeah.
They look so good. And 4th, I'll put NAOS. So NAOS and Full Sense are very similar for me, so they can change whenever. So.
I'm really excited to see you guys play and see that energy on the stage.
Right.
All the best of luck, and thank you so much for having a chat with me.
Yeah, thank you.
I really appreciate that.
Awesome. Thank you.
show me light.
Fueled by the same passion as esports athletes, Zowie continuously develops tailored products, empowering gamers to bring their best out. Today, we are launching the all-new XL2566X Plus, which uses the newly developed Fast TN panel and upgraded Diac2 technology. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. You are back on the desk with myself and Morgan. And we were taken by surprise in that first series. I'm prepared to be even more surprised, perhaps by our second one. We have Full Sense versus Velocity. And Morgan, you know something about a lot of the players that will be stepping on that stage for the second series.
Yeah, I mean, I know these Velocity boys quite well, worked with many of them, so I've got to say quietly optimistic today. I think they have a real dark horse shot, but who knows what to expect. We said going into today, this is a day of underdogs. This is a day where one team is probably quite heavily favored in each matchup, but that's already been blown out of the water, so who knows what to expect. This is anybody's game, but yeah, I mean, I'm especially excited for this one.
I mean, you're quietly excited for this team? I don't think you're that quiet in your excitement about this team, okay? Yeah, I think this was a team that, you know, the South Asian fans were definitely always wanted to come together, especially when you have names like Russ, SK Rossi, and Lightning Fast on the same team. They've been undefeated in South Asia for a while, but going up against Full Sense, they are one of the powerhouses when it comes to the Thai scene. We're seeing them arrive right now, all smiles all around, but and of course, why would they not be confident? They have a lot of sharpshooters, and there's so much talent to look out for on this team.
Yeah, I mean, this young Thai team is going to be feeling great. They're playing on home soil. They know they're going to have a lot of support heading into this. And you know what? They've had quite a good run all the way through Challengers SEA. So I think there's a lot to be optimistic about for this team.
Yeah, plenty to be optimistic about, definitely. I think that they still have to break through the likes of, you know, Motive, for example, and the Ghosts of Ascension's past, right? Like in Boom and Nongshim. But this team is always one of those teams that's been up there. We expect them to deliver. I am expecting a lot of firepower also, as we know in the Thai squad, as we saw from our on-site correspondent in Ewok, the man who can do anything here in Pacific. He was asking members of Full Sense here that there's so much Thai talent on the stage right now, and it doesn't come as a surprise because this region is definitely known to develop their players so much, and you have teams like Full Sense that support that kind of development, and I'm eager to see just like so much talent come forward in the series.
Yeah, I mean, there's so much to be excited about. When we take a look at some of their best maps, I especially want to highlight their Ascent. I think this has been very, very strong for them. Running that deadlock, I wouldn't be shocked at all to see them be picking this today. This seems to be a go-to of theirs. So I think they're going to be feeling great coming into this tournament, honestly. And I think they'll be happy about this opening matchup. You know, I think they will know that they're the favorites, so it's about not letting that get to them a little bit too much. Like, we saw earlier today, anything can happen in these games, so they have to come in composed, and they can't be taken by surprise. And I think one man we have to highlight here is Leviathan. We saw in the interviews getting hyped up, saying he's incredibly sharp. He's the one to watch out for, loving that Vice as well, and I think we will definitely be seeing some of that today.
Yeah, Leviathan's name has been thrown around quite a lot for the past few years because he has been generating that kind of buzz. Even with last year's Ascension too, he was one of those players that we were really focused on, really looking out for. I think by this time, everybody knows not to underestimate a player like this and not to underestimate the Thai region in general. On the side though of Velocity Gaming, sure they might come in as the underdogs here, but let's not understate the amount of experience that they have. They have players here who have been on that Pacific stage since the franchise, started back in 2023. So you do have the likes of SK Rossi, they do have Russ, and you do have Lightning Fast on there that have all of this experience and have all of this veterancy coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think their experience will actually be massive. They're one of the oldest teams we have here in this tournament in terms of average age and time spent playing this game. So they do know their way around it. They know their way around this tournament. They know their way around these big stages, bringing in this Indonesian talent as well to bolster this roster. There's a lot to be excited about. Let's be real. South Asia hasn't had too much to be excited about in the past in Valorant, in Ascension, in Pacific. I mean, we've seen it all, but I think this is the best team they've managed to put forward. I really do think this team can make a deep run, be a real dark horse in this tournament, but it has to start today. I think an upset today for them would carry so much momentum forward.
Yeah, I totally agree. And like I was saying earlier, right, I feel like bringing this trio together, was something that a lot of fans were waiting for. And I think it's shown in their success in the region, right? It's why they've been so dominant too. I think that they are ready, definitely to, step out of, in terms of the big fish, small pond kind of thing. They're already to step out of their pond, but it's a big question of how much that experience and that trio, that kind of synergy can stand up to the likes of the Southeast Asian scene, which has been very, very erratic, and they have enjoyed a lot of success, especially this year.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can't sugarcoat it. The South Asian region is not comparatively that strong compared to some of the others. I see this team a lot like Eking, who also come from that weaker region, and we saw Eking put on a really good performance and make it close against Motive, who are one of their favorites. So that doesn't mean it's an automatic loss. It doesn't mean that it's a weak team or anything like that coming from these kind of regions. It just means now is a real chance for them to prove themselves. That's what they're looking for today.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, you have a young gun like Damara also ready to prove himself, right? His addition to Velocity, I think, has been very, very interesting. He has lent a lot of firepower to Velocity too, and I think he gives that additional push to this team, right? He's able to help them elevate past what we know, like I guess the standard that South Asian teams have set. They're able to break through, and Damara is a big part of that.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. This guy's Neon is incredibly fierce. I think we're almost certainly going to be seeing that today. That's kind of his signature. So I really want to see them lean on comfort. I think this is a team that don't need to make too many big sweeping changes. They do prioritize player comfort. We've seen SK Rossi bring out that chamber over in South Asia. I want to see them stick to what they know, accentuate their individuals on that team, but especially Damara on his Neon. And I think, he's really one to watch moving forward.
Yeah, I think the veterancy that comes with Velocity is one of the things that they have up their sleeves, that one of the aces up their sleeves rather, because as we know, the stage can transform players, right? And you look at Full Sense, and they're not exactly newbies to the scene as well, but sometimes that stage, training that kind of muscles that come out on stage, or training the kind of stage fright that does happen, the initial nerves, that also comes into play. And you have so much veterancy on the side of Velocity that I feel like that can actually be the key to their success here in this series. That can actually help them outperform Full Sense in this series.
Yeah, very much so. I do think they have a bit of an experience advantage, especially with Russ and Lightning Fast having played over in Pacific. It's about using that experience. It's about understanding how to keep yourself calm, because like you say, Mika, stage Valorant is a different beast. You got the different headset on, you got the white noise being pumped in. The game plays differently. It plays faster. So I think it's about using that experience to really help the younger players on the team, the Indonesian imports on that team, help getting them to be a little bit more confident, because now the stakes are higher than ever. This isn't South Asia anymore. You're playing against international opponents, Thai opponents, at their home ground of all things, and we know how cracked Thailand is as a region. So it's going to be a big opening game for both of these teams, I think, really getting off to a strong start. Now we know this group is already going unpredictably. That top spot could be up for grabs for absolutely anyone. So a win today really is a must.
Yep, it definitely is. As we saw in the first series, that was very, very revealing with how differently, what we think of this Ascension. It could be all up in the air at this point. And we're seeing the map bans come out. We're not seeing Corrode. We're not seeing Abyss. We are going into Ascent first. And this is something you brought up, Morgan, that you feel very, very confident about Full Sense's Ascent. It's a very interesting composition as well. And they should be very comfortable with this map veto so far, except for that Lotus. My eyes kind of that one.
Yeah, this is definitely interesting. So Full Sense selecting Ascent makes a lot of sense. As I said before, they've been very, very good on it, while Velocity have not looked good. That's a map that they've been losing domestically. But then Velocity picking Lotus, a map where they are very strong, flawless on it, and we haven't seen this map from Full Sense in Split 3 of Challengers. So I think that's a kind of an entirely unknown, but I think I could very easily see this going the distance, going to Sunset. I think this is going to be a very close best of 3 in my mind, especially with that veto.
Yeah, and I do want to see if it does go over to Sunset. I also know that Full Sense they have a bit of a strange comp on Sunset. Also, I'd love to see that come out too. But we are going into Ascent first, and then Lotus, and I would say that Ascent probably heavily favors Full Sense, but Velocity, they've been loving Lotus so far. They've been very, very dominant on this map. They have so many reps on this map also, and Full Sense, they have been avoiding Lotus as much as they can. It could be a double-edged sword because like the more you avoid a map, the more time you also have time to prep on it. You could change things up and other teams won't know. So it's making me feel uneasy here with for Full Sense. It may be a good thing, maybe a bad thing.
Yeah, I mean, I think especially when we look at that Lotus, right, the composition that we've seen Velocity play in the past has had SK Rossi on that chamber, which I think is fantastic. I love watching it, but it is also a very different style. It's away from the meta, so it's what will Full Sense have prepared to deal with that. If you can put a stop to that chamber, then he becomes effectively a useless agent because he doesn't have a lot of util to help the team. So I'm so excited for that map too. But as you say, we are starting on Ascent, where I think the shoe is on the other foot. Is what the Velocity have prepared to deal with the deadlock that we're almost certain Full Sense are going to be bringing out here. I need to see good game plans, good protocols, and not giving them too much space on attack because we know how effective deadlock is in those post plants. So I think this is a battle of macro, this is a battle of preparation, and I think this veto has this going all the way in my mind. So yeah, very excited.
I am on board with you there. I think we are going into a map number 3 at this point because it has the potential to be very, very back and forth. And with how these teams play also, you could see very, very explosive rounds on the side of Full Sense. But then, on the side of Velocity also, I trust that they're able to actually pull back the rounds. I trust that their comeback factor is a lot more powerful than people think, especially since, as we mentioned, we're playing on this stage where Velocity has players that are no stranger to this stage. We keep talking about how it's a different kind of Valorant. It's a different game once you step onto that stage, and that can make or break certain series. So I'm hoping that Velocity knows that. I'm hoping that they lean into that, and especially here on Ascent, all they have to do is just really keep their calm. I feel like they can pull through this, even though we are heavily favoring Full Sense here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm curious if we're going to see a composition swap here for Velocity. So last time we saw them play it, they were running that jet. It was very, very standard across the board. But as I said, tomorrow's Neon is very, very strong. I feel like I would rather them mix it up. Try something different, because it's a map you've not been successful at and your opponent has been very, very strong at. Now is the time to take risks. You're coming in as the underdog. I think it's okay to kind of blow things up, take these bigger risks, experiment, because it's still the group stages. And if you can steal that map away, then the series is yours for the taking. So I think I want to see them play with confidence. I want to see them take risks, both in preparation and in the server. I mean, this is an aggressive team. South Asia is an aggressive region, and I think you gotta really want to highlight SK Rossi, because that is an incredibly aggressive player. So I want him to use those skills he's learned at the top level, really put it to use here, and be all up in the face of Full Sense, who are also going to be aggressive, by the way. Thai Valorant is not slow.
Oh, definitely not. It's as you mentioned, we're expecting very, very explosive rounds here. And I think from the side of SK Rossi, I love that we're seeing a lot of growth from him as well. You highlighted him as a very aggressive player, but we're also seeing him shine in the backlines, right? Picking up the Sentinel roles also a lot this year. So that's something that adds another level to the side of Velocity. This kind of flexibility that they can pull out from their players is something that I'm also looking forward to. I'm eager to see, as you mentioned, new compositions come out, because the advantage of actually having a few weeks break is it's enough time to actually switch things around, especially if you want to focus on a certain map. If you know that your first opponent likes to lean into this map, why not prep heavily for that?
Yeah, I think that's a very important point, because the South Asian League was actually the first Tier 2 league to come to a conclusion. Velocity were the very first team locked into Ascension. They have had the most prep time out of everybody in this entire tournament to get ready, to get prepared for this tournament. So if they've really put that to good use, they have a very, very big advantage heading into this. So I'm curious, they've had plenty of time to make changes, adjust roles, and fix mistakes.
Full
so
sense.
if they're able to use that very well, I think I'm very optimistic.
Definitely. I'm also optimistic to see what both of these teams have prepared after that little bit of a break. As we mentioned before, this could be the final Ascension. So I'm imagining all of these teams actually want to put that best foot forward, because again, we don't know when a chance like this is going to come out in the same kind of iteration. We're seeing the Thai representation as well, with the Thai Elephant fans coming out from Full Sense. And now as Velocity walk out, we're seeing like some of the players really shake off some of those initial nerves. You know that they want to be fully warmed up as they step into the server. We know that Velocity have been so dominant in South Asia. I want to see that confidence carry over here onto the Thai stage, even if they are facing off against a team that is fighting on their home court. We know that Full Sense, they can be very comfortable as they step onto the stage. And as we mentioned before, teams who are playing in their home court, they do have a little bit of that buff that can come in.
Oh, it's a massive buff. It's massive knowing that there's people in the crowd supporting you, cheering for you. A little bit of that bleeding in through the earphones goes a very long way. So for Full Sense, I really want to see them kind of lean on that. Know this is your home ground. We saw how far Boom were able to take it last year when Ascension was in Indonesia. This is a massive buff that I think they should really lean into. But on the flip side, for Velocity, you know they have this advantage. I want to see Velocity start very strong, silence that crowd, and put a stop to any momentum that Full Sense might be bringing into this tournament.
Oh yeah, definitely. I do love it when teams are actually able to do that despite that home crowd buff that might be coming in. We saw that happen for SPG, and just like how the crowd was like shell-shocked and stunned. And I don't mind it coming out from Velocity here up against Full Sense. I'm really interested to see what kind of agents we're going to be seeing on here. As you mentioned, we are expecting like SK Rossi, but I'm not expecting him on any kind of aggressive agent. We did see that he has been achieving success on the Cypher, for example, when they go over onto Ascent. So why not? And I think for the side of Full Sense, I really want to see Potter, because you know, you look at this guy, you look at his stats, very aggressive attacks on the duelist role, and so many first kills on the board also. I think this guy, he's going to be leading from the front lines.
I think one other thing we have to highlight on the side of Full Sense is right now QQ God is not in this roster. Alpena is in instead. So how does that affect the roles? How does that change things? There's a lot of questions. And ultimately, how does that throw off this preparation that we know Velocity have had ample time to do? So I am incredibly curious. But yeah, like you say, Potter as well on that Jet, on that Duelist is an absolute demon. He's for sure one to watch. And it's about being able to neutralize that firepower. I think there are interesting matchups across every single role here, so I just can't wait for this game to get started.
Yeah, it's good that you pointed that out, because like the last time we did see Full Sense on Ascent, you had Hyuga on that deadlock, which was so crucial to the composition of Full Sense. But now as we're seeing Alpena take over. Okay, I believe this is going to be one of the first times that he's bringing out the deadlock, if I'm not mistaken. But we're seeing a sort of similar lineup of Full Sense, and no adjustments there. But from the side of Velocity, this is looking quite different.
Yeah, I mean, we have to focus on Velocity first here. This is very different, but I'm so excited for this. Before on Ascent, they were playing this standard comp, but that's not who they are. Damara's back on his signature Neon, SK Rossi on his signature Chamber. They've listened to me. They've gone back to personal comfort, and I think they're going to try and excel the individuals here. This is great because they've had time to prep this, and they're going to be throwing Full Sense off entirely, who are still playing that same comp. So now I'm feeling a little bit more optimistic about Velocity here in how they're going to make this work.
Ooh, I wonder how quickly Full Sense can actually adjust, given the little bit of a roster shuffle. Yes, he's playing the same role, but I'm sure playstyle-wise, it's still going to be a bit of an adjustment. Velocity, it sounds like comfort is key for this, as you're seeing everybody lean into some comfort picks. The agents that they know like the backs of their hands here. So I'm seeing that Velocity actually have the potential to take this if they just stick to what they know.
Yeah, I mean, the Breach is also so surprising. I think people have played Chamber on this map before, but the Breach is entirely new. So let's see how Full Sense managed to deal with this.
Let's see indeed. As we toss it over to our casters, we're going over to Quack and Pilsky for the call.
Thank you, Mika and Morgan. Pilsky. I was just kind of like chuckling to myself because the excitement in Morgan's voice for Velocity's comp. Like, he's just so happy to see them going in with this different composition. He loves those guys. Our only South Asian reps right here in Ascension Pacific.
I mean, he did a very, very good job hiding his bias. You gotta give credit where credit is due. He's playing it cool. We haven't seen what Velocity is going to be rocking up with this tournament. It's going to be a very interesting look for them. And honestly, I can't wait to see what they have prepped for this tournament. As they are, as mentioned, our South Asian reps. A little bit of a different look from the South Asia side. Last year, you did see them with the two Kazakhs, who went on to some better success, especially for DOS9, both of them performing very well. Now we've gone with two Indo talents, which begs the question just how deep the talent is in that region, because these guys, they weren't on any of the top teams, really, in Indonesia. We're on Bigachong, sitting there just kind of in the sub-top of that region. And Damara's been a monster in that South Asian region this year.
Let's see if they can actually dish out the damage that they did in that region up over onto Ascension. Already kicking things off, but you do have Arpinia, like Mika mentioned, first time on Deadlock, able to land a perfect grab net as well. Everyone's pretty much bugged out all around the site, trying to get some spacing around the back of Generator, but simply spotted out by Full Sense on this pistol.
Yeah, it's a complete shutdown on the pistol here. This is Full Sense's map pick. They will be allowed to start on the defensive side. Velocity, they have chosen to start attack here. We talked about game planning on the desk a little bit and changing up their comp, trying to have that surprise factor against Full Sense in this opening game. But so far, unfortunately, not finding too much success in the pistol. It's only early days just yet. I mean, Full Sense, they got to be feeling confident coming into this game, though. I mean, they've been cutting their teeth in Challengers SEA. They've won a stage this year. They've been a top 3 team all year long.
And right now, they're just going to hunker down in with the judge setup. You mentioned that, you know, the team have always come in consistently with podium finishes. Always been a prominent presence in Southeast Asian Valorant all throughout, I think, as well. Currently just smoking off Velocity. Velocity gonna go in with Russ's flash though, but it doesn't matter if this judge is just ready to hammer down on the other end.
Yeah, I mean, we saw this in Champs, right? This was a very much abused mechanic. The judge in some of these angles, you saw it from NRG. Seen some play that exact same angle with that smoke. You've seen it for a couple of years now, but especially right now, it's very trendy and very effective in this current meta.
And the spike on the ground too, like, unless you hope for a lucky classic kill at some point, or maybe Headhunter if Rossi lands it. He's just so low though, Pilly. And now Sephiroth in a prime position to go fan out with the rest of the team. This round should be done, just waiting for the final player to go down. Madeline trying to sneak away a lucky kill if possible. As soon as this smoke goes off, everyone's just going to push out together. A flawless cleaned up by Full Sense.
Trying to get an orb, you know. Trying to get something for himself. Sephiroth, though, I mean, that's just such a high percentage play at the moment. Playing around that smoke with the charge just makes that anti-eco nice and easy, and that's going to be something that Velocity will have to play around, will have to consider as they head into the anti-bonus. It's the first gun round here for Velocity, and we'll see what they prepped, and Neon is going to give them a lot of pace on this map, but outside of that, I mean, you're really focusing on these punchy set plays with the Neon Breach. They can bully this map control very nicely, but it's a question of how they follow that up. Once again, they've started off with just taking this A main control, grabbing themselves an orb. Russ is getting closer and closer to this Rolling Thunder as time goes on. Fullset's just trying to throw off their opponents here. You see this dark cover on middle. It's a little sus. They're not really playing around it at all. It's really just Fullset's chucking a dark cover into middle and making Velocity concerned that there is some kind of play, especially given the fact that Fullset is on their bonus here.
The drone just continues to clear out A main as well.
Yeah. Velocity, a minute on the clock to work with. Have just shoved that A main control. Here's the second wave for them. Smoke to cat, drone into middle is going to be a very clear tell to Fullset that this is going to be a mid to B, and they've rotated accordingly.
Gonna have to see if the shots will be just as good, though. So far in the macro, reading Velocity just right, but through market, this is where the Thorns might not be as effective. I say that, actually, it's pretty spot on. Gonna have to time it just right, and down it goes. Arpinia, unfortunately, the first casualty for Fullset in this moment. Relay bolt out to block off CT as well, but Potter in with the Marshall. Doesn't matter if Laz is inside of the smokes. Finds some shots towards the back of his target, and more to go. Low HP, no matter. Shots found all the way to the back of Boathouse.
It's just too readable for Velocity. Everything in that round on the attacking side was so telegraphed and so easy for Fullset to read. Got to give credit where credit's due. Like Velocity, they took their time working their way into the B side. They isolated the deadlock on stairs, but outside of that, there really wasn't too much to write home about, unfortunately. Fullset's re-cleared A main. The smoke to cat and the drone into middle, as I mentioned, makes it very obvious that Velocity are at some point in the round going to split mid to B, and Fullset's have plenty of time to prep for that.
It's just fantastic. And now for the first time in this half, they hear presence from Velocity inside of main. Everyone's prepared. He got this out, Bob Potter.
He's gonna farm up,
waiting for the shot. Oh, yeah, he's just gonna go Pilly. Oh, look at Arpinia chiming in as well with the angle from stairs. Potential for more too. Already tossed out the grab net, and it's another round as well where the spikes dropped in. Thankfully, there's smoke. They can retrieve that somewhat, but look at who's behind! Sephiroth alongside Laz. This fragging IGL from Fullset. No matter, it's just a judge. Close range. A flawless again.
Fullset are well and truly in their comfort zone on home soil. Their opponents have given them the defensive side of their map pick. It really just couldn't be a better day for Fullset thus far. Velocity have not posed them any questions at all just yet on Ascent. It's felt a little bit too easy. And as a result, you see just how good the economy is on Fullset right now. Potter's brought out the op. Plenty of cash in the back pocket to continue reinvesting. Velocity, we'll see what they go towards. This A main control early on in the round has not been working for them. They're going to go towards middle, but the op's already posted up.
It's been pretty decent so far. This time blinded though, so has to get out. But as soon as Velocity try to velocifize their way into market, they get stopped. Players hold up the round, and they're looking for a couple more. Peeked out alongside Annihilation. That's a frag. That's a second one. Russ making a slight trade, but he is pinned down to heck. Does get a couple, but unfortunately will go down with the rest of the team, and that leaves SK Rossi, who's been skulking across. Can he set this flank up? It's going to be tough, Pilly, because I don't think he's got the angles or the utility. Just going to go in for a slight crouch peek to boot.
Yeah, able to take one down at least. Still got a lot of time to work with, 45 seconds. Successfully lurked his way through B and found the entry. He's going to have to do this whole round by himself.
Around the corner, it's the op. Slight whiffs, but Sephiroth got the 6.
Yeah, nicely done. Fullset were already set up to deal with that mid to B through market. Like they already had a player in the bait corner in market. You'll see it here. Blaz is set up, Leviathan's playing in the open space here, and then you've got both the Deadlock and the Jet already at top middle. Effectively, you're running into a two-way crossfire, and there's already 4 players from Full Sense ready to shut down that mid to B. It feels like despite any comp changes, despite, you know, Velocity trying to throw something a little bit different at Full Sense going into this game, Full Sense have just had perfect reads thus far. Like, there really is just nothing that Velocity have done that have really thrown them off at all.
None whatsoever, right? I mean, even in that round, it was that market hold. Even though Potter might have, you know, whipped the first shot, and, you know, there were flashes and everything, but yeah, you mentioned it. The reads, the way that they're switching around their defensive setups, it's just so darn impressive. Definitely a needed timeout for Velocity at this point.
We'll see what they come up with. Do agree with what the desk said about the experience of this core. It's a direct contrast to what you saw from South Asia's representative in last year's Ascension. I felt like the Indian core of the team, or the South Asian core of the team, wasn't as rock solid as this current iteration. You do have players, as mentioned, like Lightning Fast, like Russ, who have experience in Pacific playing on Global to join SK Rossi, whereas some of the imports might not be the names that would be at the tip of your tongue when it comes to Indonesian talent, but they have been grinding this roster all year long, and they've won the last 2 splits of South Asia back-to-back.
It's a big story, a lot of hope for the team for sure, as the sole South Asian reps as well. I mean, their representatives last year, you know, went out 7th, 8th place, so hopefully not the same result this time. It is group stage after all. We'll kick things off with Rolling Thunder into sight, but no execute just yet. There are thorns as well as roses, being able to halt them in their tracks. The judge firing off successfully. Off to a sheriff as well. Leviathan then comes in to mop things up.
Yeah, just the Velocity organizing another pretty well-drilled set play. It was the initial A main control. They're contacting up Cat in the meanwhile. You get the Rolling Thunder all the way across tree, but unfortunately, there's just no capitalization off the back of that. By the time you're actually committing to that site, the Rolling Thunder has already elapsed, and you're once again running into the judge. What is that shot on the Sheriff from Sephiroth to follow up? That was a ridiculous flick onto tree. That is just the kind of raw mechanics that these players on Full Sense have, man.
It's been giving them the consistent performances all throughout Challengers Southeast Asia this entire year. I'm not just talking Split 3. But here they go again. It's Potter back towards middle. A big crunch coming out from Velocity this time. Hunter's Fury goes huge, and it's lightning fast to block off A Short with a double kill.
Where the hell did Full Sense just go, man? They all died like chickens. I'd love to see the replay of that Hunter's Fury. Great adjustment from Velocity. That was the same little trap that you've seen from Full Sense previously. What a beautiful play from Velocity Sova. Because that is the exact same setup that just shut them down when they tried to go mid to B earlier, remember? But this time, with the Hunter's Fury through market, tiles to market is not something you'll see too often, and then lightning fast at the cat crunch.
Just a lovely little adjustment, but they've got to keep that up, Hilsky. 1-6 is still not the most satisfying score that you'll have for this first half. Drones out now, over onto middle.
Yeah, they're gonna... Drones will kiss inside a middle. Leviathan has copped the stun. Damara not feeling bold enough to capitalize, though. City playing this one slowly. Waiting for some kind of reaction from Full Sense, which won't be granted.
Be granted towards B main for now, at least. Operator suddenly make noted.
I mean, this is just not something that you'd ever see. An op inside B main on the lurk, and you're just walking in, caught completely off guard.
Still have the sheer wall at least, though. But it's going to be market. The main point of contention. Arpinia pushes in towards main, but no chance to pull out Util. It's going to be Velocity able to kick things into high gear onto the site. Damara slows things down just a bit to kind of offset Sephiroth's rhythm, and unfortunately, that's where Full Sense goes down. Potter gonna have to run off to save.
Nicely done. Velocity starting to make some adaptations, starting to get rolling a little bit. Dealt well with the mid setup in the previous gun round. This gun round, I mean, the slow walk through B main with the op. Rossi's only got 2 kills, but he's 3 kills, but he's effectively won them that round. punishing that mid-round aggression into B main. You know, it's a pretty common protocol nowadays where your B players will aggress into B main in the mid-round where you don't have too much information and just try to isolate that duel on the lurker. But up against an op, that's just free pickings.
It's definitely a welcome sight. Especially when it's an op. A weapon which Rossi is familiar with for sure. Didn't have too much of a go on it from the previous year, but here we go. Finally locating Potter and managing to rob that away with a 9th kill to boot.
Already sending a message. Here's Tamara. Saw it in the highlight there that he has got about 14 games on the Neon in the last little bit. And I think the next highest played duelist was like 3 or 4 reps. So he's wanting to try to drown that agent as much as possible. And you can see he's confident with the movement to get in there for the nice little right click. It's going to definitely start to lift the spirits of Velocity here after a slow start.
Certainly could translate to more rounds, maybe. We're going to see an op challenge from both angles. Potter's got the advantageous one for now, though. But at the same time, just a slight pump fake over towards bottom mid.
Just trying to bait out the sheer wall, but potentially going to walk into the op.
Oh, that's where Potter is going to have so much to do. Needs to be able to react quickly if he is to stay alive and get out, possibly. Cloudburst in, manages to tailwind away. The flashpoint spent. Here comes Laz in an attempt to retrade, but no. Russ is right on top of it. Hunter's Fury instantly ripped to try to stop them, but it's not happening. Velocity will barrel on through.
They're really controlling the pace of this game. Beautiful breach util there for Russ to set up Damara to just punish any kind of attempt to scurry back out of B main there.
And now Rossi's got Market as well. Another shot echoing throughout this entire site. It's a message to Apinia and Leviathan that you do not want to pass this threshold over onto B. Back off. It's our time now.
Yo, what year is it, Quack? We're scared of SK Rossi's up again. He's back. Like, I can't even remember, like 2021 or something like that. Everyone was like, this guy is insane on the op. You know?
Yeah, man.
Current year, 2025.
We had the sage
is
from the
running
previous
from
map
the
too.
hills. Yeah, I know. What is going on?
Okay, Arpinia though.
Oh, we picked it up? Yeah, there we go. All right, all good. We've
In
recycled
time.
it back for Rossi. Man, Velocity, I'm very impressed with these last couple of rounds. I love what they're doing. Beautiful flashpoint to push that off the line. And these are the kind of things. I mean, that's fantastic from Damara as well. Catches the updraft from the Jet trying to get back into sight. These small little timings, and it's something that Big Time talked about. I don't think the hard reads or the initial start to this game is what impresses me about the way that Velocity is playing, but it's more just the agents and the way that they're executing their game plan that you can tell is making Full Sense very uncomfortable. You're not ready for a flashpoint on that angle into B main to push your op off the line. You're not ready for the shove up middle to be able to, you know, take out your sheer 3 seconds into the round off the Neon. It's the fact that it's kind of this unique style with an agent that you don't usually see. Therefore, you're not ready for the routines and the protocols that Velocity is throwing at you. And those little micro moments are what are kind of throwing Full Sense off. And they're getting punished pretty hard, I actually have to say.
It's true. Not to mention that little pump fake as well. I mean, the recovery is nice, but they have to keep it going. It still is a 3-6 for now. I mean, if they can actually take this map win as well, that would already be quite the statement to make. You know, it's a different performance as compared to what they had in their grand final for the South Asian Ascension qualifier. But for now, back into it. This is Full Sense's timeout. Let's see if it does convert over to a dub.
And this is immediately some change-ups from Velocity. We see Madeline, you know, sitting at the backside of B, lining up some kind of crazy lineup. Op and Triple Peak posting out towards bottom middle. Just going to allow Velocity to start contacting up Cat. At least initially into this round. Velocity are very much expecting some kind of aggression here from Full Sense. But they won't bite. So Madeline, I'm just curious where this dart is going. I think that's into Wine, right? It's either that or like a set dart into the site. But I'm pretty sure this is going to be the Wine take. Yeah. Into A main. that's been taken by Velocity, all picked up yet again. We've seen this a couple of times from them in the early round. But with 30 seconds elapsing, this has been a very slow round, and they still do have this up on the attacking side, which begs the question, how does this round look when it's finished? Because they are really running the clock down here.
It's definitely going to be pretty hectic to pick up. Full Sense are still controlling the map. You mentioned the recon from before. They smoked that off. You also have this barrier mesh down to the last few seconds, and then they break it. Sonic Sensor slows them down, though. Affords time for Full Sense to get the rotations in, Pils. Look, they set the Paranoia as well, Pilski. Still trying to break their way out, at least. Velocity trudging
20
on
seconds.
through. Annihilation just makes them feel so scared. They can't quite find safe entry onto site. Now Potter over onto main, crosshair thrown off. They escape the Annihilation. Sephiroth for a couple of shots, and that unfortunately will be all that Full Sense can get. A successful site take and a spike plant. Laz now out from the top of heaven. Does have Steel Garden, maybe a flash, but needs to shoot down so much more. Madeline will not have it. Velocity up to a 4th.
Wow. Like, they are really just playing this game of Ascent at their own pace. They don't feel too much pressure there. Like, I'm looking at the clock that whole round crack. I'm like, bro, there's 15 seconds to go. And Full Sense have got 4 stack on the A site. This round is over, right? Like, they are going to choke. Yeah. They're not going to be able to put the pieces together. But they execute that A split perfectly. Even when they get caught by the Annihilation, there's no panic. They just came in together as that clock really started to dwindle down. And I mean, the timeline says it all here. 4 rounds in a row from Velocity. The calling has been phenomenal. And Full Sense just do not seem to have the answer, even post-timeout.
I do imagine that's a little bit of experience. I am definitely impressed and tickled by the past 4 rounds that Velocity have picked up. A slight tech pause for a gear issue to get fixed, but at the same time, you have to be admiring, how this has gone back and forth between both teams.
Yeah, I mean, it's their own unique take on how they want to, play this map. Every single time we say it coming into Ascension that South Asia is the region, as mentioned by Morgan on the desk, that finishes before a lot of the other regions. It gives you some time to watch how the other teams play and maybe prep something special, but it also gives you a lot of time to flip your comps to completely change up your style. You go back and look at what Velocity was doing in this map unsuccessfully in South Asia with the standard comp, and now they bring something fresh that's working really well here.
Well, this time at least, though, Full Sense wanting to take the fight to them. Picking up the orb, Blade Storm, Ether ready for Potter.
Contact up in response from Velocity. Just working together as a unit. Drone will go up short, trying to pull some attention and some interest over towards A while the rest of Velocity walk their way into middle, but the updraft here from Potter could be deadly.
He listens out for the flash first, and there he goes. Oh, right off the rip. Cracked one skull. Can he find more, though? That's the question. Tailwind unfortunately expires, and no shots connected just yet. Madeline maybe a bit of chip damage, but that's it. Leviathan to hold out towards the back, but Russ quickly to trade off, and now you've got options.
The flash and the spacing is just so clean from Velocity. They are working slowly, but methodically together. Eyes on Apinia inside a B main, naught but a Sheriff to his name. Has to go huge here for Full Sense.
Goes in for the tap. The second shot will do the trick. Now weapon retrieved as well. Maybe slowed down for the time being, but still, SK Rossi, Tour de Force, trying to block off rotations all the way out from spawn. Russ does have Rolling Thunder as well.
Yeah, picked up off the back of the plant. Rossi playing from spawn with the op out.
And you go out for out, Pilly. Gravnet spotted, so Rossi knows exactly where to look. And he lands the shot with precise accuracy. Not the second one, though. A slight chance, an opening for Full Sense to come in strong on the retake. Russ looking to slow them down further. Laz caught in his tracks, but able to stick onto the spike at least. Aftershocks him to dissuade it. But now they go back. Oh, Russ! He's just playing around the corner! Sephiroth getting the shot at the end, but at that point, no time for the defuse.
That's just bloody brilliant. In the back of the site there, fault line plus the aftershock to force them off of the defuse. Steel Garden comes in from Full Sense. They're expecting to be able to waltz back into the site, but they overlook the fact that the Tour de Force is pulled out from Rossi. That does not count as a primary weapon. You're still peeking straight into an op. And that's a 5th round in a row for Velocity.
Zowie clutch for sure. One more to tie up the score, Billy.
A-main taken once again from Velocity. That's not ideal. Have a sit down, Sephiroth. Calm down, brother.
Go on, hang back.
Off the back of that. That's prepping the aftershock. It is a 1-4. Once again, Rossi kind of on the lurk in towards B-main. The rest of the boys working that A-main control drone. What's nothing for Leviathan.
This is just Russ calling it to perfection as well. Aftershock at an angle to swing out. Sephiroth able to take down the first, though. It's a slide in from Damara, though. And that's quickly dealt with. Blockade set up outside of A main. VLT has to look for other options.
Yeah, they were really just trying to force Full Sense into that A main fight, but didn't necessarily get to take the fight on the terms that they were looking for. Deadlock wall starting to fade out. 40 seconds on the clock as Rossi looks for a pick with the op.
Will he have the right angle, though? Sonic sensor as well, and from the previous contest, you are already aware that there are 3 possible hostiles on this A site. From the Shadows clears, which might give Full Sense a better idea of where Velocity are. Trying to find another avenue of entry out towards the top. Heaven! They peek together! They swing! It's just Sephiroth, low HP, alongside Arpena towards the bottom of hell. That's all that Velocity had to deal with, and they managed to take them down in quick succession. All onto Laz! And Arc Rose equipped. That's all he's got. Slowly slicing the pie. Managing to spot out the first head, but Rossi off and through with the headhunter. Velocity tie up the score.
What am I watching, man? How have they just contacted up cat into tree through a bloody window and a door 3v5 and won that with 15 seconds on the clock? There is no way that they should be allowed to do that. I have to ask the same question. What are Full Sense doing, Quack?
Well, we're gonna have to hold on to those questions because it's in it for a little halftime break, but hopefully in the second half, the answers will be revealed. What doing was the question posed towards Full Sense at the end of that first half? Well, we're going to find out now that Full Sense are on the attack in this second half.
6 in a row for Velocity. At the end of that half, Rossi on the line. It's a double peek into him. Doesn't lose his life, though. Able to rendezvous to safety for now, and Full Sense will take mid control. But look at this mid stack from Velocity just lying in wait.
3 on the other end. Russ with potential. Fault line and flash. They will go in for the peak. Really bolt up from Damara as well. Just straight into the fray. Russ provides additional fire support. And all of a sudden, full sense. They've got to tuck away. Leviathan trying to shoot himself out into a safer angle. Smoked off by Sephiroth, but still low HP on both ends. Velocity, a couple more dinks and they could be dead. So having to back off safely.
Full sense just continuing to push the issue. Spotted out by Lightning Fast. There's still 4 players here from Velocity, and they want to fight. They're all going to swing top mid together. And Full Sense able to bring this down to a 1-on-1. It's just Madeline on his lonesome here. He knows exactly where Leviathan was last spotted, and he's one sheriff shot away from death.
So, choosing to pick the angle towards the back. A sheriff shot straight through the torso. That's all he needs, and there he will find it. That was a bullish response from Full Sense, Philly.
Yeah, I mean, they wanted to take the fight straight to Velocity, straight up the guts into middle, but they got more than they bargained for. This Breach utility just continues to find value. It's a bloody Breach masterclass from Russ here on Ascent. And then it's just really heads-up play from Velocity. They're just playing together as a pack fantastically. Starting from that attacking side, but even in the mid-round there on their defensive pistol, that's their 7th round in a row now.
It's definitely brilliant. The IGL for sure. You can already see that experience coming into aid Velocity. Next round up, they're buying everything, so no money man this time, but just the setups over towards A main with Full Sense hoping to explode. Simple shots from Damara though, yeah. Just coming through with some additional smokes. And look, the aftershock as well, Pilly. SK Rossi manages to silence the player out by B main 2, which means Leviathan, he's just got to twiddle his thumbs now. He's going to go around the corner and, firing squad right on the other end.
Yeah, straight into the high-low. That's brilliant from Velocity. And I know watching at home, like, I was talking about it earlier with the Sage comp, but you're looking at Full Sense getting flushed out of a corner, like 3 players stuck by a relay bolt fault line with an aftershock to flush them out. It looks silly from an objective perspective, but you guys have to remember that Full Sense have played against every comp but this comp 100 scrims for the last however many months on Ascent. And they have never played against this. They're doing all the routines that they're used to playing against the standard meta style. And when it comes down to it, when you have to adapt to what the other team is throwing at you and what kind of util they're offering, what kind of questions they're asking you in the game, it can be quite hard to do.
It's true. I mean, in 2025, I can't remember the last time I saw a Breach on Ascent, but, well, off to the next round now. It's going to be the full buy coming out from Full Sense. Already finding a little bit of contact and trying to scale up through mid.
Trademark will keep them in check for now. Rossi is as deep as he can possibly be. Inside a B main here. Drone spots out the Trademark. Dark cover to top middle. Will be cleared. This is just Full Sense seeing what Velocity will do in reaction to this tickle on middle. Very much still in a default formation. Are the attacking side, but now looking to pressure towards Catwalk.
Very careful and cautious clearing as well. Scouting, I should say, with the defensive setups. The paranoia just completely turns them away.
It's just Rossi at B. That's it. And it's going to be a mid to B. It's got a lot of work to do here.
Maybe you can make it through from Market, since Rossi's all the way deep inside of B main. There's 2 players on the other end, though, and he's going to start to push on up, hearing footsteps from behind. Unfortunately, gunned down against Laz. And then Madeline to sneak through, hoping to put up a stronghold outside of Boathouse. So many smokes and fast lanes, though, and it completely obscures the vision for Full Sense. Arpinia managing to find a simple crack, and Sephiroth to be able to slip through from lane as well. Now Spike planted. All they've got to do is to watch down to this one choke point, but Damara slides onto it anyway. Guardian shot successful. Sephiroth around the corner, especially with Recon providing assistance inside of the smoke. They managed to decimate Velocity.
Yeah, lovely attacking side there from Full Sense. You know, I've been
30 seconds
singing
left.
the praises of Velocity's calling on the attacking side, but Full Sense really did call circles around them in that round. The pressure towards top middle, clearing for Trademark, and then just applying pressure and shoving towards Catwalk. Completely pulled a full rotation across towards that A side of the map, and you don't have a proper sentinel on the side of Velocity. So when it's just SK Rossi on that B side of the map, you're pretty cooked at that point.
Cover going out.
It does make things a little bit more tricky. So SK Rossi this time with the op pulled out, he's going down middle.
Gonna have to be something that they will consider. Dark cover and the dart will push him away. He'll have to chill at Pizza for now. Backed well by Russ as Full Sense look to work this mid control again.
It's great awareness for now, but can you actually take down SK Rossi though? That rendezvous just allows him to do so much. Double dips in! That's now Pottergon, your star duelist.
What year is it? Like, Rossi is absolutely annihilating them with the op right now. Paranoia will push the drone away towards Catwalk. Full Sense with only 57 seconds. Basically relying on some mistakes from Velocity in this 5-on-3 here.
Smoked off, and now spotted by Russ. Great awareness in response. Now fully aware as to where Full Sense are located. Window cracked open as well, so just being careful. But as you mentioned, Full Sense looking for some slight mistakes, and that might be the first one. A second, possibly now then into A site. Damara trying to slow things down with the relay bolt, but slowly scouting out that the entirety of site is clear. They are aware that the last one might be inside of hell. Damara's gone! They just turned this 3v5 into a 3v1!
Yeah, Full Sense really just showing Velocity that they can do everything that Velocity did on their attacking side. The contact up Catwalk in the 3-on-5, boiling the clock down to 10 seconds. That's exactly what we just saw from Velocity in the last half. That was just brilliant from Full Sense. Punished every single mistake from Velocity, and that will be their second gun round in a row here to even up the scoreline.
Dude, this game is delivering right now.
For sure.
I'm so entertained by everything.
And it's delivering with a different style, a different flavor than you'd usually expect here in Asian Pacific. APAC Pacific.
APAC
It's a
Pacific?
slower style. Yeah, APAC Pacific? APAC? Pack? I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
actually.
I don't know.
Pack.
New nickname. I mean, look, the Chamber got a lot of value. He's one of these agents. There's a lot of them. You've got the Waylay, the Yoru, the Chamber is another one of them. These are the kind of agents that when you make a mistake, you don't use that extra piece of util. You're going to lose picks moving through the map. And Rossi put them in a winning position, but unfortunately, it's just some brilliance from Full Sense to convert that 3-on-5.
Crazy. Well, Rossi's back at it again. He's got that fire lit under him, especially having spent these past 2 years in Tier 2. Spots one out by the barrel. Calls it to... He actually nails the shot! Tried to go in for another. Scoped through, but punished at the end. Russ now back in with the rest of the team to try to dip forward, but Full Sense having some additional added measures out from the top of mid.
Oh, man. He's good for the opening pick, but the re-peak punished heavily.
There.
Oh, lightning fast pilfering the operator. Spotted out. Full Sense knows exactly what he's up to. He's repping the Global Esports Classic. Gotta remember where you came from.
Oh! He's had some nasty clutches when he was back on Global as well, but now it's a 1v2 off shots is all he's got. Oh, slowly clears around the... Oh, made some noise around the thorns. That could be a slight tell for Potter, who is the Jet after all. Still being cautious though. Up, wraps back around the other end. Wild swing coming through and quickly but swiftly dealt with.
Full Sense starting to get back on the horse. 3 in a row here on this attacking side. Slowly but surely starting to build up some more confidence.
My God.
He shot him in the pinkies. Unlucky. He does have the 2 of the force. Yeah, man. Sometimes you get your fingers jammed in the car door. It happens to the best of us. It's not a pleasant thing to experience. Chamber Ops online here, though. Quick set play into A main. Damara forcing his way all the way down. Catches Leviathan straight through the wall. No time to get out of dodge, and the rest of Full Sense picking up the pace into B now.
It's Rossi tour de force. That could really slow things down, and there he goes! What a shot! Now into Russ and the rest of the team as well. Back from spawn, back from stairs. Sephiroth, the only one who managed to make his way into sight, having to deal with the entire force of Velocity. No chance. The score is tied up.
Again, that's just another beautiful usage of this comp here on a set play down A main. You can't get away as Leviathan. You're caught by the fault line, and then this off angle from Logs is not something you'd usually be concerned with. The fact that you lost your Sova on the other side of the map makes Full Sense feel like they need to speed up and they need to just hit that B site, and surely you're not playing against a proper Sentinel. You're not worried about the Vice Wall, you're not worried about Cypher Trips, so you could just go straight into lane there, but that's when you get punished by these dirty little off angles and these rendezvous TPs.
Oh my god, now they're doing it again, but this time over onto B main. Rolling Thunder into Relay Bolt with Overdrive. Spots out Laz. Completely throws Full Sense once more into disarray. They're feeling that pressure to push into A site because of this Pilly. Same thing as before, just different parts of the map. Lightning fast with the slide off angle. Able to catch onto Arpinia as well. Complete and absolute pandemonium into SK Rossi. Another kill confirmed. 2 targets left, and they've been spotted. Damara just making some extra noise. The door's been shut, maybe lulling Full Sense in a false sense of security where they can kind of sneak through the spike plant, but that takes time. Allows for Damara to sprint forward into the depths of hell. Leviathan drags him down. Sephiroth finding a couple of shots too, but up for the top of heaven. They run out of ammunition. Team Ace out from Velocity.
It's just, again, exactly like you said. The same set play on the other side of the map with the breach ult completely catches Full Sense and pushes them into the op setup on that A side of the map. Absolutely beautiful. The aftershock to force that solo lurker out. This map has been prepped to perfection by Velocity. The game plan is gorgeous to watch. It's so off meta. Like, who even plays Breach Neon anymore?
Apparently Velocity.
And I'm loving it. Show me more. You know, funnily enough, this is quite similar to the comp and the style that they play on Lotus. You know, it kind of reminds me of when Nongshim was also kind of copy-pasting their same style onto different maps and try to make it work. And sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't quite fit, but in this case, I'm loving this from Velocity. Another timeout forced out by Full Sense. This is just the exact kind of comp that I'm going to be very impressed if they can make the adjustments that they're going to need to be able to beat it. Because these are the kind of things that once you've seen it, once you can prep it, you've seen some tape, it can be a little bit easier to overcome. But on the fly, it's very, very difficult to figure this one out. Credit where credit's due to Full Sense, though. They have had some pretty good rounds on this attacking side in the last couple. So I think they just need to refocus. They need to recognize we've been getting caught by the set plays. We've been kind of panicking and overreacting when we're getting hit by them, just trying to force the site hits too much. I think they just need to go back to playing that slower style, similar to what Velocity were doing on their attacking side, because they were finding a lot more success doing it.
Possibly that's why for these early Sentinel utilities.
This is hilarious. Like, they're just sitting back at B main waiting for some kind of set play to come out for the first 20 seconds of the round. This is their adaptation. They have got some real trauma built up from the last couple of rounds, Quack.
How could you not, though? You know what I mean? Recon,
Yeah.
you got to do your due diligence now.
They're just going to try and throw a BXEC at them and see if Velocity can hold it.
And look at the check from Velocity as well. Just testing the waters, dipping your toe in a little bit. Trying to bait out the utility as well. Relay bolts, smokes, more shock darts thrown in.
Slow pacing from Full Sense. They're really just trying to trade down utility, bait out some kind of reaction. Hello. Drone gonna spot out a couple of fellas chilling in A main, B main rather. Drone from Full Sense will go up through middle, but you know the game plan hasn't changed. They still just want to rip the steel guard and an exec B hit.
The last 20 seconds. Maybe hoping that the drone would have pulled some rotations away, but not quite. Still down to the site. And with guns robbed, hopefully enough for Full Sense to be able to find a successful hit. Still, though, operating towards the back end. Madeline with the spams. Damara, guns back online. 10 seconds remaining, and Full Sense have got to go. Running off to pick up the spike, but that's where he gets shot in the back. And now Leviathan finds one square to the face. Velocity with a strong lead now in the second half.
Well, Full Sense do not have the answer here, Clack. We just had the coach's input, the timeout. We're waiting outside B main for these set plays. We're waiting for every little extra bit of utility to try to kick off this B split. The game plan was very clearly just, if we can get a B execute off, if we can rip the steel garden and get into the B site, then surely we're going to win the round. And that didn't work either. This game is so over, man.
Yeah, your guns are gone too. Pretty much map point secured for Velocity if they make this one successful. But here comes Potter with the blades, able to get the first one. Updrafts to try to extend his life, but Damara's not going to let that happen.
Wow.
Flashes out from Russ as well. Oh, wait,
the
no,
bloody
it's
aftershock, bro.
He killed.
He's just killing. He's killing them with breach util. This is gorgeous.
Alongside the stuns as well. Breach, Neon Ascent. My goodness. Slow peaks coming through from Full Sense, but it's the off angles that favor Velocity. Slight high-low as well because of the stairs. Now on to Leviathan. Position fully noted. I mean, do you really just bank on the lucky starter stab? It's not happening! Russ secures map point out for Velocity.
Incredible stuff. At one point, guys, they were down 0-6 on this map, having picked that attacking side. And since then, they've gone 12-3 in the last 15 rounds. Phenomenal calling on this attacking side from Velocity. Beautiful setups, beautiful prep on this defensive side, and it has been an effort by committee. Not one singular player is carrying Velocity. It is all beautiful prep, game plan, calling, and every single player stepping up where it's needed.
Even slight moments of improvisation as well. Last chance for Full Sense now.
Yeah. Gonna work some mid-control. 0-4 to start this off, man. Potter has had an absolute shocker here to start things off. Just creeping their way around in middle. Drone will go up. Will once again spot the trademark, confirming that the chamber is in towards B. I believe spotting the rendezvous in the corner of market. So they know that Ross is hanging around in B main here. The question is, what are they going to do about it? They're going to avoid him. Head towards A.
Enemy mark.
Test the setup between Lightning Fast and Damara.
Yeah, they want none of it. Rossi having found the successful shots before. Now it's short smoked off though. And you're backed in the mid once again.
Yeah, Russ has just been biding his time here with a full belt to util.
Jump spots up. Pulls out the utility to try to slow them down, but it's just a flash. So, nice little pickup from Full Sense. Can they convert it to more?
Flank from Damara. He's sprinting up top middle. How is Laz ready for that?
Must have heard the sound. Just lightning fast now. Will he be fast enough to throw out the utility? Smokes in. Spots over onto Potter, but oh, Full Sense. Managing to find some good devastating kills against Velocity into the spike plant.
Nicely worked. Rossi, he's so rich he doesn't even need his op anymore. He's just out for blood. Looking for damage here against Full Sense. Maybe a couple more clips for the Twitter posts as well. Headhunter3k.mp4.
Titled Ascension Pacific. Would be sick.
Man. Yeah,
not gonna happen though, of course.
Yeah, that's going in the recycling bin. All good. It was worth a try. Nicely worked by Full Sense though. They just catch Russ in spawn there, juggling a whole lot of util. He didn't know what piece of util he wanted to throw out there, and by the time he figured it out, he was already dead. Nice little bait as well with the deadlock wall. Sephiroth playing behind that and shrouding Steph away. Full Sense just need to keep it calm and collected. They just need 2 rounds in a row. They've already seen a lot of what Velocity has to bring on this defensive side here. So if they can just figure it out for 2 more rounds, and there's a real good chance that they can figure this out in OT. This is cute from Velocity though. They've thrown that full commit, full set of util across A main, but not sent the Neon. They're really just trying to condition Full Sense to react to that. The problem is that Sephiroth has been posted up here since the start of the round, so we've seen no Neon come crashing through to take that A main control. Drone through B. Will spot out the trademark. Broken nicely there by Leviathan. Full Sense now considering the fact that they want to re-clear A main.
Very silently as well. Lightning Fast has no idea, just the angle held. Orb kind of gives it away in time for the smoke to get set up, but he's already spent the paranoia as well. So this just might come down to kills. Opts to play the safer angle and pulls rotations from the team over to site.
3-man rotation here. Annihilation is there as Full Sense pulling the trigger on this site execute. Annihilation won't hit anything, but they'll take the A site control and get that spike down.
Barrier mesh up as well. More obstacles for Velocity to go through if they are to find the retake. More of the angle is smoked off as well, but Potter dinged down to low and red HP. As soon as the smoke goes off, it's the kill. Rossi, and also Opinion to slow them down with the grab net. Relay bolt now out from Damara. And for the rest of the team to try to break it through, door broken, and Full Sense managed to kind of slow them down. Another kill in action, but Damara goes huge with overdrive. Fast lane up to try to stick the spike onto halfway. And Full Sense doesn't quite know, waiting for it to go down, and Leviathan able to find the pick at the end.
Nicely done from Full Sense. Just kicking off that A execute with the Annihilation. They're just trying to simplify the game plan a little bit. Wait out any kind of tricks that Velocity might throw at them. It's a nice attempt with the breach util. I like that vault line in towards Heaven side. They know that Full Sense might try to disrupt them. But there was many more layers to that post plant than that for Full Sense. One more round to secure overtime here. You are going to see attack timeout here for Velocity. Both teams working their way through all of their timeouts. You'll see that a lot more here at Ascension. I mean, this game is the perfect example of it. There are just so many different teams from different regions with completely different styles coming here into Ascension. And it takes a while to kind of figure it all out. To be successful in the Pacific region, in APAC, you have to be able to figure out everything. You have to be able to play against every little different kind of funky style and approach that these teams have from these different regions. And Full Sense, they've made some good adaptations in the last couple of rounds.
That is true. It was 9-12. I mean, to be able to figure it all out so quickly on the fly in this group stage as well, it's just beautiful Valorant coming together for Ascension Pacific, a huge melting pot of it all.
Yeah. Judge out for Damara, up for Rossi. Damara going to take that into A main. And Full Sense, they're not changing anything up post timeout. It's another kind of slower, defaulty round. They're once again waiting for any kind of set plays that you're going to get here early on for Velocity. It's very clear to me that Full Sense feel that if they can slow these rounds down enough, that they'll find the success that they've been looking for. That means that Velocity in this last timeout, I would really like for them to have said, if we can slow things, if this round continues to be slow, if we can hold our util for the mid to late round, especially playing things like Omen and Breach, and just get the right relay bolt, the right fault line in the right position late into the round, then we should be able to come up with a dub. I think the Judge is a nice approach in A main as well. Against an A ending, that could really cause some problems if the clock starts to run low for Full Sense.
Yeah, something Full Sense might not really consider. You're always wanting to spend utility to try to retrieve more information. This drone now spots them out by middle.
At least for one player.
No escape.
Considering their options. Grab that into market. Full Sense shoving their way straight up mid to B. Rust in the back of the site, joined by Rossi on lane, who's feeling pressured to push his way into the back of the site for now.
Utility evaded.
30 seconds left. Over there.
And Full Sense cooking up the catalyst. They're cutting noise again, and it always feels so uncertain for Velocity at some point, but Rossi spots them out right around the edges. Laz to answer back. Ruz has to just anchor down towards the back of boathouse. Buys enough time for Madeline to come back in, out from middle. Last though, the rest of the team, they just dive in with the shorty. Sephiroth with a shot out of B main all of a sudden as well. Now here they go with the judge. You talked about it before, and it's going nuclear. A shot from Lightning Fast. Paranoia out against Sephiroth, and this might be the round. Velocity just one more kill, and they will secure it. No overtime on this first map, and they completely throw Full Sets in for a loop.
You absolutely love to see it. The games today have really just been defying expectations. Nongshim slapped around by NAOS early on, and Velocity also turning up to this tournament and showing everyone that they aren't a pushover, that they have spent the last couple of months prepping some really funky stuff that is going to be hard to play against. Full Sent's going to be kicking themselves that they couldn't secure their map pick here, but there's still the rest of the series to play.
Really had so many efforts to just try to get it that close. I mean, you talked about the adjustments, you know, the timeout as well. They really took their time with things, Billy. But at that end, my God, it really still is difficult when your opponents come in with, you called it a funky comp. I'm calling it a funky comp too.
Yeah. I loved it. I absolutely loved what we saw from Velocity here. I'm wondering how much more they've got in the tank, like what kind of other approaches they're going to be bringing, because it's a long tournament, and you know, as we mentioned in some of these timeouts, there's a lot of different teams that you're going to have to be playing, and you know, this kind of style is great in the opening portions of the tournament. You're catching a team off guard the first couple of times that you're showing it, but you know, to be able to go deeper into the tournament, you're going to have a lot more in the tank than that. You're going to have a lot more looks, maybe some different comps, more in the strat book. But I am thoroughly entertained nonetheless that they've been able to get this initial map upset versus Full Sense. This is really spicing up this series for me.
Yeah, dude, as am I. A lot of, I just can't help but feel for the coaches. I gotta imagine Coach Leaf just having to rework quite a bit for Full Sense if they are to adjust around it. And I mean, for everyone else watching back home, you know, this is just map 1 of our second series of the day. We still got one more series to go after this, so everyone's got to strap in because there's so much entertaining Valorant to be had right now. The way that this went back and forth with, you know, a full, was it a 6-round win streak at the start from Full Sense in that first half?
Yep.
And then Velocity does this. Crazy.
Yep, they went 6 in a row after that on the attacking side. Some masterful calling. Some great attacking sides from both of these teams. A very, very slow approach from both of them. Partially that comes down to, you know, running things like Chamber, running things like Vice Deadlock, but most importantly, maybe more excitingly than what we saw in that series, I want to see if Big Time is sold over there on the desk just yet about Velocity.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just gonna give this to Morgan because this feels familiar. It's like Morgan is right about everything once again. We're in Ascension, we're in another tournament, yet Morgan is still right about this. I do have to give credit to you. Velocity, I was not familiar with your game. I didn't think they would actually be able to condition Full Sense to almost a complete stop here, Morgan, but that's almost what they did in the last few rounds.
Look, people have to stop being surprised that I'm right about everything. I'm always right about everything. And once
I don't like this game!
This Velocity team, I feel like this is the best way they could have approached this Ascension. They leant back into what works for them. They put Damara back on this Neon. They've supported it with the Breach. SK Rossi on the Chamber. Everybody is built to excel on an individual level. They didn't force anything that doesn't fit for them, and we saw just how effective that can be. I just want you to look how even the kills are all the way across this Velocity team. Everybody really pulling their weight, and I'm so impressed, especially after starting 0-6, to have the mentality. This is the experience we spoke about, right? To be able to pull this back out, get a win on your opponent's map pick, a map that has looked weak for them in the past. I mean, they're going to be on cloud 9 right now. They are riding high. But on the side of Full Sense, definitely not the start they would have wanted here, Mika.
Absolutely not. I mean, as you mentioned, the score was 6-0 in favor of Full Sense in the first few rounds, and then the momentum slowly started to shift over to Velocity, and they just kept going after that point. A large part of it was Damara really getting more confidence as the rounds went on. We saw a bit of a slower start from him earlier, but once he started realizing, no, this is how I play, this is how my team's gonna set me up, he started, the fear started, falling away from him. He started getting even more and more daring, and then by the end, he was flying all over the place. It was actually a treat to watch indeed. And you go to the opposite side where you have Potter, and unfortunately Potter is just at the bottom of the scoreboard here, and I was expecting a lot from him, but he was just shut down a lot, especially by Damara.
I mean, yeah, I think there's definitely a difference in how the teams approach, like, setting up their duelists, right? So, Damara's playing Neon with that Breach Sova to support him, so the support players put a lot of work in. Potter's there on an island and couldn't get it done against all that util, so we'll have to see what Map 2 has in store.
Yeah, we will see indeed. We'll see if Full Sense can manage a comeback, or if this is just Velocity's game all the way right after this very quick break.
Watch me as I take that rain. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up, yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play the game. You can't compete, Don't just sit and look the same.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. You're back with myself, Mika, and Morgan here on the desk. And apparently Morgan is always right with everything, so I might as well just not be on this desk. But no, Velocity was a very, very pleasant surprise in that first map. I'm expecting so much more from Full Sense as we head into the second map. But this is going to be Lotus here, Morgan. What are we expecting here? Velocity has been... they've almost been playing this map almost every series that they've had this entire year.
Yeah, I mean, Velocity love this map. They're going to bring in what is essentially the same composition that we just saw on Ascent. Most likely, it'll just be the Fade swapped in for that Sova. So no wonder they chose that on Ascent. It's a style that fits them, and they love playing that Lotus. But Full Sense, we haven't seen their Lotus. I mean, they haven't played it the entirety of Split 3. So we really don't know what to expect here. I think Velocity will be riding that high from the map 1, knowing that they caught their opponents by surprise and took away their map pick. But on the side of Full Sense now, you got to remember the shoes on the other foot. They get to do the surprising now. They can come in with something quite different and upset everything that Velocity have planned, where they're almost certainly going to be playing that same style. So the prep should be in place for this faster Neon breach on Lotus, but really it depends, because after Velocity started coming back and really gathering momentum, I feel like Full Sense just kind of weren't all there in the kind of mental, and it just looked like they couldn't fully recover that 6-0 lead they had. So a little bit worried for Full Sense now.
I totally agree. This first map for me was a lot about the confidence and just how much space they were giving Velocity, because they did have it in the first few rounds. And then by the time Velocity started gathering momentum, by the time we went into that half, you kind of felt Full Sense being a little scared. I was surprised with how much Velocity was able to actually shepherd them into a corner, and they would just be stuck there for more than half the round. And I was wondering, when are they going to push forward? They have the power to push forward. They are not doing so. And it just felt like, I believe it was Pilsky who pointed it out. It was almost like Full Sense was almost traumatized into staying there because of what, the likes of Damara were doing. And by that time, Velocity, it was just too easy for them to pincer around Full Sense. And they just kept doing this round after round after round and into victory.
Yeah. I mean, we can see how they used their prep time, right? They had so many great set pieces ready to do those aggressive pushes. Then the timeout comes in from Full Sense and they have to sit back. So Velocity sit back as well. They understand their kind of flows and cycles after these timeouts. So very, very impressed with Velocity. But yeah, I think Full Sense needs to find a way to settle into this game and not be caught off by so much aggression. We know these South Asian representatives are going to be in your face, so be a bit more prepared. Get ready for that breach and the Neon that's probably going to be brought out into Lotus, and let me see some actual good prep to stop it. Let's see the punishes when they want to come that aggressively. But Full Sense, I don't think played a bad game. I think we have to say this, that they were very in that game. It very nearly went to OT. I just think there was a few rounds where you're caught out by that aggression, by those big set pieces. So yeah, I think it's all about what they've got cooked up on the Lotus. But remember, it's them doing the surprising now, so they do have a little advantage, even though it is just your opponent's map pick.
Yeah, you are right. I don't think it was like bad from Full Sense, but I just felt like there were, it was that's why I say it was a confidence game, because they did lose a lot of it. The strategies were in place, the gameplay was in place, but the confidence, which matters so much in LAN setups like this, just wasn't there in the next few rounds. I hope they gained it back. I hope within this break they're able to regroup, and remember that they are one of the powerhouses here coming into the Thai scene, because we're heading into Lotus, and as we mentioned, we don't have any info just yet on the side of Full Sense, but for Velocity Gaming, Full Sense have no excuse. They should know what is coming to them. Velocity Gaming have played this like in almost every series. Like maybe there's like a handful that they haven't played this on, but on the side of Velocity Gaming, it's open. They've shown all their cards at this point, and Full Sense are bringing out the deadlock once more, but it's going to be on Laz this time around.
Yeah, so changing who's playing that Deadlock, but it's still Deadlock Vice, stylistically very similar. It's just adapted a little bit more to the map, bringing out the Fade and the Raise there, so sticking with that similar style. Velocity, no changes on them. This is exactly what we would expect. We saw how strong they are playing this style, so it's all about, is Laz able to slow down the pace of that Neon?
And you can feel the energy coming out from Damara too. He is fired up. I'm excited to see more of that Neon coming into this. I'm excited to see if Full Sense can manage to take it back as we pass it on over to our casters Quack and Pilsky for the call.
Thank you very much, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger. We're going into this second map. They talked about it. A slight surprise perhaps coming out from Full Sense, but again, so much wind in their sails for Velocity, Pilsky.
Well, for sure. I'm a little bit concerned though, Quack. I think you're a bit confused. Potter is on Full Sense,
So I think that makes big time Ronald Weasley, which I think personality-wise is a better fit anyway. He's a little bit unsure of himself. I wouldn't go as far as to say a beta male, but maybe in that direction.
Whoa.
Look, but we gotta focus on the game here. Honestly, vitality, velocity. Is it? It's VLT, not
Yeah,
VIT.
it's similar.
I'm losing it a little bit. Don't have anyone quite as bold as Durka on velocity, but they will creep out A main. Little bait setup in the corner there. Not going to be something that you're going to be checking Laz on, I think, if you're velocity.
With the angles, though. Laz then able to swing out, but punished quickly by Rossi. Arpinia able to come back in for a couple of shots, but still, the damage has been done. Spike planted now. Damara close up front around the one-way. It's tough for Full Sense to find space here.
Yeah, for sure. Going to be a flashpoint to hold them even further back. Velocity trying to play close to heaven, really zoning Full Sense away and preventing them from making any ground in this direction.
Shaving seconds off the clock as well. Now they make a move with a sudden burst out from Apinia. Quick into the hat trick.
What?
A quad! Online for an ace, but with Madeline low HP finding first contact against Leviathan. Full Sense. Just able to swing things around.
What were those moves from Apinia? Dude was moving like a neon out there on heaven, hitting every bloody shot with the coast. Huge 4K. To keep Full Sense in the discussion, because that initial setup was disastrous. Both of those players outside of stairs there getting isolated for free, and quite honestly, Apinia has really thrown them a lifeline there to win that opening pistol.
Still insane how he's managed to do all that around the top of heaven. But it does look as though we're going to be going in for, I mean, we're waiting for a little bit of confirmation, but it does, yeah, it's pretty much a tech pause. Some slight issues to really iron out. Nonetheless, though, a good start coming through from the Thai squad.
Absolutely. Gonna settle the nerves a little bit. After barely not getting Ascent across the line, I felt like they had pushed that into OT. They were starting to figure things out, but unfortunately, you know, when you're up against map point, all you need is just a mistake or two, and that's what it took. Velocity to finally get that game across the line. Really, really impressed with what we saw from them, and they're going to play this same style coming into Lotus here. I'm interested to see how many maps they want to be playing, you know, Neon Breach Chamber. And over on the side of Full Sense, I mean, I know that they're a team, we've seen it in Challenges SEA this year, they're quite happy to change players playing certain roles or change up comps. They're quite a flexible team of players that can all play a lot of different agents, a lot of different roles. So I know that they're capable of changing up their agent comps and their approach, even map to map to map. But they also are still playing the same style that we saw on Ascent. They're playing the, you know,
Deadlock,
Vice Lock with the singular duelist, single unit again. So look, we'll see if it works out a little bit better. I think that comp is a fine fit for both of the maps, to be honest. I think the only team that really has been playing more of a funky style that doesn't fit the map is definitely the comp being played by Velocity on Ascent. This map, it's a little bit better of a fit, but it's still quite off meta, I would say.
True. Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just don't see it too often these days. Maybe a little bit more last year, perhaps, but either way, you know, with however the results happen.
That's how I felt when I was looking through Velocity and prepping for Velocity going into this series, is I was looking at their comps on paper and feeling like this feels a little outdated to me. And it is, but they're making it work. You know, they have their own approach. And apparently that's trust in Rossi, because the man, Russ has bought him a Outlaw.
Okay.
He has got armor as well. So we've got a couple of weapons being forced up around that as well. Velocity definitely trying to cause a little bit of an upset in round 2 here.
Set the guy up, you know. For all we know, perhaps Full Sense with more preparation or some adjustments possibly coming into this map might be able to flip the script. Now it's just going to be Bear and Mash at least to block it off.
Yeah, Russ just set up Rossi in A, who's now applying more pressure, opening the door. He throws a trademark into Tree.
My God.
He's put a 4-man rotation from Full Sense over this side of the map. In the meanwhile, Velocity are just waiting out this deadlock wall front B. Since I got no idea what's going on.
Teleport's ready. Scratching your heads, running all across the map, like, where are these guys? At least they've got that double sentinel utility to sort of slow things down if push comes to shove. But once again, they're looking at the guns and the force-ups. Velocity now caught by the Gravnet.
Yeah, denied entry into B. 2 waves of utility from Full Sense hold them in their tracks. Now they're going to pivot back to that A side of the map where Rossi has been inserted right since the start of the round. They will have access to this A side, but Full Sense are going to be able to rotate in for a flood if they want to.
Some slight sounds towards Baby Door as well, so Rossi opts to play closer with the rest of the team. Now everyone's on site. A spike plant, a full 5v5 retake? You're kidding me.
Yeah, Stingers as well, and a Bucky. These are some really great angles being played in the site by Velocity. Going to be hard for Full Sense to deal with on this retake.
Especially with the Bucky, man. I'm holding my breath. First shot goes to Rossi, but quickly traded by Sephiroth. Blades and guns out now into the site. Lightning Fast finds another pick. Damara now pushing all the way through. Takes down Apinya. But down to the site. It's Laz on a Ghost! Off to just Damara now. And with the swing right around the corner, the Ghost will seal the deal for Full Sense.
Oh, Damara, you can see how deep he went into spawn there. He picked up the Bulldog. But in the 1v2 he ended up in, it actually probably would have been better for him to just have the Bucky there. Could have done some like circle jump movement in that 1-on-2 and probably just won it from there. Unfortunately, just wide peeking with the Bulldog there. Wasn't what he needed to do. But some beautiful shooting on the Ghost there from Laz, has to be said. That's the player that's usually kind of your money man, the man that you're looking to recycle some weapons, but he got the majority of the work done for Full Sense.
I'll find you.
Thanks to that, they will be going into this anti-bonus with slightly more money. Guns up and ready as well. They get information outside of B, but quick response from Velocity into C site. Leviathan trying to hang back, pulls out the utility though, and now cut down by Damara. We have a new Neon, and that's his name.
You know, Dabby's on the bloody Omen, but somebody else is doing exactly what he should be doing in this tournament right now.
Now it's into the corner as well. Quickly contacted by Prowler, Paranoia as well, spam some shots, and that's where he gets caught by the edge of his ankle.
Over there.
More space for Full Sense, now push on up though. And also Angle is still locked up by SK Rossi. The rest of the team can potentially just hang towards the back, wait for the spike to go through plant. And it's Lightning Fast on the off angle as well. Shots from Potter successful though, and it's down to Russ. Madeline as well. Playing close range from Sephiroth with this Bucky. Catches square onto Madeline, but it's the last survivor for Full Sense. No time to get the spike all the way through now. Russ just playing it careful and safe. Some slight parkour, lovely footwork coming up from Sephiroth, but no defuse means Velocity takes the round.
Yeah, great upset there. With just the half buy, a lot of damage getting done with the force buy in the round previous. Will undoubtedly have put a lot of pressure on Full Sense's economy. Great movement from Damara to be able to win that duel. Deep off angle from Rossi being able to rendezvous away. Those two factors really slowing down Full Sense enough for Russ to show his experience in the clutch there.
Still a lot of guns dropped away.
Huge clutch. Look at Full Sense's money here.
Ooh. Well, money or not, if they peak like that, and with Damara gone as well, some slide options now.
Got across stairs worked very well. Got them that opening pick. Might try to take some rubble control here at some point to pick up the gun. In the meanwhile, though, Velocity, not mincing words, just going to pick up the pace straight into C. Going to disrespect the shear here. Leviathan in another postcode. He's not interested in really contesting this one. Outlaws in hand for Rossi, and not a single player with full armor here on Full Sense, so he's about to get a bit of a farm on. All picked up for Laz. He's now one off the Annihilation, as is Russ with the plant. He's close to his Rolling Thunder.
Both key ultimates, but down to this Nightfall could be the biggest difference. Russ, fingers crossed for a big pickup. but now blinded, has to back around the back of Mound, and that's unfortunately where he will eat dirt. Nightfall then into sight, but also strong positions taken around. Waterfall! It's Rossi up around stairs despite getting hit by Nightfall. 2 shots back to back. Into the site, it's Potter pushing up front. Another killed in action, and it's lightning fast, just trying to defend this spike with dear life. Shrouded steps into open space, but once again with the kills, time bought away from the defuse. Another Zowie clutch up for Velocity.
Yeah, lovely stuff. Just really causing too much of a rotation there, and once again running down the clock on the C site. We're leaving these experienced players who have not only played in, you know, tournament like Ascension, but played in Pacific. These guys have played the big stage games before, so if putting Russ or Lightning Fast in the clutch, you know they're good for it.
Oh my god, bro, there's 4 guys.
It was only the save though for Full Sense. So they've done a pretty big dent into Velocity's economy now as we head into round number 5. Both teams will be buying up. And we'll have another tech pause, which will give these players a little bit of a breather. Have a little bit of a think about how they want to be approaching this next gun round.
Yeah, it's been 2 rounds in a row with the C hits and no successful retakes as far. I mean, well, the kills go well.
I mean, the formula is pretty straightforward for Velocity. They bully map control with this breach comp and the neon. They get themselves into a post plant where they try to disrupt. Either it's a chamber on the off angle, or the neon's getting supported by utility to be able to push one of these angles, and then they're going to play the post plant from there. So, like, Full Sense have pretty much seen everything that you're going to get from Velocity on this attacking side. You've got to keep an eye and an ear out for the chamber on the lurk as well. Especially if it's going to op on the attacking side, because that can lose you picks early on if you're not switched on about it. So, but I think, especially after seeing what the formula is on Ascent as well for Full Sense, they have all the information that they need to come up with a game plan to deal with what Velocity is going to do. It's just a question of whether they can execute it in the server. You know, like, I've been in the coaching booth before where I played 2 APAC teams back-to-back on the same map, and they played completely different styles. And I tried to prep the team that I was coaching game plan-wise for how to approach those 2 different styles map to map. And it doesn't always come together in the survey. Even if you think you have the answers, even if you say, guys, we know exactly how they're going to play, you can still lose to it.
You want to play? Let's play.
Comes down to that execution. And at the same time from the previous rounds, you got some key ultimates possibly set up. A lot of early space being taken by Velocity.
Taking all of that A main space. Now defaulted towards C mount before. Tour de Force has been pulled out from Rossi. That's nice from Damara. He's heard the sonic sensor through the wall and been able to destroy it. Door being tickled now. But no one biting. Velocity just waiting for a mistake from Full Sense, waiting for a reaction.
Full Sense not really giving it either, though. Smokes out, continues to blockade this A side.
Going looking for info. Rolling Thunders here for Rust.
Oh my goodness. And there it goes. Wasn't even ripped just yet. Just a shot out from Damara. In with overdrive now. Onto site. Spike planted soon enough. And even though Full Sense are right around the corner, not sure if they're actually able to make it past. SK Rossi even has Tour de Force now blocking off the other end if anyone tries to make it out of Baby Door. Another kill on towards stairs as well, Pilski. This has to be a save.
Yeah, Damara's going hunting. He's punished for doing so. But that's about where the good news ends for Full Sense. Velocity is just working them so beautifully right now. They're taking their time. You know, they're not taking rubber control and immediately just ripping the execute onto this A site. You know, they're waiting for reactions. They tickle the door. Rossi is holding down that C line, waiting for someone to go for an info push or maybe react to the front B shove and get a pick like that. Or maybe they're waiting for Full Sense to peek out the door or pull the pin on a trap that they can potentially punish with some nice counter utility, because that is something that is great about playing this Breach Neon comp. The other team can throw a full set play at you, but you have things like the fault line and the relay vault, the paranoia that if you use this utility reactively well enough, you're going to be able to kind of counter what the other team's trying to throw at you. As we can see in the replay here, though, this is really just FullSense looking a little bit disjointed and Velocity taking full advantage of that.
Always ready to let their utility go at a moment's notice. And not only that, the Annihilation was burnt from the previous round as well. Definitely slightly hurting FullSense. But we have the timeout.
That feels terrible, bro.
Yeah.
You rip the ult, get nothing for it. Terrible, terrible feeling.
Lick your wounds a little bit through this tactical timeout.
Yeah, I mean, the reason why I'm talking about all this theory crafting with the coaching staff and adapting to Velocity style is because I haven't really felt like after many of these timeouts, I don't know if you'd agree, but I haven't seen FullSense take a timeout and then had a perfect approach, you know, most of the time. But to be fair, I feel like post-timeout every single time, Velocity has done something different. Like a perfect example of that was over on Ascent, post-timeout for against FullSense. They were doing those A main and B main plays with the Neon Breach. So we'll keep an eye on what Velocity is going to be doing in this round. We've already seen them take mount control, take A main. This time they are going to once again take A main, and it seems like FullSense might fight for it.
Well, FullSense did have some slight adjustments towards the end of Ascent, but that definitely did take a bit more time too. And that was on their attack. Now they're on defense, thinking to 4-stack on A site.
Trap being held. Jump spots there on the C side of the map from Laz. That could definitely be caught by Rossi here, who's got the Outlaw at the ready.
Oh, shots fired. Laz gonna turn away. And a sudden rip with utility out from FullSense into A. They managed to find a shot against Samara.
The trap doesn't work, but the being a little pixel out of position is enough for Sephiroth to punish. He's going to TP over towards the C side of the map. But Velocity, despite losing that pick on A, they're not perturbed at all. They're just going to contact straight up into Leviathan here.
Okay, and they actually managed to take it down. Leviathan's gone, even with the flashes tossed in. Potter trying to slow it down with nades, but that's not going to do too much. Oh my god, it's K. Rossi. He's finding yet another pick, continuing to push on up, and now you've got Heaven control as well.
Spike planted.
Just perhaps a couple more players towards the back. FullSense. Again, without the most optimal weaponry, it's going to be a lot tougher. Laz, unfortunately, getting picked down. SK Rossi with another shot. Almost every single one of his outlaw shots has been good, and then at the same time, you're able to block off the other one out by Tree. Velocity with another win.
Some tap for Ross to finish things off. I mean, I just love what I'm seeing. They didn't get caught by that trap in the early round. Damara getting punished by just a nice duel being taken by Sephiroth, but Velocity doesn't seem to be bothered about that at all. They lost their Neon to open up that round, contacted up into A, and just 4v5 FullSense flawlessly. Very impressive stuff. Outlaw's still there for Rossi, and there's a lot of light armors on FullSense.
A lot of potential targets. Velocity just looking to bully their way through into A site. Potter rips the showstopper. But now the rest of the team, I mean, he's trapped into this one spot, trying to run away through the doors, but not able to make it happen. Russ with a shot towards the back.
God, the breach util is just way too good for Russ. Pivot into B now. Leviathan to defend.
And he sets the thorns. Tries to stay tucked away, looking to surprise them, but instead it gets caught out by the bottom of his legs. Madeline with the shots through torso. The rest of the team just able to continue pushing. Laz tries to play it cautious, but unfortunately the angle's not supporting. It's Sephiroth down as the last guy.
I mean, again, this is just Velocity playing the attacking side at their pace, and it's working a bloody treat. Russ's breach util in this series thus far has just been so money, man. You had FullSense all stacked up outside of the breakable door, all got caught by fault line aftershock, and just completely disrupted that A trap that FullSense was trying to pull the trigger on. They just couldn't get in a comfortable enough position to catch Velocity. Sephiroth under pressure now. Passes the test against Lightning Fast, but Russ is good for the 3K. 5 on the attacking side for Velocity now. I mean, I just feel like Full Sense don't have the answer. This is what I was talking about. There were 3 players there. The Omen TP'd out. You force out the Raze Rocket just to be able to try to get out of that situation. But it didn't really help them all that much, Quack.
Not a single bit. And the response to everything else as well. It's just so quick coming out from Velocity. I mean, this keeps up. It's a 5-round win streak right now.
Just gonna throw fists on A again.
Okay. Gotta let those hands go, Pilski. Grab Matt at their feet, but it doesn't quite connect. Potter trying to play it around the off angles around Rubble, but caught inside of the smoke. I mean, what did you think was gonna happen when this entire squad... Oh no.
Full Sense cannot win this A fight. I mean, Opinion, it's a nice pick to be getting from Stairs side, but Velocity just don't care. They do not care how many boys you're bringing to A Rubble. They are quite happy to take the fight every single time, and they are, it's like I said, the breach util, the reactive util, and the way that they're taking these Rubble fights, it's just way too good. I mean, I know Full Sense only has pistols there, but it really doesn't feel like there's any way that they can win these Rubble fights against Velocity right now with how well they're using their utility.
Not even like a C's nade or anything. And now, Nightfall, clear out C, get the spike down. Full Sense, the only hero weapon here would be Sephiroth's.
And again, Rossi with an outlaw. He's going to put his rendezvous down. Now he's going to play a dirty off angle inside waterfall as you try to kick off your retake. You're going to be losing players on the way on in. This feels impossible for Full Sense.
Yeah, look at Rossi. I mean, there he goes again. Slight haunt, but everything's cleared out. The entire team is prepared. Hit by the grab net, but it doesn't even matter. Off angle, up towards Halls, and Damar just goes in for the peek. Rossi might have been gunned down, so a slight chance for Leviathan, but still, Madeline's position was not scouted out. That will be another round up for Velocity.
I wonder what Full Sense is going to do here. Do you take another attack timeout? Because that would be both of them for the rest of regulation gone. It's either that or they have to figure this out. They can't keep taking this Rubble fight. It's just not working for them. We need a different approach. We need to shove front B, or we need to do like a set play towards C mound, or rely on like a C mound door control kind of setup and just play retake A. Like, we need a different approach here because these Rubble fights just haven't been it. And it's exactly what you're going to see. They move into a 2-1-2 from the 1-4. And Velocity go, well, let's go straight out Rubble with this exec A.
Let's go! Well, managing to slow them down with more utility this time, Full Sense. Baramash Paranoia, but it's quickly dealt with. At least a progression smoke on the site. Sephiroth may be able to find a couple of picks around it. Quick with a Steel Garden ripped coming out from Leviathan. Able to halt Velocity for the time being. But then, a stupendous Paranoia into sight. Shorties in hand as well, alongside Damara, who continues to fan out across side. Madeline with the trades. Potter and Leviathan left. It's going to take some careful steps. Slow creeps out from stairs. Perhaps the Arc Rose to support, but they just go in dry peeking. Rossi with another punish. You cannot peek this guy. Potter does have nade. Perhaps looking for a way to chuck it in towards tree, but the spike's so close, Pilly. He just buys a bit of time to maybe get to halfway, but here comes Madeline jump peeking into Potter's doom.
Wow. This is unreal. It feels like no matter what happens to Velocity, they can find the right passage and play the right call to get out of a bad situation. It's a beautiful Paranoia on backside. They lost Rust in the bloody open there. Dropped the spike in the open, and they just 4-on-5 contact up into the site, trade out beautifully, and end up in a 2-on-2 that they can win with the ult. Absolutely beautiful from Velocity. Full Sense now. Bro, they're glass cannoning. They're forcing with light armor. Like, what is going on? I feel like this team is falling apart here, Quack.
It's odd, but they're just dumping bodies again and again into this A side. Potter often, time again, the first casualty of the round. And now second blood drawn. Laz quickly ripped off. You got a couple players around Baby Door, but I don't know if these angles will support Full Sense enough. Rossi again, just slow peeking into it. Leviathan trades, but lightning fast is right back. Sephiroth alone on this A site. Lo and behold, it's Madeline lurking while the rest of the team goes off for the spike plant. You wouldn't even think to turn behind, and Velocity now 8 rounds in a row.
This is crazy, man. Just the calling this attacking side is phenomenal. I mean, I always want to go. It just feels so methodical. They're working their way through the map. They're working together really, really well as a unit. Just waiting for Full Sense to regress into them and make mistakes. And theoretically, it's something that I've always felt like is a good approach in a tournament like this. APAC is a region that's notorious for having a lot of aggressive teams, having a lot of teams that love to take a fight and offer you things that you can punish. And, you know, I feel like stylistically in the past you'll have Korean teams that'll play a little bit slower that can be good at punishing those, that kind of style. But most of those teams are already in Pacific, right?
Yeah.
And in the past, like Korean TAC FPS, that's the kind of slower style that you'd have. It's a little bit more methodical. You take your time with it. But you don't really have those kind of teams as much in Tier 2, I feel like. Velocity right now is, it feels like, you were kind of saying it in the break, like a European kind of style, a bit more of an EMEA flair. Maybe that comes from Russ. You were telling me that he's been playing on Guild in the past and things like that. But it's just working a treat right now. Look at that, bro. What is that? I can't even count them all. That's 8 rounds. I can't even hold that many rounds, bro. I couldn't even count them on the fly.
And especially with the upcoming round as well, where the guns aren't there, this could keep on going.
They lost the pistol and they went, yeah, cool. No worries.
No worries. No problem. We're good.
Let's cook them on the gun rounds, innit? There's the A control taken by Velocity. Full Sense don't want to take that fight. I like the fact that they're taking this fight towards frontside B. Funnily enough, it's not somewhere that Rossi has ever really lurked. He's always just turtling at the backside of C, waiting for aggression. And once again, he's just camping his way over in lobby, waiting for someone to peek him while the rest of Velocity take this A site for free. They're going to get a big flank on, so Rossi's going to have a chance to get involved in the action once this trademark goes down.
It's a pretty good camp to set. Outlaw first shot off. And he lands the collat. Beautiful. Pinya able to answer back, but let's see if they can find more. Laz this time will be the one to wield the Outlaw.
They're just too far out of position. Velocity's already flipped the map, playing from Heaven's side. I don't know how you complete this retake, Quack.
A couple of them, I think, hiding inside of drop as well. It's Russ. And it's a perfect setup. Straight into 2 players gunning you down. No chance. Trying to keep Velocity trapped around the spike at least so that they would all go off to it, but kill still going off away. And now starting to let go of it. Leviathan able to take the shots, and Russ will go off, but the money's still good, man. They've had so many rounds, Pilsky.
I know. It's inconsequential. I just cannot believe it. Like, this experienced core and Velocity is really just allowing them to play such a slow, measured, perfect game right now. I feel like I'm watching a perfect attacking side of Lotus. This is bloody gorgeous, man.
Whoa. Alright, that's fighting words.
I'm not seeing any of that in the server right now. I'm seeing, like, you know, the most chill attacking side of Lotus. Outside the server, we are screaming our heads off. They are pumped. They are focused, Quack. Contact out onto rubble yet again. Op pulled out by the chamber over on that C side of the map, not being given a peek. Full deadlock set up on this A side of the map, with a lot of players ready to defend any kind of A execute that comes out in the mid round. Prowler from Opinion will confirm no one's front B, so Full Sense don't feel any pressure to rotate. I like the fact that just trusting this A stack here.
Barrier deployed.
Hopefully, perhaps, a slightly different approach, a more passive one. But as time elapses again, they start to feel uncomfortable, tossing out the utility in hopes that they would block off Velocity.
It's your fear!
Velocity then to just go out from tree. Nightfall through. Potter tries to slip past the cracks. Getting hit by a couple of flashes now, though. And Leviathan finds another. For the first time in a long streak, Full Sense come up with first kills. And now the rest of Velocity trying to barrel forward. Damara does manage to find one, but the paint shells manage to stop him. And Showstopper as well, on towards Russ, who already was caught by Annihilation. No 10-2 this time. It's Full Sense with an answer back.
Yeah, they really figured out that attacking side. Unfortunately, it took the entire half for them to do so. Really nice setup on that A site. Completely pulling apart anything Velocity wanted to go for. Rossi checked well on the lurk by the Vice on C. And multiple ults invested to be able to shut that one down. A nice response at the end of the half for Full Sense, but they've still got to come back after this halftime break.
Well, we're back into the second half. Full Sense might have gotten that last round, but it's still so strong coming through from Velocity. Really liking this identity that they're beginning to carve out from themselves with this Breach Neon. How does that look on defense? We'll take a look.
I mean, it's a lot of dealing with the chamber. It's something that Big Time talked about on the desk. You've got to be ready for Rossi taking these mount fights and be able to deal with him accordingly. Prowler out front B, confirming that the defense is no longer fighting Knight, although they did shut it down. Full Sense creeping their way out a rubble, and Velocity looking to fight it.
Oh, and straight up with the fault line. Look at how many it hits. Russ even finding a shot in for himself as well. Now the full team is able to just lock them outside of A lobby, while Rossi begins to take a little trip all the way towards the back of spawn. Caught up by the mini-map, but the Headhunter shots are good! Oh my goodness, it's just Opinion left. He's trying to strike in mid-air, man. He just can't.
Oh my god. Should have hit up that Kovac scenario just before, you know.
The one where the neon's flying around? Sure.
The one where the neon's flying at you, doing 360s, and you got 3 other people running at you. That's just beautiful util use. Like, look at that. One player full blind by the paranoia. The stun connects. Beautiful fault line from Russ. Perfect flank from Rossi. Just the util has been so effective for Velocity this entire series. And Full Sense have no answer for it.
It's not even like fully tracked by the assist stat either. Rossi now finding the shot. Russ with 5 assists is what I was thinking about. But look, they're just gonna keep going for it. Shoot and scoot.
He just shoves the barrel straight in Potter's mouth. It's unbelievable, the confidence that this man has. He doesn't hit the rendezvous, he just hits him with the no-scope.
Yeah, no, this is where we go for it. Jumping 360. Nah, it's not happening. Full Sense looking to push their way through with the classics.
See what they can get done here. They have picked up an outlaw. So But there is some upset potential here. 2 players that could die to that in one shot, but Velocity are already set up to deal with this site plant. Can potentially delay it with some good util here.
Yeah, Aftershock, the Flashes, and the Prowlers all tossed in now. Madeline on for the hunt, but it doesn't matter when Damara's the one slithering all the way through downstairs.
11-3 for Velocity. A very clean anti-eco, despite the fact that you had a couple of whiff shots on the Outlaw there from Rossi. Really, really nicely worked. And again, it's just effective util. Aftershock forcing these players out. Really, really nicely timed C's towards the backside of the double stack there, and then your Neon slides on through. Bonus on the cards for Velocity here. Full Sense staring down the barrel of their first gun round. They're going to need a lot of them to try to come back here.
If they don't, oh man, the map just might be done. Look at this control as well. Lightning fast on top of rubble.
Full rubber control. And this Full Sense attacking side is looking exactly like their adaptations that you saw them make on Ascent, right? They are just turtling in spawn.
Okay.
Oh, what a shot there to open things up. Damara's just got a free haircut, looking fresh as anything.
Kind of like the one that I've got. Paranoia now out from Lightning Fast.
Don't change the subject, man. We're talking about your hair.
The round's going on. It's Full Sense trying to go Oscar Mike over onto C, but this is where Rossi is. A couple of them onto light shields, but nice, nasty shots coming through from Potter this time. Ross up close, trying to spray and pray. It's not going to happen. Low HP, but they will still be able to push on through, getting the spike down.
Yeah, Madeline shut out by the deadlock wall there. Barrier mesh going to keep him at bay. Nice safe plant from Opinion. Both him and Potter extremely low here. You don't want to lose extra guns here for Full Sense. You need every little bit of money that you could possibly have access to, because they've got a big comeback to undertake.
One step at a time.
I'll find you.
Similarly for Madeline. Just trying to clear it and take as much as possible, but unfortunately no kills found, so rather successful coming through from Full Sense.
First of many that will be needed. Oh.
Go away.
Hit that bloke with the reaction time test right now. I'm betting he clears that. Not me, I'm pushing 30 Quack, so I don't want to.
We're the same
no one needs
age,
to see these
man.
numbers, but. But you got the C reactions, man. Like you got the SG aim. You know, you built different. You look like Jing out here.
Perhaps we're looking on to Rossi to hopefully be the one to react faster. But wow, we talked about the turtling; it's happening again.
It's a dirty off angle. I mean, if anything, Rossi's the turtle, because Sephiroth's just waiting for him to stick his head out of his shell so he can pop it off.
Shadows traveling.
Nothing being given. Progression smoke outside of A here. Full Sense looking to try to take some space. Feeling things out with the Prowler. Botline will push them away for now.
Potential Aftershock to get sent through as well. I mean, this turtling is just baiting out utility from Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trading down the util. Now it's starting to make their way back towards C now, but you've had this two-man setup since the start of the round, Quack.
Operator. See how smooth SK Rossi can come out with it. Oh, this time, not connecting.
Oh, no.
To take the fall.
TPing into the open. That's not the clean execution that you were looking for. And Rossi's missed, you know, 4 or 5 of the last couple of shots we've seen him take.
30 seconds
You
left.
need your chamber to be connecting those shots with the operator. It is vitally important with this comp because, as Big Time said on the desk, if chamber doesn't take those picks, doesn't hit those shots, then you become a useless man. You are a man with a gun that is not shooting anyone. It's just facts, man.
It's, yeah, harsh word, but true. Well, this time it's Damar who unfortunately will
Spike planted.
bite the dust. Spike goes down as well. Probably might want to hang back and hold on to this op. Find more use with it for the next round.
I mean, look, I'm being a little harsh. You are a fantastic util sponge. You can soak up 2 or 3 pieces of util, TP out,
but I don't know if that's what you're really looking for when you click chamber in the agent select screen.
Yeah.
Velocity looking to play the long game here, though. I like the 3-man save. We are very far ahead here. Could min-max the economy with some, you know, clever financial management. Just maximize the amount of buys that we can have to try to just secure 2 more. That's all you need. This was a great round from Full Sense, though. Potter, come on, man. Come on.
You were just talking about successful financial man.
That's fine. All good.
Okay.
He's right at home. They just pulled up over from the boot camp. He can just, you know, walk down the road, grab a little bit of extra cash. No stress.
There we go. Rifle spot up. But once again, back towards the setup of Velocity.
They continue to want to try to take this rubble fight.
Where are you?
Feeling that they can win it time and time again. Seasnake doesn't quite catch Tamara there. You can see it landed just behind him. Relay bolt to secure that A control. Full Sense will once again not contest, and Velocity will rotate accordingly.
Again and again. Lightning Fast and Rossi as well outside of C.
Same setup. See if it'll find them more success here.
Or become a util sponge, I suppose. You've
That's one
soaked up
prowler.
one prowler. Yes. That's value.
It's getting bigger.
Uh-oh. Some adjustments coming through from Full Sense. They're peeking with the util this time. Flashes, prowlers, all... No, that's getting soaked up. That's a good sponge. That's a
It's
scrub
looking
daddy.
huge. Looking huge, looking pumped, like cracked biceps after a couple kills at the gym. I love to see it.
Yes, it's true. I
Fault
get my
line.
protein shakes in.
I'll find you.
Great. Well, that's going to push Velocity away. Sorry, Full Sense away. They're going to take that rubble control and tickle the door. They're trying to pull
30
some
seconds
rotations
left.
from Velocity over towards
Over
this A
there.
side of the map, but Velocity is not really biting. They're just sitting in their rotations. Rossi's alone on C here, though.
Oh, but look at the forward TP coming through from Sephiroth. Lightning Fast and Madeline are right around the corner as well. You mentioned that they weren't biting, and here they are. Velocity gunning down for that map point score. It's the wall bench shots up against Leviathan into trades against Potter. And there they go, Velocity up to 12.
It's just phenomenal how little they're panicking in the mid to late round. Like, the rotations barely moved. They had so much faith in Rossi, in their C retake protocol, that even though the majority of Full Sense was barreling down the door of the C site, they barely even moved an inch. Like, look at the minimap right now. Rossi's on his own. You have the one rotation of Lightning Fast in Waterfall, and everyone else is still holding around the map, which really is what allows Madeline to catch that push in through door side. That tells you that Velocity as a team are just trusting the setups. They trust the process. They are fully confident that they are going to win this game against Full Sense, doing what they've drilled, doing what they've practiced day after day.
You have to admire that. And, you know, for all the, you know, couple of shots that he's whiffed here and there, Rossi is still sitting up on top of 16 kills. Same setup once again.
Tamara again, barely dodging that util. Almost caught him this time, but Full Sense changing up the approach. Going to be a contact towards front B, towards Russ.
Does have the util after all. Able to slow them down, and here comes Rossi with the door stepped open. Sephiroth and Alpinia trying to shoot their way out, but the chances of survival slowly slimming down. Damara pushes the button a little bit too early. Now it's Nightfall, quickly set to cross. Russ, unfortunately caught red-handed. Lightning Fast is the last player alive for Velocity.
They know he's front B. They know they need to smoke off the door, worry about the stairs angle. Full Sense just going to play this one by the numbers, walking hand in hand, straight through rubble. As long as they can trade this one kill, then they can get this round done. Lightning Fast, though, both of his opponents pretty low here. It's a very winnable 1-on-2 clutch, but he's banking on the fact that they're going to end C here.
Cover going out. 30 seconds left.
Okay. Slowly coming back into it, though. Now you've got a couple of smokes to potentially try, but it's just gonna sneak forward. A little bit more concerned about Baby Door, but it's the players up towards heaven, and they were both working together. Full Sense able to extend their life.
Yeah, staying alive in this series, just doing things sensibly, at least in the XVX. That was a very nice setup. That's what I was talking about when I was asking when a Full Sense going to run a C mount door setup. That's exactly what you saw from Velocity there. As soon as the front B contact comes in onto Russ, not only does he he get one, but you have the Omen who opens the door, and then it's just a firing squad for an op that's staring straight down from that C site all the way through the B door. It's just free pickings. That's why it's such a strong setup, especially when you're running the chamber. It was the perfect reaction to Full Sense trying to kick off that B contact. Unfortunately, though, where Velocity really ran into issues was just trying to end the game too fast, too quickly. You had the full crunch coming around through A lobby. They really just tried to find those Full Sense players that they knew were stuck in front B and hunt them down and kill them so they could just be done with this game. But
yeah,
you corner some of these Full Sense players and they are sharp as anything. They're going to punish you for that.
Tomorrow with the overdrive as well, but I guess we'll see. Cornered or not, at least now, certainly in the map scoreline, they are. They've been turtling throughout most of these rounds, but for the first time in a long time, Velocity are going to come in with a slight eco half-buy, if anything. Damar onto the Bucky.
Bucky, and probably a tour de force here for Rossi. So there are a few things they have to consider. Seems like Rossi's going to take an angle over towards A. Initial shot, then probably TP into door and try to swing it open to find a pick there.
Tour de force could slow, but the angles aren't there. He's been smoked off and everything.
They'll definitely have a chance at a shot here at some point.
Okay. A Prowler more utility
off
at least.
the line. Yeah, I mean, Full Sense just doing a really, really good job. Just safely crossing behind the cover of the dark cover. Prowlers to push that chamber op off the line, and they're going to secure themselves the showstopper. So I would assume they would have just kicked off the A execute, but it looks like they want to split B instead.
Door quickly broken. Showstopper into sight. A sheriff shot heard, but otherwise nothing else. Showstopper just to give Velocity a slight warning as to avoid heaven control, but Rossi's coming back in. The rest of the team as well. Slightly through and out over from door, but Steel Garden should secure it. Sephiroth out with first blood. Spotted onto another player as well, and you still have, C-Link blocked off with the smokes. It kind of does go off though, and here come the flashes now. Rossi with the first shot on Tour de Force, and just controls a little bit more space. And with that, the rest of the players are now able to set up the firing squad around the site. Laz wanting to push all the way through, but slowed down. Rossi, the shot whiffs. And it's Annihilation sent in as well, but not quite connecting. Grab that onto Rossi. Laz needing to nail the shot. He comes back in and manages to save the day. A Zowie clutch to put Full Sense up to another round.
Took everything out of Full Sense to get that round across the line though. And there was very little invested in it from Velocity. Just a tour de force, a Bucky, and a singular Sheriff, but they make that round look so competitive. Ult forced out as well. Velocity are really making Full Sense expend everything, and that's why you see the celebration from the team that, just lost that round. They know that they've really taken everything away from Full Sense here. Change up now on the attacking side. Leviathan will pull out an op and look to try to actually take a fight here with Rossi. Maybe reading the fact that he doesn't have the money to buy himself an op and feeling like there's a potential chance to punish that.
Definitely could be a good challenge. Rossi, though, the way that he's hugging that wall so tightly would have been a strong angle, but otherwise everyone peels off. And I go back to the B.
Straight up into heaven. Potter's going to have a really deep angle to be playing here. Damara looking to contest with Russ's util, but forced away by the dark cover for now.
And that's everything blocked off. Double sonic sensors too, but Madeline in with a Nightfall, out with the guns. Damara, the first one to slide in. He actually gets a spray transfer onto a second player. Potter out from heaven, needing to do a bit more damage. Rossi towards the back, pulls some attention away as well, but Ross coming back through. Leviathan now with the op shots. All of a sudden, Velocity feels the need to turn around. Potter still alive as well. Oh no, the shots whiff! This could be it then! Potter low HP as he exposes himself out in the open. Lightning fast, finding the shot at the end. A catastrophic end out for Full Sense on the second map. Lotus going successful for Velocity Gaming.
Absolutely beautiful performance here. I don't know how many people would have had high expectations of Velocity coming into this tournament. I mean, South Asia, usually a region that people underrate pretty heavily, especially when you've got sharp teams from Southeast Asia like Full Sense. They're playing on home soil here. They should be in their comfort zone. And they played a pretty decent game today, but Velocity made them feel very uncomfortable, coming in with this really unique style. Breach Neon Chamber on both maps, slow, measured gameplay, really effective utility usage. I can't wait to see what team takes on Velocity next and how they're going to try to tackle it.
Likewise, Pilski. Oh my god, you're standing in his spot. Don't take my limelight. But at the same time, yeah, it's true. What an incredible style, something that teams had to kind of adapt around. And you saw the effects of it. Full Sense was still running that kind of turtle approach that you mentioned before.
Yeah, I felt like they were the whole series trying to adapt to what Velocity was doing to them, which is so not Full Sense's style. You know, like when I think of Full Sense, I think of a team that is decisive, full of sharp players that plays their game. They're always asserting their will on the other team. But I felt like the way that Velocity played this series just completely got in their head. They did not know how to adapt, and they were constantly thinking, what is Velocity going to do? How should I change my own approach, my own style to be able to deal with that? And they never quite found the answer, unfortunately.
It really didn't come quite through. I mean, so many rounds won in a streak from that first half. Down to the second half, maybe a little bit more seesaw back and forth, but at that point, I mean, you can already tell the effects of it were there. Either way, a very lovely new look coming out from the region of South Asia, and we hope to see a lot more.
I think with these initial results we've had today, like, this tournament is looking so spicy. Honestly, I can't wait to see who comes through the switch, because I think it's going to be very, very tight. We've already had two upsets today, I think it's fair to say. But honestly, despite the fact that on paper, both of these series that we've had so far today have been upsets, they haven't looked like it. Honestly, I felt like in the first series, Nongshim didn't look like the better team. In this series, Velocity, an absolute masterclass from them. Every single player performing, absolutely phenomenal calling from Russ. Perfect util usage. Rossi didn't hit every shot with the op this series, but he didn't even really need to, despite the fact that, you know, like, not everything was perfect from Velocity. You know, even 75-80% was very impressive. There's even more of a ceiling there.
Still good, still good. But either way, everyone, you're gonna want to stick around, because speaking of Russ, I think it's Russ. No, it's not Russ. Speaking of SK Rossi, we're gonna have an interview with him after this. For now, the panel to break all of it down.
Well, Morgan, I think that Pilski said it best. It's both series so far have been upsets, but they didn't look like upsets. And this second series, particularly with Velocity, they looked so dominant on both maps. Yes, towards the end, you had Full Sense maybe strike back a little bit, but the momentum that they're able to secure on both of these maps and just really run with it, I'm very, very impressed with what they've shown here.
Yeah, same. I couldn't agree more, honestly. Super, super impressed by what Vitality were able to put out. They brought their own twist on the meta, played their own style, suited well to their own players, and we saw them just run away with this game. I feel like Full Sense could not find the answers for what Velocity were bringing here. I don't feel like they've had much practice against this style, and they looked a little bit lost against it, especially in that first half. Once again, on the side of Velocity, very, very even across the board. That's one thing I'm loving about this this team is nobody's getting hard carried. Rossi at the top there, 19 kills, 15 deaths, and we saw he could have had a lot more. This is only him warming up, so there's a lot to be excited about for this South Asian team.
Yes, this looks like a Velocity that was really just sort of getting their bearings in the tournament. It wasn't anything too crazy just yet. You didn't really see anybody going too crazy or too out of bounds, but you know what this team is capable of. It is so nice to see Damara really just shining on that stage. You saw him like, standing up, doing a little bit of the banter with full sense, and you could tell that he loves this. In the first map, we were talking a lot about the confidence and how he was still finding his footing, but once he got it, he was just unstoppable. And I think that shows a lot, especially since you're dealing with a team that we mentioned has a lot of experience. He's coming in as one of the newer names to this roster, alongside Russ, alongside Lightning Fast, and of course SK Rossi, who takes the MVP. But he is really shining, and Madeline also had some good moments as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a weak link on this team. That's why it's so exciting. The MVP does go to SK Rossi, as you say, on that chamber. I was really hoping we got a chance to see it, and he really excelled. Honestly, this is when he's at his best. I feel like, the casters, they're calling him a util sponge, and he's exactly that. He's able to bait out so much from his opponents and still land those crispy shots. So it's nice to see that the old dog has still got it, man. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, util sponge, but it was really helped the team in so many ways. And I think that for Rossi, it's a pick that doesn't really work, for a lot of teams. You have to be a very specific player to be able to run this kind of composition. You have to be a very specific team to be able to run this composition. It's why we've seen so many teams shy away from the chamber, even though there have been some reworks, recently. You don't see as much of the popularity, come back. So for SK Rossi to really stick with this, know the strengths, know what kind of player he is, and know exactly how to play around it, it's actually really good, and it's really encouraging for Velocity as well, because you can tell they know their identity here. They're not going to be bullied around just because it's an international tournament.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big comparison, but it kind of reminds me of SPG at last year's Ascension, as in they found a style that is exclusive to them, that's really fitting them. And I feel like it's very hard, like you say, to find the right players to make this chamber work, to make this Neon Breach work. But like, Russ is a breach specialist. Did we see his util? He was finding such insane value constantly with it. It's so well suited to what they're trying to bring out, and it just caught Full Sense entirely off guard. So I think it's beautiful when you see a team really adapt something and make it their own, and that's exactly what they did today.
Yeah, they know the players, they know who they are, they know what their strengths are, they are going to run with it. That makes them very, very dangerous. We can learn a little bit more about Velocity because we have SK Rossi on standby with us, ready for an interview. So let's bring him over to your screens right now. SK Rossi, are you there? Can you hear us? Hi, congratulations.
How are you guys? Thank you.
Congratulations, we're doing very good after that series. I'm sure you're feeling very good as well. A couple of questions for you. I wanted to start, we were talking a lot about you on the chamber on Lotus. A lot of teams have moved on from that kind of meta and from that agent, but you're one of those players that will still run with it. Is this your preference? Is this a team decision? Can you talk us through how this pick works for Velocity?
I think we just play based on our comfort zone. We really don't try to copy or take inspiration from anyone. It's because since we are in our comfort zone, we can solve all the problems. Like on Lotus, I think we played an entire season with the same comp, and we faced almost every situation possible. We still haven't faced something that we haven't faced the entire year, So we're just playing on our comfortable agents, which will allow us to play at our best.
No, it looks very, very comfortable indeed. And on Ascent, I'm curious, how did the team manage to take control of that map, especially since Full Sense had a bit of that start? How are you able to take that momentum back?
I think, I don't know what all happened, but I remember what I said. There was a lot of things happening and the timeout, and I just said, like, guys, everyone just look each other. And I said, like, guys, I believe you guys, and I'm feeling good. Like, that's it. I don't remember what happened, but we just said to ourselves that we all believe that we are good. We believe in ourselves and in the team. So, yeah, I mean, we just played the game, nothing else.
Well, you know who else believes you're good? I believe it's Morgan. I'm going to stop yapping. I'm going to let two old friends reunite here.
I just want to ask, you are one of the most experienced players in this tournament. Of course, you had time in Pacific, and you were here in Ascension last year. How has all that time against the top-level opponents prepared you for this? And do you think this is the best form you've been in? Do you think this is the year to claim that trophy?
I mean, last year I had some like wrist injuries and stuff. So this time I took care of myself because every year there was an excuse which I was telling myself like, this happened, that happened. But this time I said to myself like, whatever it is, it's I'm the liability for it, right? So I took care of myself the entire year, and I have a really good teammates, especially Ras, who helps me in these things to take care of ourselves really well. And coming to the experience part, yeah, I mean, you are here and I saw Spin and there is Fields, like the coach who I played with in 2023, the coach who I played in 2024. I saw them and I thought like, I have to play good in this tournament because I have to show them that whatever they have taught me, it has helped me to become the player I am now. Even though they are not my team coach, I still respect both of them a lot. And I think like it's this tournament, I don't know if I'm the best. I mean, if I'm feeling the best or no, but I'm just riding the wave, to be honest.
That is so nice to hear, and I'm really curious. This question is for you. How do you rate Morgan as a talent? How have you been liking him on the desk?
I mean, Morgan is insane. I didn't imagine Morgan can do it. The way he's pulling it off is insane, and I just love him. Like I miss all the times that I had with him. Even last year, it was a pleasuring moment. That in the last moment he can be our coach as well for the Ascension, and then he took the analyst desk. I think he's doing wonders. To be honest, I'm really proud of him. He's doing really good, and now after the Pacific Games, I look for the analyst also, because there's Morgan.
Oh. I'm like a proud father.
He's literally blushing right now. I don't know if you can see him, but his cheeks are so red. I see you, my guy. SK Rossi, thank you so much. Congratulations. You guys are looking so good. And we can't wait to see more of you guys.
Thank you guys. Have a good day. And thank you guys.
My dude, you are literally blushing right now. You have
nice
more blush on than I do at this moment.
But I mean, I want to extend that courtesy back to him. I mean, Rossi is such an experienced player. He's been around for so long. It's someone I've worked with many times, and I really do think he is approaching his peak. I would love to see him carry this momentum forward through the tournament. He's clearly sharp, and I mean, just what a win for Velocity. What a win for South Asia. And, we'll see if they can continue that forward through the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, it's wonderful to see this arc that he's been having, especially since he's been here, since 2023, going into the start of franchising, and then last year with Ascension, and now back here in Ascension. It's good to see how these players are able to continue their journey, but we're going to see a lot more players continue their journey as we go into the third series of the day. Don't go anywhere. VCT Ascension Pacific will be right back. Ready, action.
What's up, Kaide?
Hello.
What's up? Welcome. My first question would be, you were here last year. It was very new for you. You just turned 18, as you said, also this year. Why is it going to be different this year?
去年は初めての国際大会っていうのもあって、多分みんな結構緊張してた部分とか、あと新しい環境に慣れてない状態で試合に挑んで、完全な状態が出せなかったというか。今年こそはもうみんなタイに来た瞬間からもう去年とは違かったんですよね。もう離れしてるというか慣れてる感じがあって、今年はいけるんじゃないかなと思います。
And then I'm also curious, what do you think about your group? How would you rank your group?
1位はNAOS、2位がリドル、3位ノンシン、4位が、フルセンス、5位がベロシティ。
But I'm curious, why are you not number one?
1位取りたいんですけど、ナオスも、まだ戦ってないからどんなものかちょっとわからないんですけど、結構強いチームだなと思ってて、大会とか見てて。
Why you put Nongshim in third, being the team that just played the whole year in Pacific?
ノンシンとはそんな絶対勝てないなみたいな相手ではないし、去年の SPG の時もそんなめっちゃボコボコにされたってわけじゃなかったから、全然勝つ勝算はあるって感じですかね。
Okay, I like that answer. It shows a lot of confidence. Thank you for having a sit down with me and having a quick chat. So, thank you very much and all the best of luck in this tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm excited to watch you guys more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Paper, scissors, shoot! What? 1-0.
Okay.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot! Okay, 1-1.
Wait, seriously.
Yeah. Strategy?
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
One,
Rock,
paper, scissors, shoot!
Wow! Thank you for joining me, bro. I want to ask you a couple of questions. I think outside of a lot of the Korean fans, they don't know so much about you and your team. Is there something I think that how you could describe how your team is?
저희 SLT 팀은 좀 젊고 좀 어린 선수들이 많아가지고 피지컬적인 게임으로 많이 풀어나가서 저희 팀 게임이 무식해 보인다라고 보일 수도 있는데 팀 게임 방향성에 맞게끔 잘 게임을 꾸려나가서 아마 보시는 재미가 조금 많이 있는 팀이라고 생각이 들어요.
Your rivalry in Korea, you guys play many times versus FearX. How does it feel to be the team that qualified out of Korea?
PX는 이제 저희랑 라이벌 구도를 가지고 있다고 생각할 텐데 저희 입장에서는 이제 라이벌 의식은 하나도 안 했고 저희가 더 잘할 수 있다고 느껴서 딱히 그런 건 없던 것 같습니다.
If FearX don't feel like a rival, what about Nongshim?
농심이랑 이제 스크림을 좀 많이 해보면서 예전과 다르다는 걸 좀 많이 느껴가지고 어센션 팀 중에서는 이제 제일 라이벌로 보고 있는 팀으로 보고 있습니다.
I want to hear what you think about your group. With the 4 other teams, where would you put yourself? Would you rank them?
제 개인적인 생각으로는 당연히 SLT가 1등, 넘버 1.
Okay.
그리고 이제 5등 먼저 말하자면은 이제 전부 다 해봤을 때 NKT가 5등.
At the bottom, 5?
5.
Ah, okay.
NKT.
Okay. SLT, NKT.
Yeah,
okay.
yes. 이킹을 2등을 주고 싶은 게 잠깐 스크림을 해봤었는데 이 친구들이 이제 좀 짜임새가 있고 잘해가지고 이킹을 2등으로 그다음이 붐 모티브 이렇게.
Ah, okay. What I'm curious about is there anyone on tier 1 team, any player or any teams that you think that you guys could just swap in? You cannot.
나라 퀴즈쇼 아니죠?
Yeah, you cannot say RRQ. Cannot say RRQ. Otherwise, I'm leaving.
포식을 모두 잘하지만 이제 그래도 그나마 이제 조금 이제 발을 좀 뛰어넘을 수 있는 팀은 제타.
Zeta?
아, 제타가.
You saying Zeta also that's some fire under them to show. There's tier 2 teams ready. I'm really excited to watch you guys and all the best of luck with this tournament and thank you very much. Thank you very much.
저 한마디만. 아니 그게 아니라.
Want to answer?
장난입니다. 살려주세요.
You no so serious.
No.
I'm kidding.
Exclusive, you can subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. We're now on our third series of the day, and myself and Morgan, we've been surprised by all of our series so far. I'm prepared to be surprised once again by NKT and SLT. It's been 2-0 City so far, but not in the way exactly that we've been expecting, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, show me your pick'ems. I dare anyone to tell me that they've saw this day coming, because how could you? Two big underdog upsets as we head towards our third and final game of the day. But we have NKT, who are probably the underdogs in this one, looking to channel the energy of those teams before them, looking to make a big underdog win here today.
Yeah, definitely an underdog, especially since they're coming from that loss versus Boom yesterday. There wasn't a lot, unfortunately, to show from NKT. I'm hoping they can rally back versus SLT, especially since they're SLT. They're coming from one of the most competitive regions when you talk about Valorant. They are, you know, that team that is looking to be potentially the new SPG coming into this Ascension.
Yeah, I mean, you can never sleep on Korea. That region is just so good at Valorant. And one thing that's so interesting about this SLT team is they're really following in Nongshim's footsteps. You look at how that roster is constructed. You have that one older brother player, 4 young guns that are looking to play this explosive style, really trying to channel SPG's success from last year. So it's always hard to count them out. And, you know, we've seen so much potential from them beating BNK FearX in that final, you know, their rivals all year, coming out on top. Now they get a chance against international competition.
Yeah, it's definitely shades of, you know, Ascension last year. It's definitely shades of that Nongshim roster, formerly Simprisa Gaming, because of how this how this team has formed, and also with how they play. They're quite You heard it from, you know, from the interview, thanks to our on-site correspondent, Ewok. They can be a little bit reckless, and that is from their own words. So I'm excited to see how they will match up against NKT. Again, another Thai roster here that we are expecting a little more out of. I'm eager to see if they are going to be as reckless as they think they are.
Yeah, I mean, I think SLT coming into this with an advantage for sure, especially being able to watch what NKT were putting out just yesterday. So I think SLT will be feeling like this is a great way to get themselves started in this tournament and start their run going really strong.
Yeah, it's definitely something, especially when you have a new team coming out from that Korean region. You know that they've run the gauntlet through all of the other tournaments, through all of the challengers. You know what the caliber of the teams that they've gone up against, and having a team like that come out on top is definitely no small feat. I mean, ever since, you know, you have a Korean team come out on top and into Ascension, you always know that all teams have their eyes on that team coming from that region. And going into their current maps that they've been playing, you can see that they don't exactly have a bad map per se. That's the thing that's interesting also about SLT. They don't really shy away from anything, and they have such a diverse agent pool too.
Yeah. I think that's the big thing, right? When we look at this team, they're really not afraid to take risks compositionally. We've seen them bring out this Waylay many times, that Sage on Corrode, and we can see that the KO on Lotus. So it's nice to see that this is a team very much like SPG Nongshim of last year, where they're going to play what suits them. And speaking of the Waylay, it's this man, Klaus, very, very good on this agent, one of the better players of it in Tier 2 that I've seen so far. So I'd love it if he brings that out today.
Yeah, you look at this guy's, you know, agent pool, and you're like, what is he really? We're not really sure. And we're not really sure as we're going to step into the series. I know, we're not really sure as we step into the series, too. I'm not even sure NKT knows what to expect. But hopefully, as we mentioned, they did take that loss from Boom yesterday. Of course, Boom won also of the favorites to come into this tournament, but for NKT it wasn't much of a very strong showing. So I'm hoping that was just the initial nerves that a lot of teams need to shake off. I'm hoping we see so much more from this roster going up against SLT.
Yeah, they've got a second chance here today, looking to bounce back after what was, you know, a pretty disappointing performance ultimately in day one. I will say, though, there were some bright sparks. I was particularly impressed by Zerub. I felt like he really lit up some rounds. And one thing I did love about this team is that they were not afraid to give it. They were standing up so early. So I want to see them bring that energy today, because that will be so important if they want to bounce back from that loss.
That is very, very true. We're seeing a little bit of the personalities come out in those, in those supplemental interviews, right? We can see that NKT, they already are showing a lot of personality, but it seems like SLT, they are the type also to joke around. They are also the type to probably take that kind of energy and fire it back. So I am excited for this third series, because these players are the type that, they're just waiting for that moment to shine on stage. And when they do, they're just so happy to be there that they'll actually just maximize at that time on that stage. We're seeing Alert come here. I think that you mentioned earlier Zerip. I think Alert was one of the performers that we had to, players rather, that we had to watch out for yesterday. I think him on the Cypher definitely did quite a lot in extending NKT's momentum against Boom, but he can only do so much at that point. I hope he can do a lot more. And, both of our highlighted players, you look at their agent pool, and it's like, what is going on here?
There's a little bit of everything. It's all jumbled up, I will say. I was impressed by Alert on that Cypher. It's just about that team finding consistency as a whole. I think they got a tough opponent day one in Boom coming down from Pacific. But it's all about using what you've learned from that game. I need to see growth, and I need to see some changes. Maybe compositionally even. I didn't love everything they were bringing, so I'm curious what's moved on day by day for them, and I want to see some real growth.
For sure. And I think the danger for NKT also, as we're going into the map vetoes, is they also do have a very diverse agent pool. You actually have 4 players that can, flex on over to duelist at any one time. But that's also the danger that you have in that. I'm not quite sure they know their identity quite yet. I mean, flexing into different agents, sure, it can be an advantage. But in this sense, I'm not sure it's really who they are. We're seeing that NKT going into Haven first, and SLT selecting Ascent, and then potentially Corrode as our decider. How are we liking this map veto?
Yeah. For me, it's quite curious, right? Because yesterday we saw NKT choosing Ascent of their own, and then it didn't go too well for them against Boom. They brought that Teo out, it was a little bit of a different flavor. So SLT clearly watched that yesterday and gone, yeah, let's have that. We can beat that for sure. So it's always interesting when they pick that map back into them. So I think that's going to be a tough one for NKT. I think they're going to have to change some stuff, show some growth there. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I would love to get a map 3 of Corrode as well. We haven't seen Corrode one time yet.
Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. That Ascent pick definitely stood out for me as well. I guess the buying ban was more important to them at this point. But for Haven, sure, NKT have had a lot of reps on this, but SLT are also well versed on this map. NKT have had a rough time on it recently also, so we're gonna see how that pans out. Ascent, as you mentioned, we know how that panned out for NKT, and SLT, oh, they love this map. And on Corrode, SLT, they love it too. So I have to say it's kind of favoring SLT at this point, Morgan.
I mean, I think a little bit, but I mean, it's always going to be favored when we come into them already thinking they have that advantage, which, I think on paper they definitely do, but it's all about NKT. The only advantage they have is that they've already played on that stage. They might have already got some of those nerves out of the way. And, I think if it does go all the way to map 3 of Corrode, NKT have shown a strong Corrode over in SEA. So if they can extend this series the distance, I think they'll be feeling very good. But the big thing is, what have they learned from yesterday? Are they going to settle in onto that stage a little bit more? Are they going to be a bit calmer when they need to, but still bring that energy that I saw yesterday from them?
Yeah, no, it's a big thing, and I'm a big believer in that, shake off the initial nerves, right? We see a lot of even the top teams fall into that trap. They need that first game to just warm things up. They need that first game to just get familiar with the stage and get in the vibes. As we're seeing our teams right now take that stage. As we mentioned, NKT, they've already been here, so hopefully it's a much better performance from them coming into this. I hope they don't lose that swagger that they showed against Boom Esports on that stage, because that's going to be very, very important to them. I hope they keep it up, especially against SLT that looks as though they NKT, they are ready to fight, but SLT, again, coming from possibly the most competitive region in Pacific.
SLT Songnam.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's so hard to ever sleep on a Korean team. Korea as a region is so strong, and they have so many good teams to aspire to scrim against so regularly. All these players will know each other very well, so there's a lot of learning going on there. I will say, on the side of NKT, I think this is a real chance for a big upset. After the full sense loss as well, surely one Thai team gets a win today. They're in Bangkok, for crying out loud. Where's the buff, man?
Surely, right? They can't have both teams lose. Something has to pan out eventually. But I don't know about SLT. I have a bad feeling about this team, but in a good way, because I feel like, you know, when a team themselves describes, you know, as self-aware that they are reckless, I'm expecting something on the level of that former Synthreesa roster, you know, that now Nongshim in their heyday at that high point. I'm expecting something like that. I'm expecting all these uncanny picks. Both of these teams have very, very diverse and unpredictable agent pools, but I think on the side of SLT, they kind of know how to play with that flexibility a little bit more. It's not as much as a last resort or everybody adjusting to each other. It's everybody actually being comfortable with being a flex.
Yeah, I mean, like we just saw in that last series, right? Full Sense also an aggressive team, but Velocity took that win by controlling the tempo, playing at their own pace. And I think both of these teams, just as aggressive, it's going to be about who is able to control that pace, who is able to force the reactions out of their opponent. And, you know, as you just said, Mika, SLT described themselves as reckless, but reckless is not a bad word in this game. You want to be a little bit reckless. You want to play on your individuals. You want to play in a way that suits you. We've just seen how effective that can be. So I'm really ready for them to bring their own flair and maybe, you know, who knows, be like SBG 2.0 and replicate the success of the Korean teams last year.
100% agree with you, especially in the first game, especially in the debut game. If you are reckless, this is the game where you can be the most reckless and catch everybody off guard, because this is your first step in the door. This is how you're going to break down the door. So I think for SLT, if they want to show that side of them, I'm all for it. They, with all of the map pool, with all the maps that they've played so far, Haven, Ascent, and then Corrode, I think they're all comfortable on these maps, and we're seeing the Neon come out on Zexia, and I'm expecting a whole lot more, especially up against Z-Rip.
Yeah, NKT bringing out a slightly different flair here. We see Pumon Love back on that KO, his real signature agent here. I think he's very strong on it, even if it is quite different for the map. And on the side of SLT, last time we saw them play this map, it was that double duelist, but they swapped across to that Gen G comp that we've seen so many teams begin to adopt with this Viper. So it's, have they been able to learn from their Korean brethren? Have they been able to really capture that energy and the protocols? I think you have to look at the Viper and the Killjoy. They are the most important pairing here in this composition.
Yeah, we're gonna see how all of these comps come into play as we step into our first map on this third series of the day. We're gonna pass it over to Quack and to Pilskeep on the call.
Thank you very much, Mika and Big Time. This is the final series of the day, SLT. They've managed to conquer Fear X. They've managed to get up to this point, looking to join the Korean Titans up over on VCT Pacific. Meanwhile, NKT, one loss, you know, that's, you can shrug that off. 2 losses, though, would not be great. So let's see how this all shakes up here, Pilski.
Yeah, totally agree with you. NKT, they've had a chance to get comfortable. They've had a chance to get used to the stage here in Bangkok. Did not necessarily like how that first series went against Boom. SLT have not had a chance to get comfortable yet. We haven't seen what they're going to be bringing into this tournament. As mentioned, are definitely taking some inspiration from some of the other Korean teams, and thus far, I'm definitely seeing it. It's a slower start to this round. All picked up with the one-way on C. In the meantime, NKT have taken control of lobby for now. Just waiting to see if LP is going to throw up that wall and try to get a little bit of a Munchkin-esque lurk on.
Yeah, dude. Almost carbon copy, but no lurks this time. NKT having 3 players watching down this spot, trying to spam across as well. Poom inside of short, though. Might be first point of contact as LP continues to walk past. Gonna take the shot in, but Z-Rip getting one dinked up against Suna as well. Darf now just tucked away in the corner, uncleared, so another shot through. Comes in and right-clicks onto Klaus as well. Oh, even sends out the paranoia, picks up the ghost, and he just goes ham. Last guy left, down C long. Cinder able to survive for now.
I mean, that's exactly what he is at this point. Down to 20 HP, a 3-man high-low. Thrown off a little bit by the dark cover. They just bag him straight through it. Beautiful start to Haven here for Team NKT. Definitely hot off to the races, as we saw against Boom, to be fair. How I remember that series starting was, you know, quite similar to what you saw in this pistol. Some fancy footwork from NKT, some nice shooting. some good plays, but they definitely slowed down after the first couple of rounds, so they need to make sure that they have the stamina that they need to be able to get through these series here.
That's right. You know, even though they do have some slight streaks that they can build up on, needing that consistently, like what the desk mentioned. So off the next round, Outlaw and everything, a bit of presence towards A short as well as C.
Same start here. So we get hands on that orb towards C long, placing the majority of those orbs in the pocket of the Sova for now. LP once again lurking up into lobby. Z-Rip seems aware that that's a possibility, but he's got other options to consider for now. Now walking into lobby, punishes the Neon well and will be able to get away to boot.
Yeah, second shot fired to reloads. Same angle. Just able to play around it back and forth. He's got his team here now as well. Okay, a little bit shaved off the head though. Soon out with a sheriff shot.
Great shot. Does seem like Darth wants to pick up the Outlaw. Darth being prepped. Other two players from SLT just sitting in sewer, waiting to see if NKT is going to give them anything for free here.
Maybe not. Everything's got to have a cost. And the cost is going to be one Guardian. Oh my goodness, SLT actually able to time their peaks together as well. So perhaps it is indeed slightly more free as they take down more players on the site. This Guardian picked up by Cinder, working out pretty well. Alert with the flank. And does have a judge, but elects to use the classic for the time being. Hoping to catch a couple unsuspecting players at least, but it's not working out. He's able to get down to first, but as soon as he throws out the cage, Suna able to capitalize.
I mean, that round went from free farm for Z-Rip. I thought he was on his way to an overdrive and very quickly fell apart thanks to exactly this. Beautiful shooting on the Sheriff from Zuna. Fast follows up as they go into the site together. Underarm from Poom. He only had a Ghost to play with, and Alert had a bloody Judge and a Classic. They just didn't have the weaponry they needed to complete that retake, despite the fact that SLT only had pistols. And that's another eco round one. I felt like we've seen so many thrifties today, Quack.
True. And it's also a thrifty that NKT suffered against Boom just yesterday on Ascent as well. Now they're running straight up into this full-on hold coming through from SLT. Spamming away, seeing that many players, they're gonna book it to C.
He's stunned himself, Quack. He's run up and he's stunned himself running through the Viper wall. Oh man, it's just not the start that you'd want to be seeing from NKT. It's a little bit cringeworthy. They're running in on the flank, trying to put Zuna under some pressure. The rest of SLT just grouping up and fighting the flank together. Haven't rushed this round at all. Haven't felt the pressure or the need to put the spike down just yet.
Spike planted.
Oh, now the slight sidesteps. It's more kills all being
not
collected.
Already. You can't be shooting bodies on the third round of Ascension, bro. You haven't earned the right yet.
For all we know, NKT might have been, yelling at them from that pistol. But, well, you mentioned cringeworthy. This definitely feels quite awkward.
Yeah, look, not the start that you would have wanted for NKT. Very much soured after a very sweet pistol. I mean, just look at that. He slid straight into his relay bolt. Oh no. LP looking sharp on that Viper. Very nice shooting from SLT. Lovely stuff. Economy's off to the races. NKT now a chance for redemption, really. After a little bit of a slip up in rounds 2 and 3. First gun round for them.
Hopefully. They still have the right spots being marked, and it's Z-Rip this time! Definitely redeemed with that tracking aim all the way onto players who tried to make their way out of A lobby. Now on to the next one, as there are more off to the other side, and he's up for the ace! Z-Rip just completely rewriting the rounds as he pushes on in.
I mean, that is one way to control A lobby. No entry being given to SLT Songnam at all. Beautiful ace to start this one off here for Z-Rip. This is what we want to see from NKT. This is what we want to see from the Thai representatives at home in Bangkok. He is so comfortable. He's chilling with a pillow. He's about to take a nap because this game's over if he keeps playing like that.
It's for lumbar support.
I'm out of here.
You need some
Okay, bro.
cushioning. To potentially protect you from some of these upcoming losses or not. SLT. This time with approach down. Garage. But Zero just goes on, denies his lurk again and again.
Yeah, I mean, you do not want to be testing the Neon in lobby right now. And SLT agree. Drone going up through Garage. Trying to scout out what the setup is. Cypher spotted here over towards the C side. SLT kind of in no man's round right now. They're going to choose to deposit the Neon in the window for an aggressive lurk later in the round and try to apply some pressure elsewhere and see if Zexy can get some value later on.
Zexy, who has been putting up huge numbers for SLT in the Korean region, but right now, just so much of it all blocked off. NKT Dark was aware. Now, even as the flashes go into C site, you've got cages and everything to give NKT additional security. Klaus, though, able to spin around, only up for double, and that's not going to be enough because Alert and Poom are in here on the site, blocking them off.
Yeah, nicely done. NKT with all of their players rotated accordingly. That round's a little bit too readable for SLT. Viper found for free inside of lobby, exactly where you'd expect him to be. And the rest of NKT not really feeling any pressure towards that A site. After a shove towards Garage, they're all just grouped up around the C site, and that's exactly why you get a team ace there. Everyone had the opportunity to get involved in the round, to just rotate accordingly. Now SLT gonna take an early timeout. Need to consider the fact that Z-Rip is on a heater and discuss how to deal with that. Because if they can't control a lobby here, if they start to give respect to the Neon, and Z-Rip really starts to feel himself, then you're going to have a tough day at the office here as a Korean representative.
Definitely. There's just so much more that NKT could do if A control is relinquished. So this timeout, hopefully giving them some legs in the race to come back in with a different strategy.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with. If they want to try to take this A lobby fight head on, or they have a bit of a different idea. Do see a lot of the teams that adopt this Gen G comp, including Gen G themselves, love to mix in these, wall up into these quick B hits, because the wall does cover one of those links. That A link right there can very quickly turn that into a B pop of some kind. Does seem like SLT not opting to take this one head on. It is going to be a shocky to the front side of the B site, and maybe a little bit of a shove towards grass or some Gary control, I think.
Could be good. There is utility there to break. But also some counterplays coming through from NKT, right? Trying to go in for that A control. But as you mentioned, there they go. Oh my god, Zexy just recklessly diving in. Unfortunately, gonna bite the dust, but Hunter's Fury right through as well.
Oh, Darth peering over the smoke. Yikes. Gets way too many opportunities. Zune is just jumping around lackadaisically. Gonna be picked off as a result. Cinder, hand in hand with Klaus here. Eyes on LP. He's had some sharp first bullet accuracy. 1 kill away from the pit. Just trying to control the rotations in the middle of the map. But unless SLT starts to apply some pressure to A, then no one on the defense really feels the need to be shifting anywhere, especially when Alert has taken all of this C control and it still has a trip in Garage, keeping things safe.
Oh, yes. The two players on the A side from NKT side are just so prepared. You got the arc rows up and ready as well. SLT's just gonna try to sneak on through. LP at least does get the one, but look at Soda!
30 seconds left.
What's LP's move here? No, Alert's around the corner! Yeah, you're gonna have to hope that you find a safe corner to kind of hide in.
Every time the camera's on this guy, though, he just one-taps someone. This guy is bloody sharp. Cannot wait to see more of him playing.
10 seconds left.
I've not had really the time to be getting my eyes on Challenger's career. I mean, it's interesting. We're already having some comparisons at the moment of, SPG, obviously a phenomenal run that they had last year, right? But for me, I'm not really seeing it. The main reason being is just that, SPG, I remember them coming into last year's Ascension, striking fear into the hearts of all, from both pro teams being scared of them, relaying accounts from scrims, as well as an insane win streak, right? But I look at SLT, at least on paper, And I see that they haven't won every split. You know, they won Road to Ascension, but it's not like they're not getting beaten in Challengers Korea.
That's right.
So I'm
It's not that
wondering,
flawed.
you know, yeah, what kind of level are we going to see from SLT coming into this tournament? Is it that Korea is just that competitive and they are that good?
They actually might be. The academy team's up over there, but either way, SLT's gonna make a go for it. It's straight up into B site, and one where NKT will quickly respond. Darf around back angle, able to take more shots. Klaus now caught by Zerif, in with the shorty, point blank range. You're dead.
He's doing tricks on him. He's juggling every
He's pulling
gun,
out
just
the tech
running
again.
around with the neon, bro. This guy is feeling it.
Let's watch it again.
He's like, good TP, bro. I mean, we've seen that same set play from some of the Korean teams in Pacific. You know, we've seen that fast lane, the
Marco
open
does
TP
it.
top site. Yeah, Marco does it. We've seen bloody Nongshim do that same execute. Might have seen Gen G do it in the past. Didn't work this time, unfortunately. Opts out for Z-Rip. Shock does catch the trip top C.
Ooh, and Darf, top C, actually able to take him down, and as you mentioned that off as well, SLT trying to look for other options.
Yeah, it's good adaptation from Darf. How many times have we seen SLT start the round with that same one-way top C and orb control? You know, it's getting a little played out, it's getting a little readable for NKT now.
Speaking of readable, you're not hearing much outside C. Nothing much, perhaps outside B either, except for these progression smokes that they're tossing. Z-Rip is just possibly prepared. Eyeing down A-Long, not seeing too much, but the sheer wall, a good early warning system. Soda instantly prepared and reacting to it! Quick in and online for the burst! Cinder, what have you got? Trying to creep on through, able to take down first. It's null command though, so easily able to pick Poom back up.
30 seconds left.
Tosses into Paranoia, thinking that you can capitalize on it. The animation, though, will complete because of more pressure coming out from Darf. It's a flawless round for NKT.
It feels like it.
They're talking.
Look, it's not over yet. I think they learned their lesson against Boom. Gorgeous hold from Soda there. Like the Archros caught all three of their players. They tried to beat his sheer on short and catch that timing, maybe catch the Neon on the deep info line with the AWP over there on A-Long. And Soda just instantly pops the Archros and pops the rest of SLT to boot.
Go, go, go!
I mean, he was, sharp on that off angle. Nonetheless, now we're into SLT with the eco. Taking things a lot more slowly than before, but into garage. Perhaps a little bit outside grass.
Oh. Zexy's got a great timing here, Quack.
Snuck in. Z-Rip has no idea, and he scoped in as well. Soda will be the one to pay for that mistake. But now it's overdrive out from, well, Z-Rip. Boom with some additional support. And all of a sudden, it's full chaos because Cinder has found another frag outside garage window, able to TP around for safety as well, while his team gets a spike over on A site.
I know, he sold them a false bill of goods. He might be the best salesman I've ever seen, SLT. They've got a free A site here. They're planting from spawn. They've flipped the map. Alert needs to get something done here from spawn side. The dart will slow the rest of NKT down on A-Long for the time being.
Yeah, still a chance.
I mean, you can't beat that.
You should run.
The triple high-low sort of lockdown as well, but look at Alert, though! He's just going back in again! Stutter steps back and forth.
One enemy remaining.
Takes two to tango, but it's LP now! You mentioned his 1/10 from before, and there they are again! It's all onto Alert as he quickly hops on up, beheaded by LP, and a thrifty round for SLT to pick on up.
It's just way too much chaos in that round for NKT. I didn't know what was happening. The Observer didn't know what was happening. NKT had no bloody idea what was happening. When have you seen a round like that? That is so sharp. This guy's crazy. This guy is crazy, Quack. This is my favorite thing about Ascension. I get to see all of these players I haven't had the opportunity to see play too much before, and they just amaze me. I'm just awestruck by some of these guys. The mechanical skill on this LP guy is incredible.
Cover going out.
I mean, I gotta agree. Lovely fighting words with the interview content pieces with Ewok as well, by the way. But back into it this time.
Most of those interviews have resulted in one team getting absolutely rolled by a team that they ranked as the worst team in their group. So I don't know how accurate some of those are. It's been a great question, though. It's been a great question to be asked.
The way they rank each other. Well, here we go, SLT. This time being able to take control over A long, but it's Z-Rip with a pixel angle on this op.
He's sharp enough to hit the shot.
Ooh, waiting. No movements yet. The drone, the recon. He gets a leg, but will that be enough? Swaps over to Shorty. It's not close. 7 HP and Zexy is still alive. LP swings up from the back end, but Steel Garden roughs the guns away. Doesn't matter if you're overdrive though. Zexy, low HP will get gunned down. Alert now, back into the corner, trying to find more targets. And he slowly takes them down one by one around the edge of his cage. Goes back in for the reload. And here it is, the 1v1.
Big TP back across, plant for spawn. He can get a smoke down onto spawn side. There's a couple of trips he might have to worry about. Alert can pop his cam. Has spotted out Cinder. Oh, beautiful peek from Cinder to close out that one-on-one. You love to see it. Good try in the 1-on-3 from Alert there. Some really sharp shooting. I thought he was going to be able to put that together, but too much had to be asked of him there.
A little bit. Especially when your opponent's able to TP all the way to the back end and just go in for a peek like that.
Important 1v1 for SLT to win. Had a tough time coming by some of these rounds. Attack timeout will be extended by NKT. Both of these teams using one in this opening half. NKT looking to try to focus up, win these last couple of gun rounds. Some of these won just really off the back of some individual brilliance from Z-Rip. Some of these rounds won off some pretty phenomenal macro. One thing's for sure though, I get the sense that slowly but surely SLT is starting to pick themselves back up and really start to execute some of their game plans a little bit better. They're really starting to bamboozle NKT, and it's really impressing me the fact that they're finding so many gaps in the defense when they're playing against a Vice Cypher. It's double center here. You want to try to hold as many of these angles down as you can. A lot of the time they're getting the Neon on the deep A info line, but somehow still SLT is able to read this game well enough to find gaps in the defense.
Just being able to overwhelm so much, especially if they actually do have the numbers going into these sites. I mean, that round, because they had A-long control, but this time around, who knows? NKT gearing up to possibly go in for a fight. 2 players down A. Whoa. Oh, and it's quickly punished. They went all the way up, even with the 0 point as well, but Zexy was actually able to slide all the way through over into A short. Now I've got Cinder around the corner as well. Poom trying to hold it back.
SLT slowing this one down. Happy with the pick that they've got over on A. NKT still reacting to that, looking to re-clear all of that A space. Alert hits the deck. That's the entire map opened up. All of that Cypher utility useless, and SLT just waltzing their way into B and back garage.
Just exploding all over the map, and with these micro encounters going back and forth, NKT's got to pick up the pieces. Going in together as a squad though, this trio, managing to take down LP gives them potentially a little bit more life.
I think they're just going to save for the last round here. 2k on Alert and Z-Rip, they can buy rifles into the next. Just try to secure yourself a better chance at a 7-5 here. That round was really just lost on 2 individual duels. Chance for Zexy to potentially catch one more gun. Soda's ready for him. Poom passing the test as well. Neither one of these players really getting that much closer to their ults though.
Now we'll just kind of continue building up towards it. It will be the last round of the first half for the next.
But it's definitely evident with how SLT is able to kind of turn things around.
Yeah. Loving what I'm seeing from them. This has been a pretty good game of Haven from both of these teams. Both have had their moments.
No more thorns.
Does seem like once again the Vice and the Cypher tasked with holding down this C and this B site. Look at this C site, man. This is a fortress. Double trips and a shear. I can't wait to see how SLT try to get in here.
We'll start things off with the Poison Cloud lineup. Fast lane as well. Do have Hunter's Brew too, but maybe not using it just yet. They're just gonna go all the way to the top of back plat, and it's sexy now. Backside in with the judge. And you're saying good night.
Pretty much. Boom doing his best, trying to find something. LP punishing Darth for diving in front of the Hunter's Fury as the spike goes down.
My God, is that another tap? I'm not even sure, but now you're 2v4. You've already sent out your fast lane, and then the pit comes in. Zexy jumps in front of your face with a judge, and LP with more shots down into garage. Always accurate.
Looking good for SLT now. That site looked way too easy for them to take with that C execute, man. Like I said, you're attacking into Cypher Vice. Over TP towards top plat and the Neon's backside as well. Both of them just diving in together. You know, I was saying, yeah, man, there aren't that many SPG comparisons, but the fact that you got a Neon and an Omen on the back of the C site 3 seconds into the round, I might bite my tongue quack.
Yeah, there was a little one with Damara from the previous series as well, but here we go, 6-6 from this first half, a little halftime break, and then back at it again. Back at it again into the second half. Double Smokes versus Double Senti. NKT versus SLT. Let's see how they all shake up onto the other side.
NKT's map pick here. Quick pacing. Straight into garage. Looking to try to break some utility. Maybe to drop off Z-Rip to cause a little bit of chaos. He's going to immediately try to break the turret. Punished for doing so by LP. The rest of NKT making their way into lobby. Klaus spots that out, dives back into the site to play with some rotations as well as the Viper Wall.
Viper Wall, as well as the smokes. Cinder is able to survive a little bit longer because of it. Even dives back into his own and picks up another. Zuna, thanks to that, just keeping tucked close around A short. And all of a sudden, every single player from NKT just cannot survive and hold on to the side any longer.
LP is just demolishing the man. That's another big impact play from him. Sheriff purchased up, connecting every single shot. You'd love to see it. Beautiful hold from Cinder. This is exactly how you play this comp, popularized by Gen G. So hard to attack into that A site with the Viper Wall coming up on in. You had the Flood Smokes as well. Wall goes up and your Sova goes into short. It's impossible to dig them out, and the rest of the team could just flood into the site in the meantime.
He's been good for almost at least one kill every single round, LP. And now it's Zexy's turn, in with this Outlaw, quickly backing away. In with the Ghost, trying to re-peek, but Darth
On with the Stinger Force, able to at least gun down one. Zuna, though, ready for the trade, and Cinder as well. As soon as Poom turns around back, you just met with a kiss from Klaus.
Oh, it sounds more pleasant than it actually is. At the end of the day, it wasn't a full commitment on the buy, though, for NKT. Just a singular Stinger, I think, purchased up there. So they will have a buy coming into this next one. Quick pacing. It's a double leg shot, I think, connected there by Zexy. No one checks the dart. Zuna playing his role very well. Knowing how to play around this Viper wall. SLT starting to feel themselves a little bit more. You know, we've heard all year long these Korean teams celebrating. That is a very familiar sound to me.
Might be prepared to hear a lot more of that, especially with the next round coming up now. NKT just trying to spam all the way across. They've managed to sneak their way into B site with the plant down. Soda prepared for a potential peek outside of garage too.
Yeah, quick plant coming down. Quick retake from SLT. Haven't tapped the spike just yet though.
I'm thinking about whether or not they have enough smokes. LP's screen should be coming back up soon enough. But then you gotta contest with this utility. Relay bolt. The nade getting tossed into Spike as well. Answered back with a relay bolt from Zexy. Are you trying to get within close enough with a Bucky? No, sir. NKT's just gonna spam within this range, and Zuna unfortunately will have to go down as well. LP also an addition.
He was there too. NKT. Really quick set play, getting that spike down on B and playing the post plant to perfection. Never really felt like SLT had any business being competitive in that round at all. Soda, Z-Rip putting the majority of the kills together. Those two have really been the standout in this map so far from NKT. Soda in particular on that Vice looking very sharp.
These guys are
I'm loving the banter, man. One thing's for sure, NKT, they bring the banter, no matter what. I love it.
I know. Oh. Try to play around that as well on top. Getting spotted somehow.
They're ready for Cinder to be up on top there. LP inside a garage. Primed and ready with the judge. Sexy has this whole A line here, so a couple potential snags where NKT could slip up if they're not careful. They'll clear their angles properly, but it does seem like they just want to kick off this B execute again.
Should be if they're quite aware. This is pretty good calling from Poom then. Just straight on through the call at the B site. You managed to TP past some of these lines, but Klaus, Zuna, in with the spams. Klaus actually catching one towards the back. Darth, though, now with the smoke going down, it's going to be a slight trade as Zero continues to push on up. LP's turn as he pushes out of garage into range with this judge. Onto the ground, and even though you got some health, you're decayed. No chance at survival. SLT being able to strike back.
Yeah, even with the man disadvantage. They lost Cinder right at the start of the round with some really good protocols. Clearing out top B over the top of that smoke. But still, Klaus, Zuna, Patience just waiting in the wings. Either side of both of the links. I got no idea. I couldn't tell you how LP's just been able to run out grass like that and shoot the Cypher in the side of the head. That should not be allowed to happen.
Nobody was watching, I guess. And thanks to that, it's Zexy now peeking out of garage. Aided by, well, maybe a flash here or there, but no shots yet.
It's a buyout from NKT. Alert down to a Sheriff. Zuna off angle here, playing really aggressively on the Sova. Almost caught. In fact, he is caught by Z-Rip there. Cinder being the next one to try to defend this A site all on his lonesome, but they aren't going to actually opt to commit. NKT instead, knowing that they have a lot of time on the clock, are going to slow this round down. And link up with Darth over towards the top side of B.
Strong numbers advantage as well. Alert deeply planted behind A. Send more utility over onto B site, but again, not committing.
Yeah. Taking their time. They try to pull the rotations away so that Alert can take advantage of this timing with the Sheriff. Beautiful shots connected onto these spawn players.
And now potentially more for Z-Rip, who has already arrived on site thanks to the high gear sprint.
One enemy remaining.
Now it's Darf's turn. Behind back B, able to sneak on up. Suddenly Zexy's just alone with this op in hand.
It's just perfect calling from NKT.
My goodness.
Just applied a little bit of pressure to B. Created just enough of a window for Alert to slip into that A site. Zexy has to save this op here.
Well, now he's spotted. NKT's giving chase. He's forced to spend utility to try to keep himself alive, but into the fast lane, even with the shorty shot, just completely surrounded by NKT, who are once again tossing out Todd's IRL.
Oh, I love it. I absolutely love what I'm seeing from both of these teams right now. Good stuff from NKT though. I mean, Alert is good for these. We've even seen, even in that game against Boom, where they kind of got cooked a little bit. You had a couple of rounds like that from Alert. This guy's first bullet accuracy, his ability to multi-frag, is just impeccable. Only
Kinda
player
like
on
him on
NKT
Sentinel.
who's, yeah, for sure, who's played at Ascension before. Used to be that duelist player back in 23, I believe.
That's right. Back on Xerxia.
He was on Full Sense for a minute there, playing the Enit, I think. Oh, sorry, not the the Recon Enit for a little bit. This guy's played a little bit of everything. This is cute from SLT. Not going to get to see it actually come into action. But seen quite a few of these firing squads, these high-lows, so far from a lot of different teams at this tournament, and more often than not, they're good value.
It's true. But you're also right, at least not for this round. We're not going to see it amount to much else. NKT was just waltzing into the C site, getting the spike down.
Zexy wants to try to get his overdrive heading into the next. LP, if he just gets one kill and dies, that could be a pit.
Oh, it's a classic in his hands, though. Maybe if he gets close enough for a couple of well-placed taps, which we have seen him do before, too. Otherwise, it's Zexy with the Sheriff. They are all playing it safe. Just holding out for exits or to die to the spike. Well, not seeing anyone else around site, so enough information that they know it's all around the back of C long, unfortunately. It is going to be Zexy who does get the shot.
Oh, Vandal secured as
Nice.
well. Not to mention the fact that now he has an overdrive going into this next round, so you're quite happy with that as SLT. NKT though, 3 guns surviving. Pretty chill anti-eco. 9 apiece. Dead even game here. Now we're starting to think about the ult economy. A lot of ults online here for NKT.
Oh.
It seems like both of these teams want to try to contest A lobby early on.
This is going to be like some kind of crazy overdrive play. Poom has null command, though. Timed correctly, that's going to rip everything out, but Cinder just right underneath a 4 TP, and that is enough to dissuade NKT from this A site. They go into B.
Yeah, calling the audible. How's he already up through Link here? Daft is in bloody heaven, but Zexy has him checked. Beautiful relay bolt to punish.
And Suna to try and slow down potential spike plants with Hunter's Fury as well. LP, maybe nullified by the null command, but still walking on forward. Punished by Alert. Klaus back into garage, managing to find a couple with one more into sight. It's Poom who's trying to keep him in check as well, and manages to take him down, but not much time for a reload. He's gonna try to reposition. All fully heard though, and Cinder's calling for it. Underhand toss, and the first kill is good, but not the other. Suna saving the day for SLT.
I felt like I could have seen that come together. A lot of people getting blind from that cheeky underarm. Love the attempt. This was a bit of a question mark moment for me. Z-Rip just running out of lobby there without really a supporting flash or any additional utility. I felt like he had a little bit of a misread on how much SLT was actually committed to holding that lobby angle. Maybe felt like he was going to take a one-on-one with the Sova or something like that. But there was 3 people committed in there. A deep shrouded step from Cinder.
Crazy round either way, and they're still holding on to their ultimates.
Looks like NKT just going to try to go for this B set play with with which they found a fair bit of success. C is definitely not on the cards.
Well, especially with Viper's Pit in, but B hit. They've gone to this site several times in a row now. Perhaps now SLT is prepared. You've got players surrounding Lynx, just spraying through the one choke point.
I mean, C is on lock because of the pit. You've got a Killjoy set up on A, so they're all quite centralized, ready to hold this B hit, and you've already lost Poom. I don't see this working for NKT, and they don't either. They've dropped off some lurks, alert spotted on the cross, but not punished. And the rest of NKT starting to make some moves towards A lobby.
Ooh, Darth managing to sneak up behind B as well. So it comes down to perhaps the A lobby hold. Wait, from the shadows all the way to the back, and he quickly cancels it.
Oh dear. Definitely could have gotten himself into some trouble there. But he's caused enough kind of confusion. Drawn enough aggro in towards spawn side to create some space on this B side. Finally, NKT are able to get in.
Snuck forward. SLT does have numbers, but in with a bit more pressure. Zexy tries to get himself out with a relay, punished at the end. Steel Garden ripped and Neuro Theft as well reveals more information for NKT. Couple more taps out from Link, and SLT is now blocked off thanks to the smoke of Darth. It's gonna be tough to piece this retake together. They are banking on the lockdown, but Zero snuck up behind them. Klaus taking him down. Lockdown, it's gonna go through to completion, and unfortunately forces one player in towards LP's crosshair. Stuff to trade. 2v1, and Klaus finds himself on top of the spike, trying to seek it all the way to half. Soda alongside Darth just swinging together at the same time. And once more, we find ourselves even, neck to neck.
It's such a chaotic game thus far. You gotta give credit where credit's due from NKT though. I feel like their philosophy is really like, create some, they try to shove B, they can't get him. They don't, like, opt to shy away from it in the way that other teams do. Other teams might go, all right, let's work some Gary control. Let's take A to pull the rotation. For NKT, I feel like they, like, let's cause a distraction somewhere and go B again. Let's cause a distraction somewhere and go B again. That's what it feels like from NKT, you know? Let's Omen TP into spawn. Let's shove A lobby a little bit, but not actually take control. And then just hope that that's enough space to get into B. And I'll tell you what, it's kind of working.
Yeah, that's the darndest thing. The fact that a single distraction somehow it has been enough to pull SLT off of these lines.
Yeah. They're going to take a timeout though. That's their last timeout. NKT still sitting with one of their own. Very tight game of Haven here. See if SLT is going to be able to put it together.
I want to see if they kind of adjust around the distractions that NKT has been thrown at them. But of course now you're left with lesser tools. Guns as well for SLT.
I mean, I'd say the main tip is just to like not over-rotate. But look, regardless. SLT, they're broke, man. So, down to some sheriffs, down to some shotties. NKT, very nicely done. Earning themselves a reset onto SLT at a critical juncture in the game. Going to control this C orb. LP licking his lips at the prospect of some players pushing into his bucky.
Perhaps caught by the 0 point.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with that. There's some people that are notorious for a bit of a shotgun, so if you scan them with the KO knife, you're like, yeah, I know what you're up to.
What they don't know is this setup with the Sheriff over onto A. Zexy with a shorty inside of short. Definitely hearing the footsteps, which also does mean he might find a timing if he pushes up short. Might be able to pick up a weapon. Actually just goes in overdrive instead. Steps onto the first, maybe a second. Darth eventually to trade. But at this point then, the site is smoked off. Or covered in smokes until they all dissipate. Klaus just right around the corner. Domes one in the skull with the Sheriff. Is this going to be a thrifty now? Soda. Surely not. 30 seconds left and he's trying to hightail it over onto C.
Oh, he is sweating bullets right now. Man is feeling anything but bubbly. Immediately just rendezvousing back across the C. He has got the sheer Gonna place that over towards Gary's side, or potentially Spawn. On the right side of site, interesting. Thorn's out over onto Spawn side. SLT is still on A, so they're gonna be very out of position. It's gonna take them a lot of time to rotate back in towards that C site. And I love what you're seeing from Soda here. I'd love to see him take a fight towards Spawn side. Try to thin out the numbers before SLT comes in for this retake.
It is entirely possible, and there's no Neon to just go and burst as well. He hears the footsteps now, and is able to take down the first fight, but no! Not enough time to reposition. Klaus and LP just swing out. And that will be SLT back in the lead and able to buy up for the next round.
Just another thrifty, man. You've got to be kicking yourselves as NKT. If you cannot get these thrifty wins, these anti-ecos across the line, then you're just not going to be moving ahead in Ascension. These are the rounds that you need to get done every single day of the week. SLT taking full advantage, man.
That's a really good point, Pilly. But alas, that's the score that we're seeing. That's the result that we're seeing. The final timeout now called at this juncture.
Gotta refocus. Getting ecoed like that is really gonna knock the wind out of your sails, especially in a big pressure game like this. NKT here on home soil have already taken a pretty big L against Boom. They showed flashes of what they are capable of in that game in a few rounds against Boom. They've been very competitive with SLT here. I mean, NKT is a team that they've really only become hot towards the end of the year. Like, honestly, Split 1 and 2 challenges SCA weren't much of a factor until Split 3, where they got just enough points to scrape their way here into Ascension. It's really just their opportunity here at this tournament to show that, you know, even if they didn't show consistency across the entire year, that they are a very, very strong team coming in here from SEA. And I dare say a win against the representatives from Korea would be a bit of a statement that would be true.
We definitely do see that the mechanics in play, but their remaining opponents are pretty tough as well, so this loss could also really hurt them. I mean, you're talking about E-King and Motive. But here they go! Sexy from SLT, quickly out with the relay bolt, back into a safer corner. He actually goes into which window? Slight smoke as well. So far, so good. Most of it is hidden. NKT trying to tuck safe behind a lot of these corners.
Oh, LP! They've left him behind. He thought that we were committing down bottom mid with the boys. It's a 4-man rotation to A. The Viper's been left high and dry. This is just chaotic from SLT post the timeout. They wanted to change up the pace. This could be a stroke of brilliance that LP's bottom mid here, though, if he goes unchecked.
Oh no, he's been spotted up on the top of the head, though, but he's still gunning them down. Just a 1. Zero to trade. We're back into B, boys. Good for business. And Z-Rip's trying to assert his dominance on the side, but Zexy and Klaus are in! Lurch trying to fire up some sheriff shots, but pretty low now as he gets wallbanged down to 9 HP as well!
Well, too much to do here. 9 HP. 1 camp, 1 cage, and a dream.
30 seconds left.
Klaus, as well as Zuna. Going to be well aware that this C plant is coming in, courtesy of the sound. Going to link up and try to play this one together.
All headshots are nothing. They are playing together, though, just like you said, Pilly. Double swing out, and that will be SLT now up to map point.
NKT, got to be feeling very sheepish at this point. Feels like they definitely could have won this map of Haven, but it's just slipped through their fingers. Couple of thrifties, couple of rounds there. Things could have gone a little differently. Hard for, you to read SLT in that round. You see a Viper down bottom middle. There's no way that they could have known C site was completely open there. You know, the fact that SLT was 4 stacking A is not something that you can really read as NKT in that situation. Last chance for them with the buy here. KO is online. They need 2 on the trot to push us into OT. Klaus 1 off of his Killjoy ultimate with a full setup front B. But guess what? NKT likes to go B sometimes. I've seen it a few times.
Well, they're just gonna break it apart and kind of fake presence once again. Back over onto A.
Yeah. They've dropped off Alert and Grass. They were thinking about making their way back towards that A side of the map, but pushed away for the time being. Seems like they want to try to shove into Garage, perhaps.
Drone coming out along A as well. Will keep Soda up around the spot. You mentioned Garage, and there they go. Underhand toss into Null Command as well, but the shots from SLT still so darn good. Both players down, and there's no chance at you reviving your fallen teammate now. They managed to slot themselves back over onto B though again! But here's LP out around window, perhaps spotted. Defending lockdown planted in as SLT tries to get in more space. That's Darth now gone and down in the dirt. Just Soda left, and he's quickly assassinated by Klaus. And onto the defuse. SLT will manage to close out this first map 13-10.
Good shout from NKT. They kept things competitive, but getting ecoed at 10-10 there was absolutely brutal. They had the opportunity to just get through that round with good money, complete a solid anti-eco, and this game of Haven absolutely could have been theirs. But a critical mistake at the worst possible timing, and SLT takes full advantage of that. NKT now one map away from being 0-2 in Swiss, and that is potentially going to be a death sentence here in their Ascension run.
I think all it took, the most crucial mistake was near the end of the map where the score was tied, but it was like a thrifty from SLT, I think, that really tossed things around.
Yeah, for sure. I think a little one-dimensional as well for NKT on the attacking side. Like, I felt like, you know, slowly but surely they always wanted to go B. In what fashion that would change, you know? But I think if they were better drilled about how they could take lobby control, if they could have some better seaside hits, then this could have been a different game. Unfortunately, part of that comes down to the comp that they're playing. They're playing double senti on attack. It is hard to go for, you know, these rounds where you really run the other team through their paces. You're able to, you know, be flexible, take a lobby, then go back to Garage, then go hit this site. Like, when you have less util, when you're playing a slower comp with a double senti, that's just not something that you have the ability to do. So I can understand why they played it the way that they played it. But, yeah, unfortunately, it wasn't good enough to... I mean, actually, I was going to say it wasn't good enough to get the job done. It absolutely was. They just needed not to get ecoed in round 21.
Yeah, that's the round. Specifically that. It's just so darn interesting to see how it all unfolds as well. Definitely a lot of moments of individual brilliance from some of the NKT players, right? Alert in with the share of shots. Soda as well in some of these rounds. But at the end, as you mentioned, you know, you're just not seeing too much dimension as well. It's always that slight distraction, then back over onto B. And then towards the end, SLT with the adjustments needed to really bring this composition to life.
SLT, I mean, first chance I've had to properly watch them. My thoughts so far, they're very good, but at least NKT showing that they're beatable. I don't feel like they're the, you know, unstoppable force that the Korean representative was last Ascension, but they are very bloody good, and they're going to be very hard to beat.
Either way, we're going to toss it back over onto our desk to talk up. Let's see, is SLT that good or not?
I think SLT are very good indeed. I mean, they take Haven, but it was very back and forth. This was a much better showing for the side of NKT compared to yesterday. I like that they were a lot more confident. I mean, the casters were talking about it, that they lacked a bit of dimension, but there was a lot more energy. There was a lot more firepower coming in for the side of NKT. A lot more confidence also as well, especially on the side of Zerip. But for SLT, you just saw that how much quicker they were able to catch on to what NKT were doing, which as we heard from the casters wasn't exactly, you didn't exactly have to, like, you know, bust out the big strategies to figure out why.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't think this was a bad showing from NKT, but I think SLT understood their own composition. NKT didn't really have the answers, as the casters saying, kept ending on B, and it just kept not working out. Some big individual moments, So-Cool Soda topping the charts there, but just wasn't enough when on the side of SLT, everyone's able to be consistent. Zexy does take the MVP, but I gotta shout out LP, man. He was going crazy on this fight, but it felt a little bit like I was watching Munchkin in this Gen G comp, so love lovely to see. But NKT, it's just getting rougher and rougher. You know, they had everything they needed to get that game across the line, but they just couldn't manage it when the pressure really started to ramp up for them. So they're once again 1-0 down and looking to turn things around.
Yeah, I feel like NKT, they had to rely a lot on that individual pop-off, as you mentioned, right? A lot of the times for players like, you know, from Poom, from Alert, for example, with a lot of those Sheriff kills.
Yeah.
But that isn't exactly sustainable. You look to bring out those moments when you need that wild card, when you need a little bit of an energy boost. But when you rely on it on such important rounds, especially towards the end when momentum started to shift back and forth, that's when things can go, you know, the way of the other team. That's when the SLT decided to, you know, take the win for them. That's when they sniffed out, oh, okay, we can actually push them to their limit.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, SLT, I felt like they dealt with what NKT was showing really quite well. I think NKT improved from yesterday. They definitely seem to be growing. So it will be interesting heading towards Ascent, because that's a map that they played yesterday. That's a map that they picked yesterday, but now it's their opponent's map pick. So how does that play into it? And what do SLT have cooked up for this second map?
Yeah, a lot of big questions here. They're all going to be answered. We had most of our questions directed towards Ascent. We're going to find out exactly how that pans out right after this very quick break. VCT Ascension Pacific. We'll be right back.
We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know where it's at, crank the volume, bring a friend. Cancel all your plans because this party won't end. We know.
Welcome back to Ascension Pacific. This could be our last map of the night if SLT managed to close this out. But NKT, they showed a much better showing compared to yesterday. They showed that they are ready to fight. But we are going into Ascent here, Morgan. And we had a lot of questions about this map, especially with NKT showing against Boom the other day.
Yeah, I mean, we can't sugarcoat it. It wasn't strong. It was a 13-5 loss against Boom, and that was their own map pick. So it is a little bit worrying, and they'd clearly cooked up some kind of a surprise, changing their composition, bringing in the Teo of all agents. When, for me personally, it's kind of baffling because Boom is so good on that KO. So a little bit surprising. I'm curious to see if they'll stick with it because now the cat's out of the bag with that surprise. So if they want to run it again, SLT in theory should have some answers cooked up, but who knows? We gotta wait and see.
Yeah, it's kind of one of those compositions. Teo is one of those agents as well, where it's like you see somebody do it, like maybe Trent on the side of G2, you know, crazy guy from RQ, and it's like, don't try this at home, or it's like, don't try this unless like the team actually knows exactly what you're gonna do. And for NKT, I think it was like too little, too early to start doing something like that. So big question, of course, if they're gonna switch back to something that's more comfortable from them, like the double duelist. They were running the Yoru and the Rays at one point against Full Sense, but it's a matter of what actually works well for them. And as you mentioned, like for example, the KO does work wonders for them. They could go with a double initiator here for NKT, but for the side of SLT, so far so good on their end, and I feel like they haven't even shown that much just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they've adopted that Gen G comp. It's something we've been seeing across the world, more and more teams picking up that Korean style. So I feel like they picked that up really nicely, were able to integrate that style into their own play, and they looked very comfortable doing it. So who knows what way they're going to take this on Ascent. We've seen some teams in the past run Viper on Ascent. They might even try something different like that. Or, you know, we've also seen this team run double duelist with that Waylay. So I think that would be fun to see as well. Who knows? I think there's even a chance they cook up something special to counter that Teo. Like you were saying before, that Teo is a niche pick. It's very, very specific, and it's surprising when a team is bringing out the KO on Haven, the KO on Lotus, that then they don't run it on Ascent. I mean, it's sort of baffling to me, so who knows what's going to happen with that.
Yeah, don't try this at home, or don't try this without, you know, certain supervision just yet, right? On the side of NKT, they haven't won a map, or they haven't won Ascent rather in quite a while. So I'm pretty sure they should have a lot more in their end to be able to rework this. Like surely it can't be just that in their playbook. So I'd like to see what their plan B is coming into this, especially now they have a little bit of an idea of how SLT will play. What can they do to stop this? I love the energy from both teams though in that first map. Yeah. Everything was wonderfully chaotic and it was just so fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, I love it when the teams bring the energy, they start standing up, they start giving it. We do have the agent comps coming in now, and we're seeing NKT stick with that Teo. This is exactly what we saw from them yesterday. So I need to see some growth from that game. I need to see a much stronger attack side with some much clearer ideas. On the side of SLT, they're really simplifying things, taking it back to basics, that old school default comp, but with the Cypher in instead of the Killjoy.
Right. This is something that is familiar on the side of SLT. This is something that they've run in their local challengers too, against other Korean teams rather. And for NKT, you know, I think both of us have our eyes twitching a little bit with that Taeho pick. But hey, maybe all they need is a take two. Maybe they're saying, you know what, yesterday didn't happen. This is what we actually plan to do with that pick. We're gonna find out if they mean exactly that as we toss it on over back to Quack and to Pilsky to take us through Ascent.
And there we have it. Thank you, Mika and Big Time. This is definitely going to be a fun one to watch, to say the least. The compositions, otherwise still the same. And also, similar roles all the way throughout for the side of SLT. Again, though, Pilsky, this comes down to whether or not it ends in a W or an L for NKT. 2 losses back-to-back cannot feel good when you start off the group stage this way.
Well, for sure, that's going to take some of their own fate out of their hands, really. They're going to need a dub against EKing and Motive to even have a chance of advancing through the group. There are some silver linings. I'll tell you what, getting smashed on Ascent has its advantages. They didn't really have to show their defense because the game was already over. So SLT might not have as much of an idea of what's going to be going on. They're going to contact up Catwalk nonetheless and potentially try to split into this A site.
Still keeping eyes on the Teo, of course, but for now, full-on paranoia contact into A site. You got Alert and Darth at the ready, and into the smokes they go. Alert able to get down just one. Z-Rip though also out from window with the Euro TPs across, but Darth in with the right clicks and is successful so far. Z-Rip able to chime in up from top heaven, and that completely puts SLT down in their tracks.
I love that setup there from NKT. Cam was spotting out all of those players coming up catwalk, and they had a protocol for that. You see Alert diving inside of this bunker smoke. He gets cleaned out, but Darth under hell with the Teo missiles coming from all the way on spawn side, and a nice flood from Z-Rip, the Sova, as well as Poom, all coming out heaven at the same time. They really understood how they wanted to deal with a catwalk split coming out there on the pistol, and had a really nice protocol to pick that apart.
Everyone had their part to play. Nice shot the next round, wanting to secure as much as possible as well. Salvos in towards A, but TPs across. Thanks to the info gathered from, well, whatever's happening inside B main.
SLT just running the orbs. Picked up that orb towards B main now. Making moves towards middle. Smoke will go to bottom middle. Both of the drones being expended by NKT. One of them spotting out a player in B main. KO drone to spot out at least the Cypher in middle. That is a strength of this comp. You've got a lot of information gathering.
Also the guns for now. Just hoping to pick off players as they try to cross mid. Guardian. Maybe the Outlaw from Z-Rip. And there's the quick reaction. Straight out through from short then, though. Darth with the paranoia sent across. Everyone from SLT in scrambles, but Zuna, having snuck all the way through amidst all that. Maybe looking for a right click here or there. The spike ultimately down, though.
30 seconds left.
NKT setting up a bit of a fortress around that. Don't think SLT will be able to get their hands on that anytime soon, but they would have reserved their expectations coming into this gun round anyway. And even if a rifle is dropped here or there, two players with pistols in hand here for NKT will be able to recycle that very quickly.
10 seconds left.
There they go. You mentioned the fortress and okay. Well, 2 seconds left now.
I mean, he's gonna get an ult point. It's towards from the shadows, so that kind of sucks, but outside of that...
I was like, nice!
Yeah, Omenol! Woo!
Yeah, TP!
It's LP Quack. We've been over this, man.
Oh,
I was
whoops.
running you through the names earlier.
apologize.
All good, man. All good.
It's not...
Have you got your glasses on?
And New Zealand, My Little Pony?
What?
MLP, My Little Pony!
It absolutely is not. We're gonna just breeze straight past that. Mid control being prepped here from SLT. Smoke to Cat. Dart bottom middle. KO knife. And immediately big pacing straight up the guts here. SLT trying to cause a reaction. They're not fully committed to this just yet. Trying to feel out what they're... NKT are doing. Oh my god, Poom. Didn't even deserve for wrecked. Man was just having a leisurely stroll through spawn.
Suddenly getting hit by flying bullets all over the place. Thankfully will survive though, but with 50 HP. Now drone information out over by short. Dark having a go at it. Jumping Judge. Cinder was surprised. Back over onto market from SLT.
Blood smoke being used over on B already. Alert hiding in front of it. Soda in the back of the site. It's going to be hard for SLT to break this B side hold.
You said it. And there they go. Difficulty level 1. And that's just going to keep on ramping up as soon as they reposition around. Everyone's arriving onto site as well. This time Alert off to the other end. On with the Spectre. And another kill. The hat trick collected upon. He taps away at the last. Alert, man. The skill.
Dude, he's gonna have like a frag highlight reel by the end of this event. The amount of multi-frags he has had has been unreal. This is disgusting from Darth.
30 seconds left.
Jumping at the Omen on catwalk there, or the KO on catwalk there. Just getting his face with the auto shot. He bonus converted there for NKT. Yet another fantastic start to one of these maps.
Yeah, this might actually be, well, the first one so far in this group stage that they will be able to convert the bonus too.
Here.
Hello. I mean, it's a Yoru with an outlaw. I would recommend just don't. LP's feeling brave though. He believes that friendship is magic, or whatever they say on ponies. Fuck, I'm sure that you know.
Yes, I'm, oh my god, I'm blanking. I don't know what they're called, but here they go. Zexy straight in with a shot, tailwind into sight, Z-Rip. The first outlaw shot not gonna connect, but he will just expend the next and TP somewhere else. Soda now up middle, trying to rendezvous with the rest of the team as they continue to push out through from A short. Suna able to silence another, but we're back onto Poom. And lo and behold, all of a sudden the spike all the way over onto B site. Z-Rip though, everyone else just gonna continue to duke it out. No survival for Zexy.
Yeah.
And
nice
just Cinder.
Yeah. I mean, the sharpest person in the server that round has been the Observer. Dear God.
Actually,
everything happening at once. NKT taking a long time to get back into the site here. This is certainly winnable for Cinder. Fragment and a flash in the back pocket could definitely help him out, and not much util outside of a blind side. And NKT, they're just taking so much time to get even on the site.
A lot of noise now. You can hear how fast the spike is ticking, and Cinder is being so careful, hoping to get at least one more pick. But in with the outlaw shots. That will do the trick. What? Poom, Poom, Poom!
Poom! Poom, get on the spike, man!
Are you kidding me?
Clutch.
Things are not like this! What are you standing up for?
Is that what happened? I'm not even sure what happened.
I think he got up to celebrate, perhaps.
Oh man. I have no idea. I do not know what just happened there.
He had just enough time right after the kill to stick the defense.
I feel like he did. I feel like he did. You know, you never quite know when we're watching from like a, you know, a feed instead of being in the game. But I'm pretty confident he had that. And we're going to get an immediate pause. I think so. Like, we've had gear issues all day. I honestly have no idea, guys. I'm fully just speculating here, but...
Oh, well.
Yeah, I don't know.
That could have been, especially with this tech pause coming in. But either way, my Woshige Guilty Gear reference just goes off the heads.
It's not our place. You know, let the experts sort it out. I have a tough time even plugging my keyboard in most days. I recently just got a new one. You know, had a tough time finding a USB port on the back of the old PC. There you go.
You never know. Sometimes loose cable. But yeah, tech issue.
Unfortunate. It was well worked for NKT. They definitely could have been up 4-0 now, but regardless, they did win the bonus. They've had a good start to this game. They should have plenty of money to reinvest in the next round. Over on the side of SLT, they won't have really benefited too much from that. I mean, it's a round on the board, don't get me wrong. But they were going to have to buy up into this round with not much money behind it anyway. So, at least guns-wise, we end up in a similar situation heading into this next round.
Relatively close, but at the same time, getting told by production that this will take a little bit longer, so everyone hang in there, maybe go grab a snack or two, get some replenish your refreshments, and then we'll be back after this little break.
night. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. I wanna love you like nobody. I wanna show you that I care. I wanna love you like nobody else, nobody else. My mind's at a different place. Hot trends don't make me chase. Too busy paving this way for you. My words have a different price. Exclusive, you can't subscribe. Save up if you want advice. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same? My eyes get a different view. Big dreams you cannot subdue. Watch and learn a thing or two. You do. Climb into a higher plane. Get smaller with every aim. Watch me as I take that reign. You do. If you come at me, you better bring your A game. Step it up, step it up. If you think you got this, don't you hesitate. Run it up, yeah. You can't compete with someone who doesn't play your game. You can't compete. Can't you see we're not the same?
How is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new Direct 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called Direct 2 which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side on Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when Direct 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
And welcome back, everyone, off the little tech pause. So what actually happened, I was just kind of memeing, but what actually did happen was a slight technical issue that prevented the player from defusing the spike. So what's going to happen is that the round gets re-rolled all the way back, Pilski.
Let's forget everything that happened. Get that chaotic round that ended up in the B side after plant.
Clean
the
slate.
clutch there by Poom. Let's run it back. It's going to be Sheriff Sanama here for SLT yet again. Z-Rip taking the same line, and this time given an opportunity by LP and a man advantage for NKT.
They got some slight B main control, but they've left a spike in the spawn as well.
Fragment going on in here. Trying to break as many of these trips as possible. Sheriff shot for good measure. As mentioned, the spike looking rather lonely. Sitting all the way back on the stairs there. Will have to be something SLT may have to consider later on. Zexy having a little bit of a look towards Catwalk, as is Klaus. Outlaw on the line. Finds another advantage here for Z-Rip. Zexy going deep, trying to really punish him for his aggressive positioning, but unable to do so.
Or he just dumps more utility and Gate crashes back into safety. Now the spike picked up by SLT. But still Zexy in the same spot. Once again looking for picks.
We spotted out by the cam.
Camera taken up.
Safe positioning for NKT. Just left. Playing all the way back, waiting for SLT to make some further mistakes, trusting the range of these rifles. Some very tight lines being held. Soda pushed away. We'll just trust the drone to scout out where the KO is. Zexy is pretty deep up middle, but outside of that, SLT, not really much to write home about just yet.
10 seconds left.
Ready. Yeah, it's going to be more kills for NKT, especially with Z-Rip. All three so far. Down onto the site. And, you know, Z-Rip's already got his ult. It will be Darth instead to swing out from lane. And 4-0 now this time for NKT.
Little bit of a different outcome there than SLT. Almost getting that plant together. This time it's 5 alive for NKT. A very clean anti-eco. Zero will earn himself the dimensional drift going into round number 5 here. The best possible start that you could have for NKT to Ascent here. Had a very rough game against Boom on it just yesterday. A really good opportunity at Redemption starting out on the defensive side this time around. We mentioned that, you know, it's a lot of pressure. Potentially staring down the barrel of an 0-2 in the Swiss stage here of Ascension, but they now have every opportunity to try to turn that narrative around. You couldn't possibly have a better start here on the defense.
Hopefully we see them get a lot more, but at the same time, SLT now with another full buy back in.
Stealing sight.
Possibly to meet contact with Paranoia. Zexy, though. It's a full-on execute to the top generator, but whether or not it's going to event to much else, it all comes down to these kills with NKT all the way to the back of site. Z-Rip as well from top heaven onto the op shots, completely stopping NKT. I mean, completely stopping SLT.
Yeah, really, really nice A-site flood there. I mean, you saw something similar in the pistol. Seems like something NKT is very comfortable with. It's a big, big side effect and positive part of the comp that they're playing. Whenever you are playing that Yoru on the defense, if you have your gate crash active, it really feels like, as an attacker playing into this kind of comp, you're always fighting into a stacked site, because in a way you are. If you have that one extra rotate in position, the Yoru gate crashes in, you are hitting a site with 4 people on it, and more people always flooding on in. The blind side is a great tool to be able to do that. So, you know, SLT really trying to simplify things, really just trying to kick off an A-side execute, as you'd seen many a team do with this, you know, very classic comp that they're playing here on Ascent. But if it's anything but effective, NKT does a really, really good job of just shutting that down.
Yeah, we're seeing it round after round now. But at the same time for SLT then to try to find an adjustment. Now they are running that classic Ascent comp.
Yep. I mean, just the Cypher in for the Killjoy. Not the biggest of changes. But an agent that, I mean, looking at the comp of NKT, they deal with it very well. You've got Sova, Teo, as well as a Yoru. The Trip's just really not going to find that much value on defense for Klaus. On attack, he just hasn't had an opportunity to really get involved in the action at all. LP going to glass cannon himself a Guardian. I mean, I can't blame the man. He's been feeling it today.
Yeah, sitting on top of 4 as well. 1 for almost each round, but here goes NKT with their usual reconnaissance activity so far. Soda with an opening frag though, but at the same time, outside of middle, more players are getting spotted into the slight corners. A slight whiff on the op shots allows for SLT to be able to answer back with their own thrifty.
I'd love to see that from Zuna's perspective. NKT with the guns, they thought that they were the ones crunching middle. They're just running down into sheriff angles, and Zuna takes that as an excuse to practice his aim. Completely backfires. That's beautiful. Got to pick up both of those picks on those players on Cat and swinging straight down middle. And you got to question it at some point for NKT. Like, you're on the guns. You've got all the util you could possibly want. You got your Cypher set up. And you're crunching middle against pistols. It's just really not necessary, and it completely backfires.
But with the next round up, it's suddenly a round where NKT wants to go on the offensive. Dimensional drift out in the open, but at the same time, TP's around back. Darth able to gun down at first, but Suna answers back as well. The rest of NKT still pushing all the way through B main, finding more corpses. It's just Zexy now who has managed to push all the way towards the back, but at this point, how do you get back close enough to the spike?
Gonna take some mistakes here. It's a weird angle for him to be coming from. Gonna wrap back into Catwalk alert. Tucking himself into a safe position in middle. Well aware that the Jet could have wrapped all the way around through A in towards top middle, but the off angle is good enough for Alert. Zexy. It was a beautiful reaction. He definitely caught the side of Alert's head through the box there, but unfortunately it's a dink for dink where Alert is, you know, not connecting with anything. What a crazy set play from NKT though. The dimensional drift down through tiles. 3 players running it down through B main. Yeah, I guess it's this com's version of a DRX. And for SLT, there was just way too much chaos for them to react to. They just didn't know where to look there.
Really just so freaking much to once again kind of break the economy of SLT, back NKT into the strong lead and momentum. Next round up in different positions, this time on B site. And a blind execute coming through from SLT. A lot of trust in the cages and flashes, but NKT just quickly respond in kind. Out through Poom, manages to find double. Still though, null command, and that's gonna be Cinder picked right back up. Suppressive fire, but not enough. Suna goes down to alert, and now Z-Rip in with the Outlaw, able to gun down Cinder, who just got back up. Klaus, with a Bucky at close range, will not be able to do just enough. NKT with another round under their belts.
They just continue to shut down these executes. You know, you can play this classic comp that SLT is playing in so many different ways. That is the beauty of the comp, you know? And they're choosing on this attacking side to play an execute-heavy style to just try to hammer the sites, and NKT looks so comfortable with defending that. They've been flooding into A, flooding out B there. Before SLT ever even get any foothold on the site, ever even get into a post plant, all of NKT have taken their fights and won them.
Standing ahead.
Every single one. It's quite incredible. But the next round, though, Zexy Bladestorm now.
Small pace from him. Spotted out by the Teo drone. Doesn't lose the knives, though, as the Teo drone doesn't connect with him.
Quickly sets up for Tailwind. Updraft into backside. Cinder with additional fire support towards that one position. Now from the shadows to try to bolster up defenses on B, but it all comes down to Zexy, who's opening everything up. Darth will crouch down to take that headshot. But SLT now have so many options.
Look at Alert. He could go huge here.
Oh, does have the angle, but unfortunately the first shot is not gonna be accurate. So, despite the positioning from before, now it's just Darth.
Spike planted. Gonna be hard to get back into this one. Door has been closed. Sindar is slowly but surely gonna get a little bit of a flank on as this door starts to get broken down. Bunker smoke's on in there.
Quickly spotted and noted. Now it's just extra pressure, which unfortunately forces Darth into the smoke. Nonetheless, a good round for SLT to pick up.
Yeah, Zexy, I mean, he just kind of takes over that round there. He was so deep up middle, I don't think they were ever ready for him. Cinder backing him up well, just marking top middle, and you see the Jet just goes ballistic, running here, there, and everywhere on the map, creating so much chaos NKT had to react to, and in the meanwhile, the rest of SLT just group up and do something that makes sense. Second round for them. Working their way into this attacking side. 1 or 2 more rounds, and look, this could still be a winnable game of Ascent.
Revealing area.
I would hope so for the Korean squad, but now slowing things down a little bit. Z-Rip, though, just trying to play around the corner, needing to gate crash out. Oh, and even with the smokes out, Zexy just continues to force the issue. Alert out from top heaven, able to deny entry. LP able to TP past across, but with 2 kills so far, will that be enough for Klaus to come back in? Not quite. Poom has managed to re-aggress space.
I mean, Klaus, he's got a little bit too much to do here. Door has been shut. Spike dropped in the open, and 3 hungry NKT players just bunkered down in the site.
As soon as he swings out as well. So many more players to possibly peek off contact. And Klaus hasn't had the hottest run so far on this map, too. It's going to be a tough fight for sure. Instantly noted. It would have to take mistakes for NKT, from NKT, for there to be around here. But otherwise, he's just going to walk on up. Goes in for the spray. Actually able to take down Soda? I want it.
That looked like a crazy transfer, but just too much for him to do that. Nice attempt from Klaus. But it's a really, really nice contact setup. NKT, really, really sensible approach in the 3-on-1 there. And good shutdown of yet another pretty quick set play execute. They flooded together. You had a really nice Armageddon across A main. Pushes all of these players out into a nice flood. Poom diving straight out a tree. Got alert scaling out heaven. Oh, that was a nice adjustment. These SLT players very, very sharp.
Continuing forward with the sharp plays. This time it's going to be Z-Rip once again blocking Zexy off.
Klaus's Glass Cannon to Vandal here. Trying to get involved in the action. Full Cypher set up there for alert with Soda baiting in the corner. Might go unchecked here on logs. SLT in the meanwhile have got some control of A main. But that's about it. Not much else going on for them.
Especially with the cage up as well. Gonna try to re-aggress back over to A. Boom though. Face checks. In for the stun. Slight special delivery. You got Z-Rip around the back as well, but Suna! Garden shots, wall banked over. Darth with the paranoia to try to buy time and space. Still blinded though with the the flash tossed over from Cinder.
Spike planted.
And then you got Zuna breaking down the window too, so it's just Soda left.
Very difficult 1-on-3 to be converting here. Especially because you got to worry about Zuna. He spent such a long time looking for Zuna, who has since gone all the way back into A main to play this post plant super safe. This is burning so much time off the clock for Soda.
I'm gonna save off instead. More shots through the smoke as well.
I mean, SLT, they're making a run of this, Quack. This was not really a competitive game of Ascent thus far, but if they can scrape 4 rounds together on this attacking side, this is still a very doable game for them. It's a messy round that they're able to put together there. Begs the question, though. I mean, this is kind of what I was talking about. NKT, a very poor game against Boom on Ascent, a map that they picked, so that tells you that, yes, they underperformed, they didn't have a good game, and that was a weak map for them, but it's a map that they felt confident playing coming into the first game of this tournament. SLT's opted to pick that against them after not seeing any of their defense. And they're kind of getting slapped around by an NKT defense that they don't really have much tape on.
Yeah, it's one of those gambles that you take when you go in for a map field like this, but at the same time, NKT is going to quickly take advantage of it. Drones out into the peaks, but Soda also quickly shot down.
Yeah, a little over-eager. Z-Rip deep inside of B main, pushed away by the KO knife. Zexy going fishing. All the way up Pizza here. Drone up short. Spotted out by Darth and dealt with. They know that Poom was in the vicinity as well. Zexy is so deep up middle here. Might even turn into a lurker as this round continues to go on. SLT now regrouping towards B. Zexy may try to cut some rotations.
He's definitely noting Z-Rip's position, which is enough intel for the rest of the team to watch out for potential players around stairs. Ooh, recon. And that's Z-Rip way low now. Alert though, still alive towards backside. And he will be the Bastion for that site. Z-Rip as well, but as you mentioned, those rotations cut off. He does it with the shorty. And
how are you colliding with a shorty at that range, bro? What?
Oh my god. There's still a chance. They actually managed to get the spike down fast.
Big flank coming in here from Z-Rip.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Okay. 13 HP, just crouch peeks. There we go. Zexy's weapon, not the greatest for this 1v2, but he's gonna have to try anyway.
Fake.
Oh, the fake TP. Forces him to sweat, hiding inside of hell. He is going to peek out though, but that's exactly where Z-Rip will spot him instead. 9-3 with the defuse to completion. NKT, they secure that lead.
Yeah, phenomenal defense here. Showing that, look, maybe the game against Boom was a bit of an underperformance. But they still do have the chops on this map. They're backing themselves with the prep that they brought in coming into this tournament. This is a map that they were confident enough to pick in against one of the Pacific representatives, VCT representatives coming back down into Ascension. So, look, their defense looked good. Their attack was very shaky against Boom, though. It's going to have to be better if they want to try to reverse this series right after the break.
And here we go back into it. You mentioned that attacking half from before, but now NKT with a lot more cushion, hopefully looking to close it out.
A lot of momentum. Push into mid from SLT. They will smoke off tiles. The rest of NKT already making moves into B main, which was spotted out by Class's Cam. Both teams with very different ideas about what they want to be doing in this round. Full B-side execute going to be pulled here by NKT. Klaus looking to try to punish them on the cross here. Sheriff in hand, but the dart doesn't scan anyone.
Yeah, perhaps not. So able to get free entry into sight. Trips as well from the back, Pilly. Quickly hit with the flashes and stuns. Salvos to buy a little bit more time perhaps, but unfortunately Poom going down. Klaus, the rest of the gang from SLT, able to take down B main, and now maybe a bit more entry into sight. Got a possible flash out from Cinder, and that will be good to disable alert for now, but at the same time, Soda from backside unaffected. Takes one shot in. Cinder taking down alert now, but otherwise, Stare still blocked off as well, and that's a big obstacle to work through. NKT taking full advantage of that to spring out the smoke at the right time for the pistol win.
Yeah, really nicely done there. Avoided the potential snag that was the dart from Zuna. It's exactly what that setup's designed to do. Have the Sova from SLT just waiting in market, seeing if he can punish anyone on the cross, and then in the 5-on-4 you've got a big flank coming in from SLT. None of that particularly bothering NKT. They're feeling pumped up. B execute goes an absolute treat, and the after plant was even easier. 10-3 now.
Yeah, they know victory's within their grasp, but look at this play coming up from SLT. Unfortunately caught in the trips. Zexy has had a rough go on this map. Smoked off as well now. But Klaus wanting to stay around the edges of the smoke. It's full contact, full swings, and the stingers. They're gonna hurt. Now for SLT to try to hang around the exit points. NKT is just gonna say, I'm going somewhere else.
Yeah, the second time. The first time they're like, yo, they 5-stack B main, let's triple swing into B main. That's the last thing that you're expecting if you're SLT. LP able to find Soda. Hanging around in middle, but it's not much of a prize picking up a ghost at this point in the round. Nice plant for Jenny here for NKT. Be able to comfortably close this one.
That's a pretty nice ghost, come on. We're breaking down doors.
Nice.
And for NKT to definitely play around them as well. Flashes back into sight. Swapping over to what? Oh, almost. Suna was not having it. Onto this Sheriff of his. Looking for potentially more more points towards his ult. But, well, that's going to be the spam in.
Brave for Alert to be peeking into Suna's Sheriff. That has been very sharp today. He's another shooter on SLT. Love the creativity. Trying to get a lot out of a little there for SLT. That B main crunch. Look, if they pulled the trigger on that a second or two later, it probably could have worked. Okay. As you mentioned, the trip definitely giving Zexy a couple of issues. Trying to dash backside of B main there. But it was only an eco. This is where SLT are going to have to make a go of things. And again, it's going to be a bit of a biff for B main to start things off.
Quickly flash over. Same play though. Slight crunch, but over, up, and top into the smoke now. It just distracted NKT enough for Cinder to come on through from B main. Last player somewhat spotted as well. Darth still staying tucked away top mid.
Hyper aggressive from SLT. All set up around the spike now. They've taken all of that space away from NKT. Said this is our part of the map. You know, get access to tiles. You know, get access to B main. You gotta work for those things. I think at this point, NKT would just be happy to take a gun or two away.
Trying at least with this stinger still, but no range. Darf as well, not really making too much of a move though. You do have Zuna kind of locking off that spot. Might have spotted him out as well. Pings on the map. Darf maybe providing additional support, thinking to set up some utility, but caught at the end.
30 seconds left.
Just a blind pop flash play, but no one's caught by it, Pilly.
Yeah, love that set play. You're seeing some stunning creativity from SLT. Really wanting to take the fight to this part of the map early on, take the fight to the bonus round before NKT can try to execute whatever kind of game plan they've got going on. I think early on the defensive side as well, that's really going to condition NKT to kind of respect some of those hyper-aggressive plays in B main, because SLT's already shown that same kind of approach multiple times. Does seem like they're just going to go for the same kind of play in A main here. Flash dash once again.
There they go, Zexy. This time quickly anticipated by NKT.
I mean, it's cute. They got a lot of cute set plays.
Can't
The
do it every
updraft
round.
into the dark cover, looking for the spam off the back of the recon. Unfortunately, Zexy goes down before that can even happen. Now you've got a man advantage for NKT. They're bullying their way into A main with the Teo utility. They've got the Dimensional Drifter. Simplify this round at some point if they want to pop it. There it goes.
Yeah, clear out as much as possible. The rest of the team to follow up. Maybe a potential spam or two for Cinder. He's going to pop out of the smoke. Suna as well from top heaven. And more kills coming through for Cinder. Still, though, a staggered approach. And most of NKT still alive. Able to take some fights. Alert, unfortunately, traded off by Suna. Now Darth trying to swing out from tree to get more space. But lo and behold, Klaus is on the other side.
Yeah, beautiful hold from SLT. They lost Zexy right off the rip. But honestly, in the 4-on-5, even against the Dimensional Drift, they're able to kind of defy the odds and get that one done. Mostly courtesy of Zuna. That's a ridiculous duel for him to be winning. Cinder scaling straight through that tree smoke with a nice underarm, and those two kind of factors create enough space for the rest of SLT to get involved. Third round in a row picked up, forcing out a timeout from NKT. Got to give respect where respect's due, and I think this early on, it's warranted. These last couple of rounds have not been very close, and there's, in that last round in particular, you had the man advantage and the go ult. Those kind of rounds should just win themselves if you do things correctly.
Yeah, that kind of has been the thing for NKT. Rounds that theoretically should be theirs, but otherwise getting surprised by SLT. You know, it was that two rounds in a row B tiles crunch into the aggressive one on A this time.
Yeah. Kind of reminds me of that Pacific game where Nongshim were like busted out the Viper Corp and then just started like splitting A, like back of A main, back of B main, like round to round to round to round. Some of these teams, man. I mean, even Velocity in that last series we saw them play.
That was a good one.
They did an back of A main play with the breach util, back of B main round, like back-to-back rounds. Similar things from SLT.
Well, it's definitely broken NKT's economy for now. We'll see if the timeout amounts to much.
I mean, you can see it there, like they are threatening it. The jet isn't there, like they're not actually hard committing to it, but the dark cover with the 0 point. Durka peek from Zexy can't quite find the go, but did spot him crossing to B, so that makes it pretty obvious that NKT's probably just going to execute the site here.
Meanwhile, for SLT to get the full rotations across. NKT going in with the utility now. TP's a crossover, but at the same time, some shots coming out from Zexy. Unfortunately, Cinder does go down, though, and then for NKT to pump the brakes.
I mean, I'm getting a little worried. This was an issue they had against Boom. Could not get out of the choke. Zexy gonna punish them on the cross as well. Feeling bold enough for a repeat because he's got the tailwind active. He's just killing absolutely everyone. Finally put down by Soda, but the damage has been done.
And he had blades too, perhaps thinking it for a different round. The updraft just buys a bit more time. The rest of the team, though, definitely quick on it, right? Now aware as to Soda's position, but a slight peek over, and it will be Klaus to secure the round at the end.
Yeah. I mean, these have been pretty convincing defensive rounds for SLT. I'm kind of getting the vibe that they've got some real comeback potential here. I mean, not to mention, I was just talking about it, but the biggest issue for NKT against Boom was getting out of these choke points with this comp. It's a bit of a slower comp where you have things like the Teo and the Sova that take a little bit of setup time. You're really relying on your Yoru kind of getting a hard dive on in there. Maybe in combination with a Shrouded Step or something like that. Like, it can be a little slow moving sometimes.
Time to jump.
It's all these that could definitely give question marks to your opponents, but for now, Zexy, again with this peak. Voted for support as well, but now having to back off. Cinder taking a hit outside of the smoke.
The rest of SLT wanting to get involved in the action. Sova spotted over there on Catwalk. Klaus, he's got a clone to deal with. Able to bang Z-Rip straight through it. One way expended. Just try to keep himself safe for the time being, Quack.
That's one cage. Does have a second. Oh, and he just plays safely around the corner. Couldn't quite flick upwards enough to get the other one off, but Alert will quickly capitalize. In for the B hit, in for the spike plant.
Man, when you're this far behind, it's those small mistakes that can cost you the game, unfortunately. All NKT needs is 2 rounds.
Updraft. You still got some tools in for this fight. SLT not backing down. Paranoia towards the back end. Allows for Zexy to go in for the peak. Almost whiffing the shot, but thankfully the blades come out. Alert still alive, though, and all he's got to do is to spray and pray. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough because Suna off to the other end comes in as well. SLT able to put up another round.
We're slowly but surely working their way back into this game. This defense is looking very good. The start of that round... The start of pretty much every round has a purpose for SLT. You know, that round they threw the dark cover to the backside of B main with a big KO flash up over the top. The reason why they throw these initial pieces of utility in the early round is really just to throw NKT off. I talked about that conditioning where they're going hyper aggressive. They're doing these DRX-esque dives straight down tiles or pushes through B main towards the backside of A main as well. And then in later rounds, they're throwing those same pieces of utility, making NKT nervous that they're about to aggress on them when really they're just playing a standard round.
Really inducing trauma for sure. But now, with their backs against the wall, NKT, right? Not really much to lose in this round. Just full in, picking up the alt orb, off the eco buys, looking to once again pop back into A.
Cover going out.
LP gonna keep them at arm's length. Judge in hand, licking his lips at the prospect that they'll speed up into his open arms. Zexy posted down tiles here. Also wants to get involved. Op in hand.
Yeah, he's done that wild peek all the way up cat before. This time, not quite. Will be able to spot out Poom, but has to quickly back himself into safety. The rest of the team quickly responding as well. NKT, just a full contact play from Poom to sell a slight fake into A site. The door shut. Zexy still alive. The spike going over with all the way over to B side, by the way.
Bro, they closed the door on him. They left bro high and dry. Suna trying to punish Z-Rip on the cross here. Barely able to get across. If that, he's caught in the open, just spamming his stinger wildly. NKT 3 on 5 for them to convert. Spike down on the site.
Yeah, at least they got the spike. Now it's all the utility. The null command popped to try to secure this round as best as possible. We got a couple more shots going through. Zexy onto the quad. And Klaus to mop up.
I don't think Zexy should even be alive there. He's pulling off some absolute craziness. Banging people straight through the boat shed. Doing 360s in tree. Just absolute ridiculousness from him. Like, what is that? That's his own team that closed the door on him. Why you gotta make it so hard, guys?
Oh boy. Look at that shot as well, though.
Yeah, that's what I was reacting to. I mean, it's the only way he could have got that kill. Beautiful stuff. They're starting to kill themselves. Yeah, I mean, NKT are going to be sweating a little bit now. Having flashbacks to that boom game, a 3-round gap is not as large as they had access to earlier.
Here.
Going to dodge the null command. Creep back in towards A main. LP playing a committed angle in towards wine. He does have the from the shadows, so if he gets hard committed into a position like this, he can get out if he needs to.
Definitely nervous as well, right, for NKT. Needing to make this buy count. It's just a bit more utility and they are kind of going off somewhere else.
Look how deep that Cypher trip in mid is, by the way. That's dirty from Klaus. NKT not even feeling bold enough to test this A main control. Going to scurry back to the B site, but there's already 3 players here. Drones are going to have a little bit of a kiss in B main. Just spawning out Poom. Zexy's already over here. May go unchecked in the back of the site.
Positions like these are great angles for Hunter's Fury as well. Quickly ripping it off, and that's Z-Rip down in the dumps. Even though the Armageddon was spent towards the back of spawn, you can't do anything off of it.
Oh no, they're going to speed up Cat into the Judge.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear. It's going to go poorly. Zuna's already picking them on the cross.
And there are the flashes. Flash for flash. The LP.
I mean, what? They're just gonna save. Like, this was a nothing round. They thought about going into A main and they went, nah, that seems hard.
10 seconds.
They thought about going B. They went, oh, nah. B is pretty hard too. Maybe we should go mid to cat. Oh, we're getting spammed through the smoke. There's a judge on cat. I guess we'll just save, guys. I guess we'll just give SLT a 9th round. This, I'm getting very concerned for NKT right now.
Just calling it off. I mean, that took, alts and well-placed utilities from SLT, but yeah, you're right. The mental strength is being tested for NKT.
Credit to SLT, their defense has been phenomenal. Not to mention the fact that they got in NKT's head in the first couple of rounds of this game. Like, it was so baller of them to be down 10-3, 11-3, whatever it was, and then just start running it down B main, round in, round out, doing set plays, the backside of A main, which just completely got in NKT's head. And slowly but surely, they're completing this comeback. They continue to throw little pieces of utility, little breadcrumbs that NKT are kind of hyper fixating on. And now it feels like NKT, they can't go anywhere without overthinking it.
A couple of star and insane moments from Zexy as well, but I don't know. We'll see what Coach Wizard can cook up for NKT. And kind of one of the things that we've mentioned or noticed before as well is he's played for NKT at the same time for one of these runs.
What a name for a coach though, bro. It's like, yeah. Let's take a timeout. I need some advice from the local wizard. Like, surely he's gonna figure this out for me.
That's
There's
Wizard with a 1-2.
Curse going on in this game.
They got the buy up now, except for Poom.
Yeah.
Watch your step.
Look, I don't know. It's it. Wait. All right, we're just gonna save 4 rifles and a classic.
Drone going out.
Interesting. Teodrone gonna push its way out A main. Do have the Cypher set up, as well as LP, who's licking his lips once again with the judge. Quick rotation in from Zexy.
Yeah, he's fired the first shot against a clone. Zero with the TP towards the back as well, quickly responded to by Klaus. Still has those trips, and at the same time, Zexy now out in the open, hunting down with the shorty! The range not quite there! Unfortunately punished for it, but opponents now to low HP. Suna could have a good go at this. Shock dart right at his feet! Darf is gone! And another shock double dart for each of his opponents! That is a well-deserved pop-off.
Unbelievable. The best value shock darts you've ever got in your life. Just perfect trigonometry from Zuna. He's got all the angles figured out. What a beautiful 1-on-2. So much damage done there by Zexy. And great communication across to Zuna. Using the sound, using the information that he's gathered from his teammate in on the rotation to complete that 1-on-2. Absolutely beautiful.
Last player standing. Maining.
Now I'm wondering what the economy looks like once again for NKT. What a miraculous round to come through for SLT. What could very well be one of the final buys, and suddenly it's another B main. Tiles crunch. Zexy making a go at it. Unfortunately punished. Z-Rip with dimensional drift all the way towards the back, and it's just LP to try and hold. Getting wallbang through around Dice now. Hops over the shorty. Z-Rip down to low HP. Spams out from Klaus, and once again, Zuna. Does he have it?
Teodrone gonna spot out his position. Got a lot to do here. The stick bug has spotted him out. He's gonna try to dive into the site. Z-Rip catches him on the cross. Map point for NKT. It's been hard earned from them. A beautiful comeback from SLT. They've definitely got another 2 in them, but all it's gonna take is one mistake to push us through to a 3rd here.
Mistakes are costly up over Ascension Pacific 2025. These rounds are crazy.
I love it. I absolutely love what we're seeing from SLT. They're going to take another timeout. I don't think they need to overthink this one, honestly. That last round, I felt like Zexy was just feeling his oats a little bit too much, you know. I don't think that the deep dash to the backside of B main was necessary. Like, the initial exchange in that round was fine. They had just slowed it down a little bit. not overheated so much, then I think that round would have been fine. But overall, I mean, the defensive side for SLT has looked very good. I don't think they need any huge changes, any crazy call from the coach. If I was in the coaching booth right now, I'd just let them keep vibing and keep doing what they're doing. They're definitely capable of winning 2 more gun rounds to push this into OT.
Well, that's what it would have to take. A lot of good vibes, apparently, and also 2 more gun rounds where they definitely have enough to buy back up. Take a look at that streak, and now a couple more ultimates to go as well.
7 in a row after the pistol and the anti-eco. So every gun round, bar that last one in round 22, has been going their way. NKT prepping themselves for another B-side execute. It's a full retake setup here, just Zuna and a trip.
Now look at how close NKT are playing to main as well this time, though. Suddenly awake to the fact that it's not going to be another B main crunch, surely. Pushing all the way through, full confidence, full steam ahead, into sight. Zuna just trying to tag them down as they cross on over. And unfortunately, not much else to do. Cinder getting caught out towards the back as well. Darth with the TPs up over through Market. This time, in towards the back pizza. Caught by Sexy mid-TP. Just stuck on the site now, 4v4. NKT looking to close this one out, Pilly, but it's not quite happening yet. Zexy banging through the common spots and suddenly pulling out the blades at this time. Floats on over on top of Boom! 3 kills so far, 2 more to Ace, and he's looking, hunting for them down inside of the smokes! Gets the quad, LP with the shorty kill, SLT not out yet!
It's another beautiful B-side retake. I felt like he was on for the ace there. Like, if LP doesn't shorty that last player, did you see that flick at the end of the round? I swear that would have been on that last player's head. Zexy was really feeling himself. I feel like we've got a new Korean jet on the cards here. Picks up Darth's Phantom. He's done everything there. He's got a kill with the AWP, picked up the Phantom, cleared out the lurk. Become a bloody attack helicopter floating over the B site. Just raining down chaos on NKT. 1 more round to push us through to OT. SLT want to end this 2-0 here.
Let us hunt.
Looking to make it happen. It would have to be OT and then some. But NKT, once again, they go at B. Different guns this time, though. Perhaps some that support close range. The salvo is actually taking down Klaus. Suddenly all of his traps disabled. It's just LP to try to blind and play from back boathouse. Able to take down the first. Stinger out of ammo. He flicks back. It's Boom with the buggy now, but soon as to spring out. Just all out to Cinder, who just runs all the way out into the open. Looks the gun down alert. There goes down the first. Boom trying to stick onto the spike plant, but it's just a tap for now. Cinder alert to it, suddenly aware, swings onto the other end, catches onto the headshot, a Zowie clutch for Cinder.
SLT, what a recovery. Huge streak on the defense, putting up the wall. And NKT, unfortunately, does not look like their game the other day against Boom was a fluke. Their attack side on this map have got some pretty big issues. And SLT, seeing those issues, have picked Ascent into this series and have very much benefited from it. They're going back onto their own attacking side here. So hopefully they've come up with some better ideas than they had in regulation.
I can't remember what the score was at one point in time, but that's 7 rounds in a row for SLT. There we go, OT. It's NKT back on the defense, and that's where they built up that much of a lead from before.
Yep. Quick shove into mid from Zexy yet again. Has been the main point that SLT have wanted to hammer home time and time again, trying to clear him out with the drone. Lots of players in NKT, all looking for the duel with the jet towards bottom middle.
Or perhaps thinking that there could be more, but now
No more charges left.
Lurk spotted in Klaus as well. Ooh, Zexy dives head first into the clone.
He's trying to headbutt the drone. That's one way to get rid of it. Soda playing the off angle, forced away. A little bit nervous about the fact that Klaus was hanging around in B main. Now they're going to kick off the split.
Yeah, respecting it as well. Response from Poom to kind of slow them down. Manages to turn back and snap onto Zexy. SLT then looking for other options.
Pivot back to A. There's 2 trips over here that are going to be hard to get through.
First one going through now. Forces the paranoia out. Dark back into the corner. Oh, and Zero from top heaven. Some additional damage dished out. Alert and Z-Rip blocking off the site.
It just doesn't matter. When SLT goes into the A site, what happens earlier on in the round, they cannot get in. It's the same kind of success story for NKT yet again. Honestly, I felt like SLT would have had more success if they just committed to the mid to B split, because there's no way you're getting into this A site. I felt like I've seen Alert and Z-Rip win those exact same duels every single time SLT's tried to do anything over towards A.
Oh, and now it's NKT with the timeout too.
Try to iron out some of these issues on their own attacking side. Rounds were few and far between to come by. They looked like they were second guessing themselves at every twist and turn, but all they need is one good call to get this map across the line. Try to push through to a third. They want to avoid that reality where they go 0-2 down in Swiss. Playing at Ascension here for the first time for many of these players on home soil. Definitely do not want to make this a disappointing memory, despite the fact that you're playing a heavy hitter coming out of Korea.
Yeah, I mean, either way, they have been having a blast on stage with a lot of their counterpart teams. Always with the taunts back and forth, but down to it now. You mentioned it. One good hit. They just sent it back B to B for those last 2 rounds before we went into OT. Possibly looking to make it happen again.
I mean, there's 4 players on the defense already set up here pretty much. This is going to be a bloodbath in B main.
Well, Zuna in with the shock darts first. Already a good bit of chip damage. Now slowed down, especially with 0 point as well. Zexy from round back, but it wasn't enough. The recon spotted it all. Klaus in with the wallbang spams.
That's going to make things difficult for NKT. SLT have lost their jet, but NKT have got no smokes. And look at LP. All of that aggro taken in B main. So many players spotted out. He's done his due diligence there to just tuck himself in the most annoying corner possible. There is no chance that NKT are going to be able to go back to A later on. Zunat looking for information. Droning through B main. NKT wisely dodging that one. Alert feeling like something is up. He knows that all of this spawn side is potentially contaminated, but there's really just not the time to be able to deal with that issue.
You got no smokes as well, save for Alert's cages. But Zuna pushed on up, not punished. If LP doesn't begin to make a move, this could be dastardly for SLT. Just Cinder and Klaus. Z-Rip noted. One pick off and then LP to route the way all the way around. Cinder with a peek out from middle, trying to catch NKT on the cross. Good for 1 and tosses out the flash to buy even more time.
20 seconds. Alerts sitting in lane here. Got a cam to play off. NKT should be caught on the cross.
And there they are, completely caught with their hands in the cookie jar.
Klaus says no cookies for Christmas. All you get is coal and this L. Hold this L, buddy. Back into another OT. Really good stuff from Klaus. Peering over the top of a cheeky little smoke. I love the mid-rounding from LP as well. Just a heads-up play to know all of this pressure on this A side of the map. I'm just going to go and take the most space possible. It's exactly what you want to see from him as that A side player. Frustration from Wizard there. You can't blame him. You know, he took the timeout. Wanted to set the boys straight. All we needed was for that one attack round and we just couldn't get it. It's got to be frustrating.
Now, do imagine if that defensive round was called by LP as well. I mean, he is the IGL for the squad. Now the timeout called by SLT's coach. Looking to right the ship, especially on their defensive half. I mean, on their attacking half.
Yeah, we'll see what they come up with. I don't want to see them really go anywhere near A. It just hasn't really been too easy for them. I feel like they've had the most amount of success shoving up middle. I think Zexy pushing mid has been quite successful. Some B endings have been pretty good for them as well. See what they have in mind here. Looking like a slower defaulty looking round to start things off. Full setup across that A site once again from Alert. Z-Rip gonna get on an aggressive line into B main nice and early on.
No, not too much though, SLT. Different approach.
Looks like it's going to be contact straight up cat and just a quick A split. They're going to wrap through heaven. This is what they did on the pistol.
Oh, not going to work this time. Entry not given. Cinder, though, coming back through. The fragment as well, but Boom just straight up disrespects it. Onto the site, Dark. Good to hold out around Generator. And in come the salvos, making SLT feel incredibly uncomfortable, which allows for more kills to go through. LP swaps on over the shorty. Now blocked off, just stuck inside of Hell. Tries to play around it. Chokes! But back up onto Heaven. He doesn't land the shots. Z-Rip descending upon him with a hellfire of bullets.
Very creative. I mean, it's a pistol that you saw work reasonably well for SLT. Putting up through heaven there, you know it's something that they had in their arsenal. I don't mind them mixing it in. But again, it's just so hard to deal with this A-site hold for NKT. That was a beautiful little bunker smoke from Darth over towards Jenny's side. I mean, SLT, they knew that LP was good for that. If he gets one more kill, he's got the From the Shadows. He can just TP back across towards B if things get awkward. That was definitely something that he could have won.
Oh, I'm feeling
NKT now tasked with another attacking round. Looks like they're just going to drone straight into A main.
Yeah, straight up. 3 players at least for SLT on this site, though. Quickly with the paranoia from out heaven. Slight pop flashes and peeks out from door, but no kills to eventuation. Z-Rip has managed to post up, and that would be a power spot. Alert now with a slight staggered push out from short as well. Able to spring out at moment's notice. But everyone from SLT trying to mark onto these positions. LP with a spin around. Clouds to trade. 2 players left from NKT's side. Trying to extend this overtime again. Z-Rip tucked inside of Dice, locked on towards heaven, but gunned down at the end. It's just Boom left and unfortunately not able to take the fights. SLT force another overtime.
NKT have got to be kicking themselves. Waltzed into that A site for free. Alert's able to find a really nice timing to peek out Cat and get a kill. They had a 5-on-4 with the spike down in an A after plant and they couldn't get it done. Neither one of these teams can win a single round on the defense. Incredibly sharp shooting from LP and from Zuna. These guys are definitely shooters, man. And again, NKT have got to be kicking themselves that they just cannot get this game of Ascent done.
That was going to be the first straw to break the camel's back. SLT on their attack. Ooh.
For a B execute.
Straight on through. Zexy always in alone, and unfortunately the utility not quite connecting enough to support Zuna. Coming through with some fire support, but we'll see if that's going to be enough. Boom is incredibly low, and LP to TP himself into these unorthodox positions. Klaus just able to take another name down. It's Boom. LP back into B main as well, perhaps a spot that NKT might not expect. And you've got the spike planted down now as well. Smoked up outside of lane, but Darth continues to push on through. LP looking for the right timing to spring out, and he managed to catch Alert. Klaus from back boathouse as well. SLT have managed to come up with the goods on attack.
Yeah, it's extremely concerning, isn't it? Both of these teams have been chasing an attacking side round win here in OT for quite a while. And despite not a great start to that round for SLT, they're able to put it together in that 3-on-3. Beautiful shooting from Klaus. Great movement from LP. Putting NKT in an awkward position. They have struggled to come up with a winning strat on their attacking side, and they're going to test B yet again.
Full on through. Paranoia into which the aggressive TP's out. Alert with the spams, able to take down Zexy. Once again, the first one to die. But Zuna quickly swing across. Some slight recons as well, but nonetheless, NKT able to get the spike down, Pilly. I'm starting to get nervous.
Drone coming out from spawn side. Looks like NKT want to play forward on stairs with 2 players inside a B main. They know that Poom's on the left. They saw where the salvos came from.
Zerip as well, but look at this incredibly peculiar buy from LP. The judge looking to perhaps dive straight on in. Klaus marking the back of B main. Now finding numbers advantage. Zerip trying to fight it back. Poom able to push on up as well. Cinder and Zuna both looking the wrong way. Zuna finding a little bit more. And despite having made it past stairs now, not much left in the magazine. And low HP as well. The swing out. He takes down the first shot. And Poom is incredibly low. Zuna gets the kills, but not enough time for the defuse. We go in for a 4th cycle of overtime.
This is just nothing but sight hit after sight hit after sight hit.
And all
from
B.
both of these teams. There's no mind games. There's no mid-rounding. Let's just 5v5. B executes. And see who comes out on top.
One enemy remaining.
Both of these teams pulling it off in the post plants.
My ult is ready.
Nice clutch attempt there from Zuna. Couldn't quite get it done though.
Really not able to make it happen, but now a different approach perhaps.
Dart into middle. Followed up with the knife. Zexy shoving up mid as you've seen a couple of times. Smoke going out into market. Teo drone to respond. Cleared well by SLT.
Ooh.
Gonna look into trying to clear out Zexy in the middle of the map, but he has been dropped off in pizza. He's gonna have a little bit of a chill while the rest of SLT organize themselves towards B main. Only 2 players here to defend from NKT. As well as a little bit of Cypher util. Trip already dealt with though.
Similar approach to what has worked for them before, but now it's the double cages. Poom with the spam. Zexy surely must have heard the footsteps now by this point, but his position still being marked. NKT has a real good opportunity to find numbers advantage in this moment. Unfortunately, though, just hanging around back. Oh my god, it's Poom and Soda from Boathouse blocking off lane out with the quad. A flawless round for NKT.
Yeah, SLT just could never really get the clean execution that they were looking for. Consistently, they were just stuck in B main. Zexy, he had a solid position inside a pizza. Fast, unfortunately, getting spammed through the cage there. Poom goes absolutely massive with the Phantom here. Really, really nice hold between him and Soda inside of that B site. SLT could never dig them out. You saw SLT were kind of in two minds about what they wanted to do that round. At one point, they were thinking about going back to A, and honestly, I think it would have worked better for them.
Yeah. Just not able to come up with the right answer this time, but now, once again, swapped over onto different sides. NKT, oh, look at this, Pilly.
I mean, I feel like you're seeing this from both of these teams. I think that they're showing their inexperience a little bit in the fact that both of them are really just trying to throw site executes at each other until this game is ended.
Slight minor distractions. We'll see if that's going to be enough to incite a mistake on either side. But otherwise, like you said, there we go with the execute again. Salvos towards the back, into sprays and spams, into choke points from both sides. We find 2 kills for the side of SLT, and NKT feel a little bit uncomfortable. We can't make it out of B main, not yet anyway. In with the drone, in with Dart.
Hold on.
Up over to Logs. Shock Dart is the thing that kills him. Klaus now coming through, and it's Zerip to try to shoot himself out of a sticky situation. They just wallbang track him all the way to the end.
I had a crazy idea, Quack. I know.
Yeah?
I don't know if you've heard of this before. It's called running a default. Maybe throwing a fake, perhaps. Maybe faking an execute on B and going up cat, or, you know, Shoving top mid, put Zexy up through the middle of the map, break the trip, and then pump tree, and then you end the round when you pulled the rotations.
What are
we
you
don't have to
talking
just
about,
keep
man?
like caveman braining, running through the choke points into the sites when it hasn't been working.
What?
Very much at all. Very low success rate for both of these teams.
You don't want to Unga Bunga for like 5 more OTs?
Look, it is Unga Bunga. It's organized Unga Bungering though, you know?
True.
It's not like they're just running it down with no utility.
Oh, but now they're getting caught out by middle! It's Alert alongside Darf, who managed to find info from A short. Klaus, unfortunately the last one standing, quickly triangulated out by NKT.
Wow, what a call. That's exactly how you want to see the Teo utility used. You can see that maybe SLT were thinking about a little bit of mid control. Unfortunately, it's a perfect trap from NKT. Beautiful paranoia. Straight down through tree side. Perfect salvos flush all of SLT into the open, where they're just free pickings for all of NKT.
Could this be the round then, Philly?
Looks like they're going to wait to see if SLT is going to do the DRX or the B main push. That's not going to happen. And then they're going to do this crazy thing called B execute. It's a bold play. They're even caging the cross. They don't want to get caught by the Durka peek down cat again.
Let's see if it pays off. This bold B execute strategy. Conserving a little bit more util this time though. And it's Suna to try to spam all the way across from lane. Couple pop flashes out, and now they go. Slightly different, slightly staggered, but Suna is able to stop them. Cinder as well through the smokes. B executes. We've had enough.
Oh man. On the bright side, they are they're getting their reps in. They're definitely learning what works, what doesn't work about this strategy. That will help them as we head through the rest of the tournament.
Oh, the coaches.
I mean, I don't know what to say at this point, guys. There are other things you can do, especially when you're playing double E. You know, you can use your drones to push and pull the map control. You know, a little bit of a little drone up middle, a little bit of a shove into mid. Oh, now we're going to Teo drone cat. Then we're going to go and execute B. Like, there are things you can do. Just a suggestion, though. SLT, slow start to this round. Waiting for, I guess, that mid trap that NKT pulled the trigger on. As I mentioned, both of those drones have already been used. Looking for information.
My camera is destroyed.
Cam dealt with. Nice shock dart from Soda. He knows his angles. Drone out A main. Does spot out Darth on this A side. There is no Cypher setup this time around, though.
Yeah, not quite. Just a little love tap of a flash from Cinder over onto B main to keep players from NKT invested over on the other side. Then, this time, behold. A execute. Let's go! Paranoia out from NKT to try to stop them in their tracks. It's Zerip inside of the cage. Suna to pump on through. He finds 3! Oh, this is a different outcome now. With LP out from window. Boom! What have you got?
It's got to go huge. 1 on 3. Zuna's quite low, but won't give him an angle. He's already been wrapped on by LP, but it's Cinder to get it done from A main. SLT. They do what you've been wanting to see for a while. It's patience in the early round. It's a little bit of B main pressure before they pull the trigger on the A execute. But oh my god, Zuna. That is absolutely diabolical. This guy is sharp as a piece of Lego on Dad's floor. Unreal.
That definitely hurts. 6th cycle of overtime, by the way. And now you go into this defensive hold. LP onto the judge. Sexy with the op.
Posted down cat. Pushed off the line by something or other. Didn't get to see. Drone goes up middle. I see a couple of pieces of Cypher utility that will be cleared out nicely by NKT. Reactions coming through across with the rotations from SLT.
Ooh. Huge with the blindside flash, though.
Drone through B main. applying pressure to Alert. Full control over there from SLT. It's going to take a little while for NKT to clear that back out.
Right here.
More info lines being taken. Gonna have to spend some utility or perhaps something more coordinated just to clear out these spots. It's a jumping face check special delivery. Zuna quickly deals with it. Dark from round back though, Market plays, and it's able to break apart this B-side hold.
Now all of a sudden these teams are attack side Ascent specialists. Class hanging around inside of the dark cover.
Oh.
Thought he was going to be punished for pushing through there, but he's made it out.
Headshot.
Oh, and he quickly spots onto Darth. No more smokes. Numbers back to normalcy. Got LP in with the judge as well. Unfortunately, op disabled. LP though, wait, thinking of swapping weapons. Perhaps looking for a rifle, and there he goes. Paranoia, execute back into sight, but C-Rip, quick on the draw. LP's gonna have to take down 2 targets now. As he swings out for the first, lands on towards the next, but Alert snaps onto his head first. We're going to a 7th cycle of overtime.
Screw it, let's just set some records. What's the longest game? We can do it better. Into bloody round 37. Why not?
One enemy, last player standing.
LP, very sharp. Almost put that one together. Oh, man. Look at LP's score. That's hilarious. Like, that doesn't even look real. 26, 24, 24. What is going on, bro?
Oh, those numbers are only gonna get more and more bewildering. As we go back into, maybe a B execute. SLT, positioned around tiles now.
Smoke a dart into middle though. Pull the rotation away from Poom. Just gonna get a little bit of a drone down middle. Looking for Zexy. Time and time again, you've seen SLT just shove the jet straight up through middle, so the fact that the jet is not there is a little bit fishy in and of itself. Drone into A main. Just sowing some seeds of doubt in the minds of NKT about what is happening. Paranoia going to get returned, but here we go. B execute.
At least there were some fakes into A this time, Philly. Definitely baits out some utility away from the retake, perhaps. But it comes down to whether or not Soda is good on the opening shot. Just a take, though. And now Sexy towards the back of B as well. More spams out towards CT. And that makes it so difficult for NKT to retake. Darth managing to land a shot as well, though. And now with the door shut, can Zexy find a couple more? Tries to run off into safety. LP inside of Locks. Snap back on the Darth's head! Out for the triple, out for blood, and SLT to kick things off in this OT.
I cannot believe he went unchecked there. That is crazy. Chopping them all down. Really did not think that SLT was going to be able to get that one done when NKT was given a couple of opportunities on some of these players close on spawn side. But they've won themselves yet another attacking side gun round. Series point against NKT yet again here. And they're going to throw B execute at them.
Oh my god, it's full B execute as well. Klaus trying to dissuade so much of it, and SLT beginning to gun them down like dominoes. NKT fall. All stuck inside of B main now, blocked off by the smoke.
Surely they can't get this one done. 2-on-4. LP's taken the whole map again. Yes, man's only got a judge, but you can't pivot off the back of that. Drone gonna spot out Alert. Stuck in the corner of B main here. Zuna trying to spam him away. Back into middle goes Poom. Classic
LP.
to the back of the head. Oh, he's got a sheriff.
Oh my god, Poom, he's actually gonna be able to
No
do
way.
it.
Dude,
Gets
he
the
can get to
spike
A now.
across.
Yeah, that's an open A site. Doors shut. Alert is ages away, but with the plant here, he's got a salvo, he's got a special delivery, and if he gets just one kill quack, he has
my
access
God.
to the Armageddon, and he can buy even more time for the Cypher to get to A.
If he dies early, though, then all of this would have been for naught, Billy. Has to land the shot. Has to rip off the ult. And he's got to do it all so quick as well. Down he goes. Alert. Making a quick sprint across out into the open of A main. But 2 players, a high-low setup. Cinder stuck it halfway. Alert needing to land all the shots, but Zuna makes it a wild trade. SLT will be the ones to close out this series 2-0 at this final cycle of overtime.
Well, that is crushing for NKT. They gave that series everything that they had, but unfortunately could not get it done. SLT made to work incredibly hard for their first win here in Ascension Pacific, Bangkok. Unfortunately, at the expense of one of the hometown heroes, NKT looking very deflated. They've got a tough road ahead of them in the rest of this group now, down 0-2 in the Swiss.
Yeah, surely they know it as well. But I tell you what, though, these guys have been damn entertaining to watch on the stage. Apart from the taunts, you look at the plays on this iteration of Ascent that they've gone in for, and you just look at how many rounds they've gone with all of these plays.
For sure. SLT, you saw a lot of class from them on that game of Ascent, though. At one point, being down 11-3. They don't have a bundle to promote, but they brought a cute flag anyway. The nice logo. What does it say at the top? Ready for what? Ready for new something?
What? An adventure? A new adventure?
Ready for a new adventure. Me too, man. Me too. I absolutely loved how they constructed that comeback, though. I mean, I talked about the aggressive conditioning in the earlier portions of that defensive side from SLT. They really set themselves up well for success to be able to construct that comeback. Showed a lot of mental resilience to be able to bring it all the way back into OT, especially after such a hot start for NKT. But that hasn't been the issue this tournament for NKT, really, for me, Quack. I mean, NKT have pretty much had a good start, I feel like, to almost every single map they've played thus far, and unfortunately have let the majority of them kind of slip away.
That's kind of, that is the thing. You see a lot of these rounds where they theoretically should have had it. You talked about the ones where, you know, there was dimensional drift from the previous round, or perhaps even some of the ecos where they unfortunately fall off to thrifties from SLT. It's rounds like that they shouldn't be losing, but it just happens. And lo and behold, onto the second half of Ascent, they get caught by the quick tiles crunches. The A main pushes out from Zexy and gang, and those truly worked out a treat with mental conditioning.
Yeah, I mean, but like further on from that in the game, especially when we got into OT, that's where you can throw all of that crap out the window, and it just became an absolute cluster of fun, I would say, to be broadcast friendly. I mean, it was just nothing but sight hits. Both teams really just trying to force the end of the game. I felt like you saw, like I said, a little bit of inexperience. This was a sick clutch from Zuna. I mean, he really shone a little bit brighter than the rest of SLT in this particular map. I was very impressed by LP initially, but Zuna and Zexy definitely turning my head a little bit. But yeah, I feel like both of these teams, that needs to be a little bit of a learning lesson to them. They showed that they don't have the class of a tier 1 team in this game for me, because I felt like they were both trying to force the end of this game of Ascent so badly. And yes, it was very entertaining, and I absolutely loved watching every second of it.
Did you have fun?
But, you know, that's where you'd see a team like Fnatic or a Gen G or something have that extra layer, have a cute little call or a read that they'd come up with over multiple rounds of seeing a certain defense or attacking side, you know?
Well, I definitely hope that you had fun at least, Philly. I definitely did, I guess. But you're absolutely right. You know, you want to see more depth, especially in OT, because that's where the real test comes. And if you're able to prove yourself, to have that extra layer, to be able to go that extra mile, that extra distance, that's where you find victory. And unfortunately, that was not the case for NKT today. But thanks to that, it will be that final score 2018. We're going to toss it back over to those guys on the desk to talk all of this through.
Yeah, those guys on the desk, because I also have forgotten my name after the end of this map. But thank you very much to Pilsky and to Quack, those guys over there. You guys are released from
go to sleep, go rest.
Your duties. But yeah, Morgan, what on earth did we just watch? I mean, was torn between having an asthma attack and like laughing, like actually laughing at this match.
Yeah. I think past a certain point, it gets tough to analyze. I mean, just look at how many rounds. They barely fit at the bottom of your screen there. There's so many of them. I mean, insane for NKT. 24 first kills in a series, in one singular map, sorry. And they don't manage to close it out. You have to feel for those guys. I mean, this was both teams really managing to be able to defend well, but on the attack side, both of these teams struggling to find those answers, and we saw B hit after B hit after B hit, especially for NKT. I mean, that makes me a little bit worried for them going forward, because they need a comp that has a little bit more flexibility than that. I mean, they made it so close. You gotta, I mean, just look at these kills. These are insane numbers. 36 kills for Zuno being the map MVP there, and well deserved. Those heroic shock dart clutches. He looked like Katniss Everdeen out there. I mean, just unbelievable.
You have 4 players that have gone past 30. This is crazy. But this was a very fun map. As Quack and Pilsky were saying, this was actually a lot of fun to watch, even though it was BXQ after BXQ. At some point, it actually felt like you were watching a scrim, or you know, some kind of practice session. But I do agree with what Pilsky said. You know, maybe some tier 1 teams, some more veteran teams might have had another layer, but it just felt like it kind of felt like 2 people who were just going like what back at each other. And that's how it felt like after some point.
I mean, you got to give the props to SLT. They were 11-3 down in that map. Then they mounted that comeback and such a tough overtime, and they managed to get it done. It a 2-0. 2-0 makes it sound like a dominant win, but it was actually very close. NKT played much better. Zuna, the MVP here, and it's just so well deserved. I feel like he was the real shining star for this SLT team, especially in this second map of Ascent.
Yeah, there were so many shots of his. I mean, the shock darts that he was hitting, a lot of them were like, I cannot believe that this is real. I cannot believe we're actually watching this in an actual VCT match. This was unreal. Zexy was unreal as well. There were so many rounds where I thought that, like, okay, there's no way he gets this, and he actually does. A mad props to SLT, but for NKT as well, as you mentioned, amazing adjustment. I'm not sure if I'm still a fan of the Teho on them, but you know, Boom did wonderfully. I guess, like, no matter what agent he was on, he performed very well. We're looking at the group standings. As you can see them at the end of the day, it feels like we've gone through 2 best of 3s and a best of 5 at this point. But as we can see, we have NAOS and we have Velocity up there, as well as SLT and Boom on the side of Group Alpha. And yeah, everybody's pick'ems in shambles at the moment. But we're gonna see how it pans out over the next few days. But I'm pretty sure nobody was expecting an outcome like this for day 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's only early on in the tournament, but who would have expected to see Nongshim down at the bottom of their group, and they have a tough game tomorrow against Full Sense. We'll also get to see Riddle Order for the first time playing NAOS, and then 2 winners from day 1, Boom against Motive. So a lot of exciting games to look forward to there.
Yes, very much so. And if today was any indication, I mean, we had surprise after surprise, and then we had crazy Ascent game. I mean, I'm all for it. This is why our region is just so much fun.
People who are watching, bring food, bring water, bring a sleeping bag. Who knows how long we're going to be here tomorrow? Because if it's anything like today, I mean, I think we'll all be falling asleep here.
Yeah, for sure. And you know, with SLT and NKT, it was a long map, but we actually had a lot of fun. That was actually so much fun to be had. I can't believe that's how we ended this day. And thank you as well to all of our sponsors. Thank you so much to Acer Predator, to Intel, to Zowie, to Imperial World, to TT Racing, and to Syndom for making this day all happen, because I'm all for the surprises that Ascension Pacific has to offer here, Morgan.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Just what an amazing day. Just fantastic. Just fantastic, and it's going to be more where this came from tomorrow. 3 more best of 3s that you absolutely don't want to miss.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're asking for at this point. It's like, okay, this was only day 2. Just how far down the rabbit hole do you actually want to go? But we're gonna see. We're along for the ride in any case. So that's been us for day 2 here at Pacifics. Feels like it's bleeding over to day number 3, but we'll get to that in just a few hours, actually. We'll see you for day 3 as Ascension Pacific continues tomorrow. Bye, guys.
how is using the new monitor? I heard the XL2566X Plus is pretty good now.
I think it's nice. They came up with the new DirectX 2, I believe, and I always set it on premium. So I think there's a slight difference from the old one, and also compared to the previous version, I think the the image, the look inside of the game, I would say is sharper when it comes to the target.
GJ, I heard you're using the new XL2566X Plus from Zoe.
I'm using this monitor and there's a new feature called DirectX 2 which I think you should use. I'm using premium right now. It makes the game feel way smoother. When entering A side on Lotus, I need to quickly scan for enemies after using my satchel. That's when DirectX 2 helps me see more clearly and avoid motion blur. Like when you move the mouse around, the enemies just look way clearer, so yeah, you should definitely buy this monitor.
นี่ไม่ใช่เรื่องของเกียรติยศแต่มันคือการก้าวต่อไปแม้ทุกสิ่งรอบตัวบอกว่าเป็นไปไม่ได้ไม่มีเสียงปรบมือไม่มีการเฉลิมฉลองมีเพียงหัวใจที่ยังเชื่อมั่นความแข็งแกร่งไม่ได้มาจากชัยชนะแต่มันมาจากการไม่ยอมแพ้แม้เส้นทางจะเต็มไปด้วยอุปสรรคบาดแผลไม่ใช่ร่องรอยของความพ่ายแพ้แต่เป็นเครื่องยืนยันว่าเราก้าวข้ามมันมาได้เราไม่ได้แค่ยืนยันแต่เราจะประกาศให้โลกเห็นว่าที่นี่คือที่ของเรา
We